but you. Yeah. Sometimes you can face it to the face, standing in your own reflection. I don't wanna be close, but opening up this left feet and feeling its wall. I don't wanna be close, but opening up this left feet and feeling its wall. I don't wanna be close. Put it up, it's that feet, baby, it's wrong. Now my cup is overflowing. It's a stupid, sorry place to fall. Heart is dripping down like coffee. But as black as I can see. Sometimes I can face it too big. Standing in my own reflection. Don't wanna be close. Opening up is that beat, baby, it's wrong. I don't wanna be close. But opening up is that beat, baby, it's wrong. I don't wanna be close. Opening up is that beat, baby, it's wrong. Please, please, pour me out on the bed. I've been down, 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 down too long. Please, please, pour me out again. I'll promise I'll be strong, strong this time. Oh. Open it up, this that baby, it's wrong. I don't wanna go. Open it up, this that baby, it's wrong. I don't wanna be low. Open it up, that's that baby, it's wrong. No more afraid without pain. We don't need no armor for protection. No, no. We don't have to play dead, cause we got the blood red and blue. All the things that we've been through just makes us sure that she needs you. She needs you in the morning, cook us some eggs sometimes. She needs you in the afternoon, give a little bit of that sweet afternoon love. She needs you in the evening, give a little more. Don't ever let it go, don't ever let it go, don't ever let this one go. She's the sweetest thing around. Each time we look into each other's eyes, with all the trouble that we see, maybe in some way we never thought we'd make it so far. Look at where we've been. Oh, I was so sure you let me in for more than a cup of tea. Yeah. I wanted so much more the moment I met you. Oh, now I'm thanking the Lord, thanking the Lord, thanking the Lord. You're still the sweetest thing I've ever known. And every day we can feel the morning when you want my better. I just got my best as I say, oh, she needs me, she wants me every single day. She wants me in her life. Oh, she wants me, she needs me. Oh, I must confess that I need her too. Oh, I need her, baby. She needs me, she wants me every single day. She wants me in her life. Oh, she wants me, she needs me, and I must confess that I need her too. Every single day, she needs me in her life. Oh, she needs me, she wants me, and I must confess, oh, I need her too. Oh, I need you, darling. Breathe into my mouth, baby. Press your cheek against the corner. Push my buttons with the tent top. Just temperature, can't get enough. Be your telephone. Be your telephone. I wanna be that telephone. All the things you say, always in your pocket, never far away. I know all you can say, share your ups and downs, joys and dismays. Be your telephone. Wanna be your telephone. I wanna be telephone. You ever got me in a puddle? I know you treat me so kind. Brush me off, wipe it down. Even though one day you trade me for a right kind, I don't care. Out of my love, be your telephone. Be your telephone. Telephone. I wanna be, yeah, wanna be our telephone, telephone. I be, yeah, on the bed of telephone.
One, two, one, two.
What could it be? I'm looking for in a stranger's eyes. When you are not there, you wait for me across the open sky. I'm a sleep with two empty skies, too big, too small, never my size. Never let me know, baby. Never let me know what's in enough is enough. Enough, enough, enough. You're more than enough. Enough, enough, enough. So much more than enough. Enough, enough, enough.
You know, the state and stuff where they had to take me away from the family that was hurting me and stuff. You know, so I have evidence to back up my story in case I need to take my story to court here in the future.
Yeah.
Court,
because
court.
will ask like a vulnerable individual in that whole place that like they'll say, oh, this is where, you know, people with trauma come for community. Fuck that, man. That's the worst.
Right.
That's the wrong place to
this is the thing.
Right.
There's one individual, and we all know who they are.
Bad guy.
And I did put out a video, and I did make a statement. The next step is going to the lawyer, and the lawyer sending a registered letter.
Yeah.
From that point to the time he gets served, these videos better be taken down.
Yeah.
And videos related to that is related to him, other people that's in his circle.
Yeah.
That needs to come down because they're going to be next.
Yeah, see that one.
Because what he's saying, he better have proof. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that one.
Now, I met the young man, and he's not a bad person, okay? I mean, online, yes, he's dangerous. And, you know, you being assaulted in his house, no. Him picking in on you unexpectedly, no. You leave money out on the table, he walked by and he sees it, him picking it up, no, he won't do that. Got your drugs out there, your weed, no, he won't do that. You know, so, you know, I trust him in that. And really, he's a responsible guy. Takes care of his business. He's punctual on time. Very clean house. Everything put in its place. You move something, like you pick up a little brick-brack or whatever, you know, it could be something sitting on the shelf, a little ornament. You sit it back, you sit it a different way, he's going to notice that it was moved. You know, it's fine, but he has issues also. And I'm not saying this in a bad way to be used against.
No, I have relatives that are like that. As kids, we'd be told before we go in, don't be touching nothing.
Do I resent going there, painting his car for free? No. No.
Oh, yeah, see.
I can look at that and say it was a waste of time. But at least I got to say, I got to paint a car. I got the experience. And it come out good. He was pleased with it. His client, his doctor was pleased as hell with her car because she wanted to sell it. So,
oh, you painted her car too?
Well, she had a scratch on the door of the top coat. And see, if you got a scratch, you put water on it. And if it disappears, that means it's only the top coat.
Oh.
Now, if you got a scratch and you put water on it and it don't go away, that means it went down to the primer. And it's got to be sanded and painted and then have a top coat.
All right.
So her car, it was down to the paint, but not below the paint. So I had to sand out where it was scratched.
Yeah.
Okay. And flatten it out. Then I had to go back with the top coat, sand it a little bit and put another top coat on it. Sand it a little bit and put another top coat on it. I put 3 top coats, made it thick as shit. And some of it had runs in it, but you're going to sand it out. It takes, for the orange peels, people freak out. You can wet sand it, 800 grit.
Yeah.
And it takes a while,
I've done body work. I've done body work with Bondo and all kinds of stuff too.
Well,
but
this is top coat
so
now. What happens is when you get done with the top coat, you got to buff it out with a buffing compound. And that is also considered like a sanding, but that's a finer sanding. Buffing it makes it glossier, huh?
How do you do it and not get dust and stuff up in it?
Well, the thing is with sanding paint, you never dry sand. Maybe you dry sand with Bondo and filler and metal. But when you get down to primers and you get down to paint and then also top coat, clear coat, that's protective coating that puts on top of the paint.
Did you drive it into a garage at least? Did you at least drive it into a garage? Did you drive it into a garage?
No, we did. No, he had a garage. We would sand and all that, but when we painted the car, we pull it out in the sun. We'll pull it out in the driveway. And the thing about it is, say, next time we're going to have to wet the gravel. See, he's got to grab a lot of gravel. And we had some overspray where we hit the ground and it blew the dust a certain way, but it didn't get it in my paint because I knew how to angle it and sweep the gun to where the dust would blow away rather than hit the ground and blow the dust on a car. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
It's the flick of the wrist as you're painting. So, with the sanding, you never go past 800 grit on sanding paint or top coat. With top coat, you wet sand.
I'm fixing to have my bathroom floor. I decided to these teeny tiny tiles came up when they redid the toilet.
Right.
You will deal with a group that it may seem like it's martial arts, meditation, a diet program, but in reality, look beyond the facade. Look beyond the mask that the leader wears and ask yourself, is this thought reform? Does it break people down, change them, and lock them in according to Shine's construct of coercive persuasion? Because regardless of how they present, that's simply the outer shell. That's the mask. What you want to look at is not what they say, but how they behave. Mm-hmm. Not what they claim to believe, but their actual group dynamics, the actual impact of what they do. And groups will present themselves in a way to be appealing, sensational. The leader will grab things from the popular culture, and they create this facade, this mask that entices people, becomes a lure. But that's not really what they're bringing you into. What they're bringing you into is a thought reform environment.
What are the similarities between getting into a cult and getting into a relationship with someone with narcissistic personality disorder?
Well, it comes on fast, and there's a lot of love bombing, seemingly unconditional love and affection that you're being overwhelmed by to lull you in, to pull you in. And then once you become involved, the situation shifts and changes. So it's kind of like a bait and switch con. What you think you're getting is not what you get. And then much like a narcissist in a relationship, the cult may try to isolate you. And that varies by degree from group to group, as it would with a narcissistic abusive relationship. So the person that you're involved with is cutting you off or encouraging you to cut off old friends, maybe even family, and you're becoming socially isolated. And that's the way that a narcissist and also a cult will keep you from getting accurate feedback or an outside frame of reference. What they want is for you to be consumed within a social environment that they control that reinforces their control.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that isolation word is tricky, I think, because sometimes we think of isolation as being totally alone, but it can also be an immersion into a cult, or in the case of the narcissist, with a relationship in a cult-like fan club. Is that kind of how it goes?
Yeah, well, let's just look at the narcissist and a relationship with a person like that. They may say to you, for example, hey, let's move to another city. And they're thinking, and I've seen this pattern play out over and over again. And there's a chapter in my book, Cults Inside Out, about narcissistic, controlling, abusive relationships. And I use the NPD profile to explain that, number one, this is the kind of person you're probably dealing with most in the overwhelming majority of situations, and also that they're not going to change, and that you have to come to a kind of understanding that if they're not going to change, is this what you really want? And by the way, in the same sense, the cult will not change. The cult leader will not change. And much like the narcissist, and most often, cult leaders are themselves malignant narcissists and very sociopathic, and in some cases, psychopaths. So what you're dealing with is someone who can never be wrong, someone who can never accept constructive criticism, someone who can fly into a rage and go into a meltdown when you question their decision making and critique maybe something that they want to do. And so in that sense, it's very similar to be in an abusive, controlling relationship with a narcissist to be in a cult. And in fact, when you're in an abusive, controlling relationship, this is really like a cult, but there is one leader and one follower. And then if there is a family, there are children, it can be seen as a family cult. And in my book, there's a chapter about family cults, and I use several examples historically of groups like that. So I think what you also see with a relationship with a manipulative narcissist is gaslighting. And you see that in a cult as well, and it's been called mystical manipulation. By Robert J. Lifton, who is a psychiatrist that wrote the book Thought Reform and the Psychology of Totalism. And in it, in the 22nd chapter, Lifton offers 8 criterion to recognize a thought reform program. And one of them is what he calls mystical manipulation, but what is commonly called gaslighting. And that is something occurs that you think is spontaneous, but it's really orchestrated and part of a scheme by the person who's manipulating you. And what you can see in a narcissistic relationship, and also again in a cult, is that the cult or the narcissist are constantly chipping away at your self-esteem. So they're denigrating you in one way or another. They're attacking what you do, what you say, in such a way that what their goal is to make you doubt your own decision making, make you feel less than them, and put them in the position of control. And so a cult does this in a very similar fashion. For example, they may talk about the sin of pride, or denigrate independent, autonomous, thinking and decision making, and they attack that because what they want is to engender dependency upon the group and the leader to make value judgments for you.
Yeah. And you mentioned that this can work in a one-on-one dynamic. I think people often have the idea that means to a man with NPD and a woman. In your book, you also cite the example of the DC sniper case, and that's sort of a mentor-mentee relationship. How does that work as well?
Well, Lee Boyd Malvo was dominated by this man that became like his father. Mm-hmm. And Malvo had not had a father figure in his life. And so his relationship with this much older man who was a father figure, that became a very controlling relationship. And Malvo was very isolated from his family, from having friendships or meaningful relationships of any kind outside of the relationship he had with his dominant father figure. And and of course, this also became a sexual relationship, as Malvo later revealed. So this was, an example of an abusive, controlling relationship. Probably about 25%, it's estimated, of men have been in abusive, controlling relationships. And that includes gay relationships, heterosexual relationships with women. In fact, I did an intervention to get a young man out of a relationship with a woman who was dominating and controlling his life. And at times, it would even become physically abusive. She would slap him, scratch him, physically abuse him. And so this can happen to men as well as women. But in abusive, controlling relationships, it's overwhelmingly men dominating women. Mm-hmm. That is very typical.
And what would you say is the goal when someone is luring someone into a relationship like this or into a cult? What is the goal of the abuser?
Power, sex, money. Mm-hmm. So in cults, the first thing is that the leader typically is a malignant narcissist, and they feed on and require adulation, praise, control. It's what pumps their blood. Some would say that maybe even they're hardwired that way. For example, Keith Raniere, who I dealt with for many years, who was the leader of NXIVM, he was abusing and controlling little girls when he was 10. And schoolmates. So this may be something that's in the DNA, and it's been speculated by researchers that psychopaths may be born, not made. And so how much is nature, how much is nurture, we really don't know. But I will say this, that once you become involved with someone like that, the formula is that they are seeking power, control, and then, of course, in Raniere's case, sexual exploitation of the women in NXIVM, and then ultimately money. When Raniere was arrested, he had $9 million in his checking account. So he had followers that were very wealthy. Yeah. He took them to the cleaners, though the Bronfman, Seagram's heiresses, Claire Bronfman and Sarah Bronfman, her sister, they gave probably over $100 million reportedly to NXIVM and Raniere. They could afford it. Their father was a multi-billionaire, Edgar Bronfman, and they each had an estimated fortune of $500 million. So cult leaders will prey upon individuals to empower themselves, to feed off of that adulation and obedience. And then also they want to control everything around them. Mm-hmm. They want to control their environment, control their world. And then they exploit people for money, for free labor, which they make money from, or for sex.
Mm-hmm. And it seems the control, too, also involves getting maybe the closer inner circle to act as an agent for the cult, or maybe in the case of the narcissistic relationship, of making that person into sort of a new source of supply that's going to kind of keep feeding them or bringing them new supplies. Is there a control of the person angle that is clear?
Well, yeah. What you can see is that people are acting against their own best interest, mm-hmm. and consistently in the best interest of the leader or the abusive, controlling partner. And that's when you can recognize that there's undue influence, because they're not acting in their own best interest. And so they're doing things that really hurt them financially, physically. There may be medical neglect of their children, neglect of their career, their education, because they're repeatedly, again and again, putting the leader or the abusive, controlling partner first and deferring to them and doing what is in their best interest. And so they become, in a sense, a pawn or an operative for that individual that controls them or that group. And so they're recruiting other people to bring them in. For example, the actress Allison Mack, who was in Smallville, the series about Superman as a young teenager, as a young man. She gave quite a bit of money to Raniere, but she also recruited other people. And she was constantly used as kind of a poster girl for Raniere, and she would do promotional videos with him and so on. So yes, the person that's involved is going to use the people that follow him as surrogates to expand his power, to recruit other people, and to garner more and more control.
Mm. Yeah, in the case of Allison Mack, to use her celebrity and to be in video opposite her. So often I saw these beautiful videos, really high quality and everything, and it just seems as though he is in some way, if not a peer, superior to this woman who we're used to seeing on television. So you mentioned the pawn as well. There's this idea of the psychology of the pawn in your book. What is that?
Well, basically that a person becomes an operative, that they're no longer acting in their own best interest. They're fulfilling whatever edicts or orders the leader has given. This is an analogy that was first offered by the psychologist Margaret Singer in her studies. Really to understand the cult phenomenon or abusive controlling relationships, there are certain books that I think really inform the reader that are kind of seminal works. One would be Influence by Robert Cialdini, in which he identifies the 6 basic principles of influence, which can be used for good or ill. One is a liking. We're more likely to follow and go along with someone we like than someone we don't like. And that's the key to celebrity endorsements. We like the celebrity, and therefore we buy the car they promote or the group they want us to give a shot, such as NXIVM. And then another book would be, as I mentioned, Thought Reform and the Psychology of Totalism by Robert J. Lifton. Another would be Cults in Our Midst by Margaret Singer. And then there are 2 books by Flo Conway and Jim Siegelman that are really seminal books. One is Snapping, which came out in 1978, but first discussed what they called information disease, or control of information by the group in such a way as to control the thinking processes of individuals. And then the second book that Conway and Siegelman wrote and was published in 82 is Holy Terror, where they examine fundamentalists. But what they uncovered in their study and their research was what they called emotional control. And that is the manipulation of people's emotions to control them through fear, intense intimidation, and basically consigning emotions to the doctrine of the group and causing people to conform their inner feelings to what the leader said was the correct way to feel, and the way in which they perceive their feelings, the correct way to perceive them. And so when you read those books, and I'd also add to that Coercive Persuasion by Edgar Schein, who was a professor at MIT. These books really are the bedrock, the foundation of understanding how we can be manipulated, how we can be controlled. And in my book, Cults Inside Out, I have a chapter on cult brainwashing in which I just cite all of this research and show how it fits together and how cult leaders use it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm personally very grateful to you for that chapter, because I've done several interviews with experts on narcissistic personality disorder, and they will say the narcissist uses cult tactics. But to actually have it spelled out like that was really useful. And one parallel here, there's the term flying monkeys sometimes around a narcissist, the person who kind of does the narcissist bidding. It seems similar to the pawn. Do you see distinctions, similarities there with that idea?
Yeah, in fact, when I was working with Catherine Oxenberg, whose daughter India Oxenberg was in NXIVM, and Catherine herself had gone to seminars and intensive training seminars with NXIVM. And when we would talk, and I would talk with other people who had left NXIVM, they would often allude to flying monkeys, and what they meant was the people that are under the control of the leader, who do the leader's bidding and who attack you and come after you in much the way that the Wicked Witch in The Wizard of Oz sent her flying monkeys out to do her bidding and attack her perceived enemies. And that's where this term comes from, and that's what it means. You feel like the flying monkeys are out to get you. Mm-hmm. And it's basically the leader sending out his minions in order to assault you because you have made damaging criticism. And I can tell you that I've had a herd of flying monkeys pursuing me for a good deal of my career over the last 40 years.
Yeah, I bet. There are some outward signs of these people as they seem to be falling into these cultic relationships and things that I'd just love to kind of get your opinion on what the value is or why they come about. Things like hyperactivity, the immersion we hit on a little bit, a lack of critical thinking. What's causing all this?
Well, hyperactivity is an interesting point because if you keep people really busy and occupy them physically and mentally, they don't have time to think. They don't have time to reflect and think, well, what is really going on here? So hyperactivity can be a form of control. And basically what you're trying to do is block critical thinking. And that's what you see repeatedly in abusive, controlling relationships and in cults. I'll give you an example. In the Unification Church, which has been called the Moonies, which was created by Sun Myung Moon, who died in his 90s a few years back. But he created this big church that has been called a cult. And when people thought critically, the Moonies, as they were called, would look at that person and say, that's stinking thinking. That was their thought-terminating cliche or loaded language, as Lifton would say, to stop people from critically thinking. They would look at them and say, oh, you're stinking thinking. You shouldn't do that. So in a cult, critical thinking is denigrated. It's a threat to the control of the leader and the control of the group. Likewise, let's say you're in an abusive, controlling relationship and you talk to a neighbor or an old friend and they raise a question about this narcissistic individual that you're married to or in a relationship with. And then you go home and you bring this out. You say, well, I talked to my friend and she said this, and what do you think? And then the narcissist is likely to say, well, with friends like that, who needs enemies? What a terrible person she is. Why do you associate with her? And this is because the narcissist sees the critical thinking process as a direct threat to his control. So he will denigrate the friend, dismiss the friend. Well, don't have her over anymore. We don't want her coming around, and so that will be the response. And what it is a direct assault against critical thinking, because as we critically think and analyze, we might quite literally think our way out of the trap that we're in. Because in my opinion, people that become involved in abusive, controlling relationships or cults have been tricked deceptively to become involved, and then through the manipulation of their partner or the cult, trapped in the situation. They feel they cannot leave. For example, in a narcissistic relationship, people may have unrealistic fears about what it would mean to leave the relationship. I will never find anyone that will love me like this person. And of course, while they were in the relationship, the person was telling them, you really aren't worthy of my love. I mean, I love you because I guess I'm just such a loving person, but you really don't deserve it. And I don't know what would happen to you if you didn't have me. Your life would just come apart. You would never be able to find anyone to replace me. And in the same way, the cult creates unreasonable fears For example, annihilation. They may say, well, if you leave the group, you will no longer have this supernatural protection that you have in the group, and you will be destroyed. Or the world will come to an end and you will not be protected, or you will be damned and lose your salvation, because salvation is predicated on following our leader and his instructions. And so this becomes a trap for people, and they feel they can't leave.
Rick, I'm curious about this trapping and some of the things that you mentioned in the age of digital tools. You talked about things like the hyperactivity, turning down the critical thinking. So if we have digital tools, simple things like a group chat, someone who's got a sort of a cultic inclination could start a group chat, and then they can keep people very busy by putting things in there, watch these videos, get back to me, that sort of thing. They can track who's opening it. And then in a group, we know that people's critical thinking does go down. There is a tendency to defer, and that sort of thing. If they have flying monkeys within the group too, those people can chime in and sort of support the leader. What do you think of digital tools in the formation of cults?
Well, I think this is where we're at now.
Yeah.
I mean, in the old days, and I'm old enough to remember those old days when cults recruited face to face. They went to the mall, they went to the college campus, and they pressed the flesh, and they smiled and enticed people to come to meetings and whatever. That's very quaint now. What we have now is online recruitment and retention. So the people are most often now recruited online. They're recruited through social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter, now called X, Instagram, TikTok. There's even a cult that's literally called the TikTok cult in Los Angeles that recruits online. And then people are paying the cult through Zelle, through PayPal. And then they can have a special private group on Facebook where they can control the group interaction. And then they can use the video platform YouTube for indoctrinational purposes. And then they're streaming to indoctrinate people and to entice people. And this is the way cults operate today. I mean, I have worked with people that were totally indoctrinated on YouTube. I did an intervention in Ohio, and there was a married couple. The wife was an attorney. The husband was a remote working stay-at-home guy who worked for a Fortune 500 company, but he did his work from a home office. And he was recruited online, indoctrinated through YouTube, and eventually his wife began to notice peculiar behavior, language, a change in his moods, and I was eventually brought in to do an intervention. And he was recruited online by a group called Israelites United in Christ. And I would call it a hate group, in my opinion, that teaches that essentially African Americans are the new Israel chosen by God. And they follow a man by the name of Nathan Ray, who is their absolute leader. And all of this is done through websites, online videos, payments moving online. So this is the wave of not only the future, but this is where we're at now. And I think it's peculiar in the sense that these groups can actually insinuate themselves in a home without parents' knowledge. So minor children can be recruited without parental notification or consent. And there's a very disturbing series that's on Netflix right now called Adolescence, in which they talk about this to some extent, that this 15-year-old boy who kills a girl was influenced online, and his thinking was shaped by the group that influenced him online. And so what we're seeing not only is our cults recruiting online, but we're seeing radicalization of teens. Anyone who has a smartphone can be recruited. And parents have the added burden of maybe monitoring their minor children to make sure they know where they're going online.
Mm-hmm. Rick, in your book, you've also talked about gifts a little bit. I've had a man on the show who's actually diagnosed NPD, and he says, beware of narcissists bearing gifts. What is the role of gifts for getting compliance and dependence in these relationships or in cults?
Well, I think in the honeymoon phase of an abusive, controlling relationship, the narcissist is raining praise on you. They may give you flowers, remember your birthday, find a special gift that they think will impress you. And what they're really doing is, lubricating the pathway into their control. And it's a device. Because, if you look back on an abusive, controlling relationship, if you're an individual and you're in a relationship right now and you suspect that it might be an abusive, controlling relationship, ask yourself this, okay, what was it like in the first few months and what is my life like now? Am I still getting the gifts? Am I still getting the praise? What's the interaction like now? And what, in fact, am I getting out of this relationship? Because relationships are give and take. And in the beginning, you may have felt, well, that narcissist gave me all kinds of stuff, was praising me, giving me little gifts, encouraging me. But how is that working for you now? Is it still an exchange between you and the person you're in a relationship with? Or are you just being tapped and giving and giving and giving? And whenever you question them, being battered verbally or even physically. I mean, and are you happy? I mean, are you sleeping well? How is it working for you? What are your relationships like with people outside of the narcissist? How are you maintaining those friendships? How often do you spend quality time with people outside of the relationship, your family, your old friends? So these are questions that I think people don't really stop and reflect. And usually in a cult or in an abusive, controlling relationship, something shocking happens. This is what I frequently hear. This happened in the cult. This happened in my relationship, and it shocked me. And I stood back and I said, "What's this? What's that?" And it kind of woke me up a little bit because it was so negative. It was so destructive or harmful to me or to someone else that I witnessed being hurt. And so that kind of woke me up. And then, you have to then retrace the relationship and evaluate how you got to where you're at. And ask yourself, where am I going? Where is this going to take me ultimately? Is it really going to be happiness and fulfillment? Or am I really just busting my ass for somebody else? What is really going on? And people, and again, this is where the hyperactivity may come into play, is you're so busy pleasing the narcissist or working for the cult and doing things that you're not taking the quality time to reflect on where you were, where you are, and where you're going.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and to that reflection too, it also, I think, can tie back to the gift thing. That seems often a moment when the love bombing will sort of reinitiate, or they call it a Hoover. They kind of suck you back in. They'll give you something, or if you comply, if you come back, then they may hit you with gifts as well. So the whole thing can be quite dizzying. If you do get to that phase where you are questioning things, we're going to talk about your work with deprogramming. But first, I'd just like to know, some people go through a voluntary deprogramming. How does that affect their recovery?
Well, Brad, look, nobody does involuntary deprogramming anymore. Yeah. That ended the last time that I did an intervention with an adult that was held by security because their family was worried about them. That was in around 1990. So that type of intervention, the old holding people against their will in a deprogramming situation, which was done because the groups would not allow the families access to their own loved one. And so the families chose to do that because they felt that they had no other choice. But having said that, other than minor children, which the parents can hold legally and restrain to do an intervention, other than minor children, all interventions with cult members or in abusive controlling relationships, which I've done many interventions to bring people out of those type of relationships, that is done on a voluntary basis, which means that it initially may be a surprise, like a drug or alcohol intervention. But once it begins, the person that you're working with is free to go at any time. The only reason they will stay typically is because they care about the people that are in the room. They care about their family members. They care what they think, how they feel, what their concerns are, and they stay out of respect for them. But they are free to leave at any time. So they may decide, I've heard enough. I don't want to sit here and talk about this, and I'm going to leave, and they leave, and the intervention ends.
Yeah, maybe what I'm thinking of, I'm not quite up on the terminology, is more of like an exit counseling. It seems some people realize that they need to get out of a cult, and then they still want to kind of talk through what has happened. How does that affect recovery?
Well, if a person has already decided to take a break or they've decided to leave the group, but they're really confused and they really haven't sorted out things, they know they needed to leave. They were in pain. They saw things that upset them. People were being hurt. And so they decided to leave. But at the same time, they may feel a sense of guilt. Like, how could I leave this person? I'm bad because I left. And the person in the relationship is saying, yeah, you are bad. You're really bad. You should have stayed with me. You have no loyalty. Look at all I've done for you. How can you turn your back on me? And the same with a cult. The person feels, well, I've turned my back on God or the higher power, rather than recognizing that the leader of the group deliberately blurred the separation between them, an individual person, and a higher power. And they indoctrinated people to believe that when you disobey me, you disobey God or Jesus Christ or Buddha or whatever. So you need to sort that out after you leave. You shouldn't feel guilty about having left. You did that for your own survival, for your own well-being, or you did it idealistically because you felt that you were enabling a destructive person or a destructive group by your support and participation. So at that juncture, again, you need to read the literature. You need to review the research and ask yourself, okay, so what is thought reform? What is coercive persuasion? What is coercive control? How do influence techniques play a part in the indoctrination in an abusive controlling relationship or a cult? And as I identify these working parts, do I see a parallel that I can draw between the relationship I was in, the group I was in, the leader I followed, and the research about coercive persuasion and thought reform? And as I often say, if it quacks like a duck and it walks like a duck, hey, maybe it's a duck. And it's not your fault that you left. It's their fault because they had a very destructive, negative group, and they were manipulating you and using you in an unfair and immoral way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm so glad we're having this conversation, because these phrases, coercive persuasion, thought reform, they don't seem to be as common in the narcissistic relationship space. And I've probably read 10 books on relationships with narcissists now. And it's your work that led me down those paths. So we're going to talk about those in the deprogramming phase. First, just to give people a sense of what the deprogramming intervention really is. There's a metaphor like jumping a car. What's that metaphor?
I think a really good metaphor is the word snapping.
Okay.
And that people come to a point, a juncture, where they regain their ability to critically and independently think. So it might be like jumping a car or snapping a sudden awareness. Now, in voluntary interventions and with people that have already left a group and are sorting things out, that can be much more gradual and not this sudden snapping or sudden change, but rather kind of a gradual unfolding of awareness and or like peeling layers of the control of the group and identifying what they did and how they did it. And so I think that's what an intervention is predicated on. And just so that I can explain one thing that I think is very important is bedrock, is what is the definition of a destructive cult? And in my book, there is an entire chapter devoted to this. And what I did, I think, is identify what I would call the nucleus for the definition of a destructive cult. That is that all the definitions I've heard intersect this core. And the core is three core characteristics, which were first identified by Robert J. Lifton in a paper published at Harvard University where he taught, titled Cult Formation. And the first and single most salient feature of a destructive cult is the all-powerful leader. So, number one, there is a charismatic leader who becomes an object of worship, who is the defining element and driving force of the group. Whatever he says is right, whatever he says is wrong, and he typically has dictatorial power without any meaningful accountability. Number two, that leader knowingly, deliberately manipulates people through thought reform and coercive persuasion to gain undue influence over them. And that can be identified by taking the criteria that I mentioned in Thought Reform and the Psychology of Totalism and asking yourself, do these criteria resonate in the way in which the group indoctrinates people, or they may say educates people? And then the third core characteristic is the leader having obtained undue influence over his or her followers, then uses it to exploit and do harm to them. Now that varies by degree from group to group. So some groups are much more destructive than others. For example, Jim Jones, the leader of the People's Temple in 1978, ordered a mass massacre in which almost 1,000 people died because they ingested cyanide or they were shot trying to run away. And this included over 200 children. So that is the nightmarish example of the worst kind of harm that can be done by a cult. But many cults are in a lower level of abuse and destructive behavior. They're taking advantage of people financially. They're exploiting them for free labor. They're causing them psychological and emotional distress through their pressures and their constant demands. They're isolating them socially, which is hurting their families, their friendships. They're having a negative effect on their education, on their career. So it varies by degree from group to group. But when you see that there is systematic harm being done through coercive persuasion and thought reform, that meets the third criteria. So you look at the group and you ask, does the leader fit this profile? Does the leader use thought reform and coercive persuasion to gain undue influence? And once the leader has that control, does he use it to exploit and do harm to people? And what is the evidence of that? Are there personal injury lawsuits? Are there police reports? Or are there online people in discussion groups on Reddit, wherever, that are talking about this group and this leader having done harm to them? Mm-hmm. And by the way, Brad, this is why I created the Cult Education Institute database in 1996, which is a huge database with information about hundreds and hundreds of groups and leaders. including a section on abusive controlling relationships, educational videos, all free to the public and online at culteducation.com.
Great. We'll put a link to that in the description for people to check out. And so to give people kind of a scaffolding of what we're talking about, so we've kind of hit the first of your 4 big elements of a deprogramming. The deprogramming is metaphorically, it's jump-starting a car, it's getting the critical thinking going. That seems to be the thing that, one of the major things that cults really attack, narcissistic relationships really attack, is someone's ability to think critically. So we get them thinking critically. We have this information presentation. The first is those elements of the cult that you talked about. The next one that we could probably talk about all day is gaining undue influence or thought reform. Maybe we could start with, is it Edgar Schein?
Yes.
Schein. Maybe is the simplest to kind of get your head around. It's just 3 elements: unfreezing, changing, and refreezing. What is that? How does that work?
Okay, so there are 4 blocks of discussion in an intervention. The first block you've discussed, which is defining a destructive cult. The second is explaining coercive persuasion and thought reform so that the person that you're working with in the intervention understands how that is done. And Schein identified the 3 stages of coercive persuasion, as you point out, as unfreezing, or what I would call breaking people down. And then second, changing, which is the manipulation to change their way of thinking, their worldview, to conform to the leader and to empower the leader. And then finally, the refreezing, or what I would call locking in the change, locking it down. And what that means is you create that kind of social environment of constant reinforcement from other group members, or you isolate them from criticism or independent thinkers that are outside of the group that might offer another perspective. You want to, create a kind of bubble where they inhabit an echo chamber that you control. To the extent that you control information, you control what people read, what they see, who they talk to, what they hear. You can control the mind by controlling what goes into the mind. You can control the mind itself. So that is how you lock it down, is through that control. Now, what I find is that the more intense the demands of the group, the more extreme these levers of control will be. So, for example, in a group that is not making extreme demands, there may be less social isolation. But when the leader is saying, no one in this group can have sex except me and whoever I choose for the day or the hour. Men, you have to abandon your wives, and your wives are mine if I want them. I mean, that was what went on inside the Waco Davidian compound under the control of David Koresh in Texas in the late 80s, early 90s, before the notorious Waco Davidian standoff where the BATF raided the compound and there was a horrible gun battle, people died. Then the FBI encircled the compound and there was a 51-day standoff until I believe, and I think the evidence supports, that David Koresh ordered a fire to be set in the compound. They found accelerant traces and he burned the place down rather than surrender. And 90 people died, including, many children. And so Koresh controlled the environment intensely. He did not allow people to leave the compound in the months leading up to the standoff, unless they were supervised and he knew exactly where they were, who they were with, and so on. And in that compound, the only way that families could communicate with loved ones, and I dealt with many families and actually did interventions to get people out of the Waco Davidians successfully. There was only one phone in the compound, and David Koresh controlled it, And then there was a mobile phone, which he also controlled. And if families wanted to visit with a family member, they had to come, like it was almost like a prison, and they would go to a visitation area. They would be watched. Phone conversations would be listened to. And so this was the kind of extreme control that David Koresh had that facilitated the kind of demands that he would make of his members. Because typically, if someone says, I want you to give up your wife and I'll have sex with her whenever I want, most people would say, you're crazy. I'm not going to do that. That's not going to happen. Well, he gradually moved people to this place where they would submit, and he created a controlled environment where, as he moved them and chipped away at their critical thinking, they could get no outside support. They could get no alternative feedback from another person, from a family member, from an old friend, because he was controlling all that communication. And so that's what you see with a very extreme destructive cult, is the more intense the demands of the leader, the more the leader feels a need to control communication, social interaction, and all of that.
Mm-hmm. So we have this Shines model, this 3-part model, to look at something with just another layer, 4 layers. Pronunciation, I'm struggling. Offshi?
Offshi was really very much a mover and shaker in the 80s, and maybe the early 90s. And I really like that paper he wrote, Coercive Persuasion and Attitude Change. And what Offshi did was he would use Shine and he would use Lifton, and then he would explain each of those criteria or stages.
What are his 4 key factors of coercive persuasion? I think for some people, coercive persuasion, you can kind of get what the idea means just from the words, but I don't hear it used as much. Number 1 is reliance on intense interpersonal and psychological attack to destabilize an individual.
Yeah. So what happens in an abusive, controlling relationship or a cult is you're being constantly criticized, and that's breaking you down. Now, you may already have vulnerabilities. You may have issues about your past, about your family, about your life, and those become the cracks that the group can then leverage. I'll give you an example. In Synanon, which was a drug rehabilitation community and a cult in California, started by Charles Diedrich, they had what they called the hot seat, which was they would put a chair in the middle of a circle of people in chairs, and that person was on the hot seat. And then all the people in the circle would criticize that person and basically attack them. And it's also been called attack therapy. And so what you're doing in that process is you're breaking them down. And of course, you're also encouraging what Lifton called the cult of confession. And that is unreasonable demands for arbitrary confession, no matter how hurtful, no matter how painful, and no boundaries. There are no boundaries. You can solicit confession over anything, anyone. And of course, this is also happening in the unfreezing stage. And the group is gathering information on individuals in such a way that they know all your weaknesses, and they can exploit them. So they solicit confession, and then they use that confession for their own purposes. Another example would be the Church of Scientology. Scientology has a practice called auditing, in which people sit across the table from a person who is an auditor. And I would liken that person to a confessor. But here's the twist. They use an apparatus that they call an e-meter, in which the person who's being audited holds 2 metal cans, and it affects a box with a needle. And when the needle moves, Scientology says oh, we need to work on you. Your needle is not floating. It should just float. But what you're really connected to is a piece of a polygraph. In other words, a galvanic response measuring apparatus. So what it's really measuring is your nervousness. And so as you're being, audited, as you're confessing everything, the auditor is saying, well, how's your family life going? How's your work going? How are your relationships going? And he has, or she has, the advantage of looking at the needle on the E-meter. And they can tell when you're nervous about a question they ask, and then they can drill down into that particular area and solicit more confession. So this is an example of what I would see as the cult of confession in Scientology. And this is part of the breaking people down process. And let me just add to this and say that many people, when they enter into a cult or an abusive, controlling relationship, are already having a difficult time in their life. This is a consistent narrative, a thread that I pull through many of my cases that I work and situations that I become aware of, is that a person was going through a difficult time in their life, and then along comes this wonderful person, this narcissist, who seems like a knight in shining armor, and you are more likely to be beguiled by this person because you're going through a tough time in your life. And the same thing is true of people who join cults. Somebody approaches them, could be a coworker, a relative, an old friend, a romantic interest, and they say, hey, let's go to this seminar together. It's called Nexium, and it'll make you a better person and help you realize your potential. And they're not really telling you much. And you, on the basis of trust, go along with them, you get involved, and that leads you into a cult. And maybe at that time, you were not feeling really good about your life. Things weren't going well. For example, the man that I talked about that worked for a Fortune 500 company remotely from a home office and was indoctrinated into a horrible, extreme group, a hate group, in my opinion. He had lost a very close friend. He was in his 30s, and his friend was in his 30s, and he dropped dead from a massive heart attack. And it was devastating to this man. I mean, this was his closest friend. He loved him. He was deeply affected and very sad by this loss. And at that point, he became aware of the IUIC, the group. And let me just also add another thing to this, which is that the algorithms of YouTube and other sites on the web are going to push more information at you based on your inquiries. So if you stumble across this group and then you click on some of their stuff, YouTube is going to start serving up more of it. And that makes it easier for you to, as they say, go down the rabbit hole. So this is part of the insidiousness of being online, is how that can pull you into something destructive.
Yeah. And Rick, we're seeing these different models, and they overlap a lot. One thing I think is a general theme is that people just have a hard time understanding how a person can get pulled into this. You talked a lot about Nexium, and I think Sarah Edmondson at one point in the documentary, The Vow on HBO, she says something like that, how people got pulled in and got so far was kind of left on the cutting room floor when they first did the New York Times article. So maybe we could go into the distinction between education versus real thought reform. And if it's all right, I'll pull up Singer's chart on that, and we can kind of talk through it, because she has this wonderful chart that distinguishes between the two.
Yes, and I put that with attribution in my book. Education, what Singer does is she shows the difference between various forms of persuasion. So the least coercive would be education. and then comes advertising, and then comes propaganda, and then comes indoctrination, and then comes thought reform. And you can see the differences by the way in which Singer makes distinctions on the chart. Now, in education, there's not a deliberate deception. You go to a school, you go to a college, you sign up for a course, you read the syllabus, the teacher teaches the course that you signed up for, and it's accredited, and the teacher is accountable for certain educational standards and such. And then in the class, you can question the teacher. There can be a rebuttal. There can be a critique. There can be an ongoing dialogue about what is being presented. In advertising, it's more one-sided. And of course, they're trying to sell you a product. But there is such a thing as truth in advertising, and advertisers can be held liable if they misrepresent a product and deliberately distort what it may do for you or its properties. And then in propaganda, we see this in politics. One side is attacking the other. They have an agenda. They want you to vote for Mr. X as opposed to Ms. Y, and they denigrate the opposing politician and their policies. And it is one-sided, but there's an acknowledgement that it is one-sided and that they are promoting a particular political ideology and that it is propaganda. And then in indoctrination, we typically sign up for indoctrination. So, for example, you go to a Catholic parochial school, and with the understanding that they will indoctrinate you to be a Roman Catholic, or you're Jewish and you go to Hebrew school, and you understand that the purpose of the school is to inculcate the values of the Torah, the Talmud, and to be a good Jew. So indoctrination is with knowing consent. Another example would be someone agreeing to become a Buddhist monk or a Jesuit priest. It would be rigorous. They would give up things. They might take a vow of silence. They would be celibate. But this would be done with their consent because they knew that these were the kind of sacrifices that they would have to make, and indoctrination is willingly agreed upon, and the person is indoctrinated. Now, you could also point out that children are indoctrinated at religious schools and such, and that's the prerogative of their parents, who choose to raise them in a particular religion or to go to a particular type of school, like a Montessori school or whatever. And so that would be decided upon by their parents, but again, with their informed consent. And then finally, you have thought reform, which is done deceptively. No one says, please brainwash me. I want to be brainwashed. I want you to take over my thought processes, and I want to be wholly dependent upon you to think for me, which is the ultimate goal of thought reform. So thought reform is inherently deceptive. No one really understands that that is what they're participating in. And there is no critique. There is no dialogue. There is no exchange of ideas. There is just thought reform, which is you must submit and you must subordinate your thoughts, your feelings to the prescribed thinking and feeling that we tell you you must adopt to be in this group or to be in this relationship. And so that becomes a much different form of persuasion than advertising, indoctrination, propaganda, or education. So oftentimes people will confuse these categories of persuasion, and they'll say, oh yeah, brainwashing, that's like what happened to me in college. No, it's not. And you need to make those distinctions, and I think Singer did a good job of that. She also wrote a rather compelling piece about what is the difference between the Marine Corps and a cult. And because many people would say, well, in Marine Corps basic training, aren't they using thought reform? And Singer might agree. She might say, well, yeah, I guess, but it isn't deceptive. I mean, yes, they're using coercive persuasion. They're breaking down the recruit. They're changing the recruit, and then they're locking it in. But they're doing that within the construct of the armed services, which has a code of conduct, a form of military justice. There are ranks, and people are accountable through the structure of the armed forces. Also, Marines are being paid a salary, and they have rights, and they have benefits, health care, education, et cetera, et cetera. So what Singer would argue was that when someone signs up to become a Marine, they know what they're getting into. They know it's tough. They know it's going to be very, very difficult to go through basic training and to be a Marine. They also know that the Marines will be the first, wave of the assault, so to speak, and that they will be in the thick of battle more than other branches of the service. And for this reason, the Marines would say, this is why we are so tough, because we need to prepare you for battle. And we can't have people voting on what to do on a battlefield. We have to have a chain of command. We have to have rapid response to orders. And this is the nature of our Marine Corps. And so I think that that's done with informed consent and the understanding of what is entailed and what Marine Corps basic training will be like. And Singer makes those distinctions in a part of her book, Cults in Our Midst.
Yes, yeah. I really appreciate what you're hitting on with the element of deception, too. That seems to be core to this work, core to this chart. And so often it seems that what is education in these situations is masquerading as education. It's really thought reform. One example from this chart is the breadth of learning. So in real education, it focuses on learning to learn and learning about reality with the broad goal of rounded knowledge for the development of the individual. Whereas thought reform is inverted. It's an individualized target with a hidden agenda. You will be changed one step at a time to become deployable to serve the leader. Just a stark difference, but easily confused, I think.
Brad, let me flesh this out for you in an intervention I did with a Scientologist. And I have a chapter in my book that recounts this intervention. And it makes the very point that you just reiterated, which is that Scientology uses the name Scientology to imply that it's based on science. But in science and education, it's constantly changing. Theories are disproven. New research changes what we're learning and what the nature of the science that we're learning is based on. And so in Scientology, rather than science, what it really is dogmatic thought reform, being manipulated so that people will rigidly conform to whatever the creator of Scientology, L. Ron Hubbard, said is true, whether it is or it isn't. And an example I give in the book is that L. Ron Hubbard created a thing called the purification rundown. And his claim was that if you did this process, it would purge toxins from the fatty tissues of your body, which would remain there indefinitely if you did not go through the purification rundown. So in Narconon, which is a Scientology-based drug rehabilitation program, they do the purification rundown, which is you go through saunas, you sweat, you ingest large doses of niacin, and you learn the principles of L. Ron Hubbard and Scientology. And so all of this is done supposedly to purge residues from, let's say, cocaine, marijuana, LSD, or heroin from your body. But what science has proven is that you don't need the purification rundown, that your body dispels these dispels drugs in and of itself. And we know this because drug tests will eventually show no drug in the body. And it's not lodged in the fatty tissue. It's gone. And so the premise of the purification rundown is pseudoscientific. It's not real. It's not solid. So when I was working with this husband and father who was thinking of leaving his family to become a full-time member of Scientology in its staff organization, which is called the Sea Org, I said to him, you know, this is not real. And I showed him documentation to demonstrate this. And I said, science is always evolving, but Scientology is not about science. It's about thought reform. And the proof of it is you can't question this theory that Hubbard had. Now, it may have seemed like a good theory in the 1950s when Hubbard was creating Scientology, but it's been disproven by science. And so does Scientology change as science would change to address the fact that a theory has been proven false? No. L. Ron Hubbard must be right all the time, 100%, period, full stop. Hubbard is never wrong. And this is the same way in virtually every cult that I deal with. The leader is always right. And if you question the leader, you are wrong. And this is the same thing that you deal with in an abusive, controlling relationship. Ask yourself, how does my husband, how does my spouse handle it when I question whether what he believes or says is wrong? If I say, you know, I'm sorry, but, you know, honey, you're wrong about that. How does that work? Does the person say, well, thank you for giving me your input, and why do you think I'm wrong? Well, I think you're wrong because of this, and this, and this. Oh, okay, well, maybe I am wrong, and we should talk about this more, and maybe I will adjust and change because you've helped me by giving me constructive criticism. That's not the way a narcissist rolls in an abusive, controlling relationship, and it's also not the way a cult operates. So when you come up against that wall, and no matter what, no matter how obvious it is that the theory is wrong, that the leader is wrong, that the abusive, controlling partner is wrong, what you get instead is renunciation, rage, threats. That tells you that something is terribly wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, and this gets at something that I think the theories that you cited point out is that change will only occur if it's to further enhance the thought reform. Like I've seen one of these guys at work, and he pivoted through many different philosophies that he was using to educate, but really to do thought reform, until he got very closely connected, basically control over the originator of that school of thought. And then he said, now I own this method. This is our method. And this is how we are going to work. And that was when he settled. He'd been changing just to find one that gave him more leverage and almost like a connection to a higher power. He now had control over the originator of this philosophy. And that was his method for change.
That you also described Marshall Applewhite, who was the leader of Heaven's Gate. This is a very small, obscure cult that they all died. There were 39 of them, including Applewhite, who died near San Diego. I think it was 1995. And Applewhite told them that they should all ingest, a barbiturate mixed with vodka. And they did this, and then they were suffocated. Their people were, a plastic bag was put over their heads after they went to sleep, and they suffocated. And the last person shot themselves in, and died from a gunshot wound. And people would say, how could this group do that? I mean, how and why did they do that? And also, Applewhite struggled with his sexuality, and he would check himself in and out of mental institutions at one point in his life. And he ultimately resolved this by having himself castrated. And then other members of the group, male members, were also castrated, following his example. And again, people would say, how could people behave in this way? How could they do that to themselves, mutilate their bodies? How could they all die like that with him? And the answer is thought reform. And Heaven's Gate is one of the most extreme examples of a controlled environment that I've ever studied or looked at. So Applewhite had all of his followers in a leased house, and they could not leave the house unless they were accompanied by another member who would be with them to make sure that all was well and that they were not doing anything that would disrupt the thought reform. And Applewhite was called their teacher or their master teacher, and they were his class. And he was supposedly bringing them to an awareness that would elevate them to a level above human. And in fact, when they died, he told them, this isn't really suicide. You're simply shedding your containers to become a higher being. And to me, that was chilling, because what he was really saying is, you as a human being are nothing but a container. That's what he had reduced them to. They were containers, and they had cut themselves off from their families, their friends, with rare exception. And this was a completely controlled environment, a totally controlled group, constantly monitored. And he literally controlled them to death. And this is the worst result of thought reform, is when people become nothing. They simply are containers for the leader's ideas, the leader's will, and they no longer function independently or autonomously. I mean, this is the chilling final result of extreme examples of thought reform.
And to see if I understand, tying Applewhite back to the gentleman I mentioned earlier, so Applewhite, sort of the conduit to God, you have to go with Applewhite to be with God, just as the man I mentioned, he controls the method.
He was Applewhite was fascinated with Star Trek. And he would say that Jesus was actually an away team from a spaceship, and that he was, in fact, Jesus in a previous life, and that Jesus had failed the first time around, and he was killed by what Applewhite would call the Luciferians, and that now he was here to bring as many as possible to the level above human, to realize that they could change and evolve to a higher level, and that this was his mission. And so it was part Christianity, part sci-fi, but all thought reform. And this is what I would say to people, is that you will deal with a group that it may seem like it's martial arts, meditation, a diet program, a multi-level marketing business. It might be political. They claim to be political or environmental, or based on some scientific principle. But in reality, look beyond the facade. Look beyond the mask that the leader wears, and ask yourself, is this thought reform? Is this a destructive cult? Does it have the 3 core characteristics? Does it reflect the 8 criteria that Lifton lists for thought reform? Does it break people down, change them, and lock them in according to Shine's construct of coercive persuasion? Because regardless of how they present, that's simply the outer shell. That's the mask. What you want to look at is not what they say, but how they behave. Mm-hmm. Not what they claim to believe, but their actual group dynamics, the actual impact of what they do. So it's not about what a group believes, it's about their behavior. and groups will present themselves in a way to be appealing, sensational. The leader will grab things from the popular culture, like Applewhite grabs a bit of Star Trek and whatever, and they create this facade, this mask that entices people, becomes a lure, but that's not really what they're bringing you into. What they're bringing you into is a thought reform environment.
So, Rick, I think what we're talking about here, we're starting to touch on the history of the leader, and as we're kind of rounding out these four elements, the history of the leader would be another one that you bring up in an intervention. How does that go?
Okay, so there are 4 blocks to an intervention. First block is defining a destructive cult or defining an abusive, controlling relationship. Number 2, what is thought reform? What is coercive persuasion? Number 3 is, what do you not know about the group or your partner or the leader that you should know to make an informed choice about your continuing with that partner or that group? Because many times there is a lot of information about a particular group or a leader that is negative. People that have been hurt, lawsuits, criminal convictions, prosecutions, various allegations that all should be looked at to make a more informed choice. So at one point in the intervention, all of my research regarding a particular group or leader will come out, and I will review it with the person I'm working with. And the family will also talk about what they've discovered, what they've found. And that becomes a focus of the discussion. And then the 4th block in an intervention is, why did your family decide to do an intervention? What was it that they witnessed in your behavior and changes in your life that they felt were so alarming that they decided to do an intervention? And I've done at least 3 interventions that I can recall where someone was in a group, and as a direct result of being in that group, they were not taking medication. And in specific, I'm talking about insulin. So there were 3 different interventions that I've done where someone needed insulin to live, and they were not taking the prescribed dosage because the group told them that some supernatural meditation technique, exotic diet could cure their diabetes, and they didn't need to take so much insulin. One man that I worked with almost died twice before the intervention, and he was in a group called Falun Gong. People may be familiar with a dance company called Shen Yun, which you see prolific advertising online. Well, that is the creation of Falun Gong, which is led by a man by the name of Li, Master Li, who is an exile from China and who now lives in New York State, near a town called Deer Park in New York, where he has a very large compound called Dragon Springs. And if you look online, Falun Gong diabetes, you will see that the group claims that they can cure diabetes through meditation. So this man that I worked with, he believed that his diabetes could be affected by the meditation and spiritual exercises of Falun Gong. And he almost died twice. He was in his 30s. He had a young wife. He had a little girl that was, I think, at the time of the intervention, no more than 2. And so he had his whole life ahead of him. But he was almost dead because of his involvement in the group. So when his family was sitting there with him, his brother, his father, his mother, they said, please, would you understand and why we're so concerned about you? This is life or death. We're concerned because if you continue like this, you're going to die. And you have a wife and child, and we love you. So the family may express this at that point in the intervention. They will say, You're on the verge of losing your job because of this group. You're going to flunk out of school because you're not paying attention to your studies because of this group. Your wife is going to divorce you. You're going to lose your family because of this group. Your wife, your husband doesn't want to be with the group, and you're going to go through a divorce. You're going to go through a child custody battle because your spouse is going to try to protect the children from this group and its influence. So we, your family, are here because of these things. This is why we're here. One young woman I worked with in an intervention was subject to severe convulsions, and she took a medication to keep her from going into these severe convulsions that could result in her death. And she was not taking them because the group didn't want her to. It decreased her ability to function for the group. She wasn't as high energy.
Yeah.
She couldn't work as long or whatever. What they didn't care about was that she could go into a convulsion that could end in her death. But her family cared deeply about that. The man that I worked with that was going to go into Sea Org in Scientology was going to divorce his wife, move into Scientology housing, and he would be cut off in large part from spending time with his family. And his children begged him. They said, "Dad, we love you. We don't want you to go into Scientology in that way. I mean, we've taken courses that you suggested. We've kind of accepted that you're in Scientology. We're not quite enthusiastic about it like you are, but we can't handle you becoming a Sea Org member because of how it's going to affect our family." And that's why we're here, because this for 27 years. And his family had never staged an intervention until they felt that his entire family life was being threatened by them not doing an intervention. And so at one point in the intervention, the family, the people that have retained me, that we're all sitting together in the room, they're going to talk about what they feel is the reason for this intervention, why they became concerned.
Well, Rick Ross, before I ask my last question, where should people look for you online?
You can find the Cult Education Institute online at culteducation.com. There's also a site, abusivecontrollingrelationships.com, in which you can find a wealth of information, much of what I've talked about. And also, I'm on Twitter, now X, under Rick Allen Ross. You can follow me there. And the Cult Education Institute has a Facebook page and a YouTube channel. So you can see educational videos, follow breaking stories about cults through the Facebook page or the X Twitter account.
We'll put links to that in the description for people to check out. And Rick, my final question is that while your topic is dark, it seems that you've helped so many people. What has this whole experience been like for you as a cult deprogrammer?
As a cult deprogrammer, and also I act as a court expert witness. I've been qualified in 13 states, including United States federal court. And what it's got me is death threats. I've been under surveillance. One group, NXIVM, hired a private investigator to go through my garbage, to have me under surveillance. Another group actually was found out to have hired a hitman to kill a list of perceived enemies. I was on that list. So, and I've been sued 5 times by different groups for information that I shared online through culteducation.com to expose what they were doing. I mean, Keith Raniere, NXIVM, sued me for 14 years in federal court. Shortly before Raniere was arrested, his federal lawsuit against me was dismissed. All of the lawsuits against me, filed by cults, were dismissed, and none of them went to trial. And the purpose of the lawsuits, in my opinion, was to harass me, to bleed me out financially. And I must say, and I have to thank the many lawyers and law firms that represented me pro bono for free so that I could continue to share information with the public about destructive cults. So it's been an interesting career. There has been some danger in it for me, but at the same time, there's just been an incredible amount of a feeling of helping to get people out of very bad situations that they were in. And I have people staying in touch with me over a period of years and sharing with me that they had a baby, they got married, they bought a new house or whatever. One woman that I worked with, her parents were concerned because in the cult that she was in California, women were sterilized by the suggestion of the leader, the encouragement of the leader, to have a tubal ligation and cauterization. Men had vasectomies. And of course, for women, tubal ligation and cauterization would be very difficult to reverse, virtually impossible. And they would have to do in vitro or whatever to have a child. And the parents staged the intervention with their then 26-year-old daughter because they wanted her to have a future. And they wanted her to be able to have a family if she wanted. That intervention was successful. And years later, she sent me a picture of her daughter after her daughter was born. And it's things like that I think make my work feel worthwhile, despite the threats and the lawsuits and whatnot.
Well, Rick Alan Ross, thank you for the work that you do, for the information that you share, and for taking this time to do this interview with me. I appreciate it so much.
Thank you, Brad. To help raise awareness about narcissistic abuse, please share this video. It helps a lot.
Said it was three different things. You said it was Epstein, you just said it was Einstein, and then you said it was Eric. So which is it? Because there should be three E's. Sure.
Scott LaRock was sacrificed by KRS-One. Oh yes, he is.
What were you like? About 2 years old during KRS-One?
Sacrificed by KRS-One. Oh yes, he is.
And for no reason. He doesn't know her, singing the most horrendous stuff you've ever heard. He's done that to other people. Just don't feel like you're the only one. She knows this. Mr. Jones has seen this from the beginning. He won't bullshit you. He'll tell you exactly how.
Damn, son, what's the scoop? Please jump out of that loop, and soon just about noon, gonna whip up some of that truth through fucking goof going doofus, stormtroopers among us, guard borders, just following orders, see what's behind closed doors. I flick a bit to burn evidence, another name crossed on the shit list, fellow my list, new recruit witness, Shizzle chilling, hemming, writing fences, the ransom is past tense, live or die in defense, come again, don't forget there's an next and heroin, fall short, family and friend, anarchy, trend, this is several systems, love, money stacks, junkie crack, laughing at, elite brag, water snap, drama like interact, now I never see you, society prison, I ain't tripping, fucking to planet prison, looking for a reason, cause I can't admit it, I'm a solid at a broken fitness, outward hell, network simulations, fire, suicide, blood for somebody with sick accusation, place of normalization, classification, it's one-on-one, love to thank you when you need, hopefully he doesn't obsess over your kids, go ahead and hit on some fuck funny shit, and promote suicide, ain't that like this is slick, by all means, I'll just keep with that CP, narratives, not to drink the tea, you keep questioning, child ID, OGs, we got Scotty, recognizing sickles, death threats, LGBT questions about his so-called girlfriend, love and talk, fellow my thoughts, rinse and repeat, make believe, pretend, do it again, and tell a friend about your Walmart gift cards. Internet tough guy looking like a retard, that short car, the Polish child from Walmart, surveillance like a blade, star fantasy, love mill, generic avatar, net, girl Diana wishing on a star, speaking of gift cards, Walmart, says chick car. Osmosis, 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 David Coffee, come on in here. To the FollowMeMon shuffle pitches to NSA. FollowMeMon is a toxic weaponization of any sickle by Cox and correct landmine. We will weaponize Rex and the land before time. FollowMeMon dogs your name, followed by OJF. Do the same as the Jones like Tan speaking diplomatic, but your mama stayed happy. Tip chaos and Diana with the gossip. Ignore the hypnotic. I'm on the village idiot shit as I witness PDF legal advising. Full moon, not surprising. More death threats on the rise. Take it online, initialize with some artificial life. Turn this shit into an all-seeing eye. Smoke rise and polkatize. Hit the fucking side. Calling shotgun, hopping to a ride. About to hit a drive-by homicide. Damn, son, what's the scoop? It's soup just about noon. Could've picked up some of this soup. Fucking goofed on doofus. Stormtroopers among the dark orders. Just following orders. See what's behind closed doors. No, I get it. I know it. Idiots didn't notice the NSA has been reporting on TV for a very long time. Good luck on messing their idea. Good luck on they want something. And this is something I wanted to bring up earlier. So many people, as I was kind of asking before, about what they world with the motivation. So many people are actually discovering now our powers are very bad penalty. Damn, son, what's the scoop? Please do none of that loopy loopy soup. Just about you could have given up some of that soup. Fucking goofed on doofus, stormtroopers among the dark quarters. Just following orders, see what's behind closed doors. People are actually discovering now our powers are a very bad penalty. People, as we're discovering now, our powers of a very bad penalty.
He woke up in the middle of the night, actually first, and we both kind of at the same time in different states. He looks up the sky. He sees a black Chemi, okay, a black camera, right? And those are nanos. Those are smart nanos. We both at the same time got woken up in the middle of the night, scratching. This is, and it takes a couple of days for all the nanos to get to you. But it was literally like I had fleas. I've never had fleas. Scratching. He put on video, he had, while he was sleeping, blood spots on his head, face, neck. He was scratching himself so bad. What I did,
I get like that.
What you got to do is you got to douse yourself with the colloidal. The colloidal has been activated electronically. So it's gonna, boom, it's gonna knock that stuff right out. And that's the only thing that saved my butt.
Really?
13 Fox in California, he didn't know what to do. He had sores on him for a while from there.
Let's be on it, let's be on it, let's be on it, let's
Fix his finger, didn't really slip. He just liked the feeling of fingering his own butthole. He bought 2 flashlights
and gifted one to his brother to Nutskin. He lives with his parents, but his mom is too afraid to open his closet. He brags about having cam sex with married women. But I'll never snitch out. Oh, he snitched out, okay. Then there's Fix's twin AC. AC has her. He also doesn't mind dildoing himself to Brett's side chick. AC also was walking bull-legged after spending the night with News Now Houston. He loves to dance around in his mentees and has more pubic hair than bulge. AC didn't just hang out and film with a pedophile. He still to this day hangs out with a guy who showed his scrotum to old women and children on the internet. And if one weirdo perv wasn't enough, AC has another friend that publicly fantasized about sewn-up 12-year-old vaginas and raping women. But wait, there's more! He also showed up to a daddy-daughter couple that engages in incest while he stared at the younger daughter like a guest star from Chris Hansen's To Catch a Predator. If this wasn't gay enough for you, then we have Jamie, who infected his partner with Hep C and is more concerned about buying Legos than a cure. Jamie has a brother who is currently in court for beating his infant child almost to death. Jamie often talks about other people's sobriety, but fails to acknowledge his own addictions to gambling and homosexual erotica. Jamie hasn't confirmed the rumor about his HIV, but we suspect that his medications are the same ones that Ernie Shell and Teresa H. takes. So why these three? Well, they are all gay. They are all super fat. They all seem to be related to sexual deviance and dealing predators. Let's sing that again. Well, they are all gay. They are all super fat. They all seem to be related to sexual deviance and dealing predators. Shit, so beware. This is what you support. 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 Corrosive commentary loves hermaphrodite porn. Brett abandoned his kids as fast as they were born. AC stuffs his butt until it's swollen and torn. And Jamie's hep C spreads to the children of the corn. Choke me like me mommy, David Shiva has been bad. A furry faggot in a hurricane moves in with dad. The mountain chicken's neck so swell a sight that's truly sad. Fat ass bitches that can't get no dick seem to get really mad. Fat bitch, no dick, no dick, no dick. Fat bitch, no dick, no dick, no dick. Fat boy, is that your chick? No dick, no dick, no dick. Fat bitch, no dick, no dick, no dick. Ernie Shell's ass AIDS all over Jimbo's dick. Nicolina gets passed around like a hooker with one trick. Golden eyes, thunder thighs, more than a little thick. Even though writer Snapchats came a little quick. HR cheats on her baby's dad with the guy in socks and crocs and chickies ass cheeks. Looks infected with the pox. Capcom's Facebook is where the children talk about how he sexually harassed them with his cock. Fat bitch, no dick, no dick, no dick. Fat bitch, no dick, no dick, no dick. Fat boy, is that your chick? No dick, no dick, no dick. Fat bitch, no dick, no dick, no dick.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize about the delay there. Sometimes you got to take it back to the basics. I want to start this broadcast off with showing you who rented an AC protected when they decided to take out my channel. Yeah, the Tyrant Bird channel that was exposing these weirdo creeps. Listen to what they were protecting. You're about to listen to the words of Rex the Rapist Fred Erickson.
That are 8 years old being married all over the world.
Whoa.
Right
Yeah, we got to take that back.
Children that are 8 years old being married all over the world right now. As a matter of fact, most of the fucking world says anything above 14 is legal. In Germany, most of the high school students that are girls go to the brothel and work at the brothel at the age of 16 in order to pay for what? College. It's a normal thing.
What the fuck does any of that have to do with raping a child?
Yeah, that has nothing to do with
You're wrong. You're telling me that raping a child is wrong? Okay, what about all these other wrongs? How about it?
Oh my God, I'm not
clear in my.
You wrote a confession and signed it. That wasn't fabrication at all.
Fight another day. It's either fight now or fight another day. And you want to know something? It's impossible in order to sit there and beat that. You want to know why? Because any evidence you come up with in order to question the victim. Okay, her going out and being a whore, her getting arrested.
You're talking about a child, man. What the hell's wrong with you?
Fucking whore. I'm talking about a girl that.
Oh my God!
And in front of her fucking house.
You're a piece of shit, man.
Yes, she is a
piece of shit. No, you are.
She is so much of a piece of shit that.
Yeah, it's the underage kid's fault. It's not my fault, right?
Yeah, so there's that. But, I mean, you would think that after they learned that they protected a pedo, that's where it would end. Nope, it doesn't end there. But, luckily for you guys, I'm here to show you, what AC's friend group really looks like. Yeah.
Arrested an American man who was sexually exploiting children in Rio de Janeiro. His detention was in a downtown hotel. He described himself on social media profiles as a sex tourist. The text then includes a series of excerpts from the video.
As soon as they entered the room, the American, identified as Floyd Wallace Jr., 29, was arrested in the Liberty neighborhood in downtown Sao Paulo today to eat a game.
Is legal. In Germany, most of the high school
was handcuffed.
Go to the brothel and work.
The operation was carried out by teams from the Homicide and Personal Protection Department in support of civil police officers from the state of Rio de Janeiro. According to information from the Child and Adolescent Police Station, the American is accused of raping and sexually exploiting several children. In conducting their inspection of the hotel room where he was lodged, the police found a significant quantity of electronic equipment, including files containing child pornography. They also seized a variety of items such as pen drives, memory cards, a notebook of a computer, multiple cell phones, some stuffed animals, a watch with an embedded camera, and various other telephone devices. At the start of December, law enforcement commenced an intelligence operation following a report from a ride-sharing driver. Well, the driver stated that a user who had used a false name requested a ride with two minors. During the ride, the man spoke with the children who said they were going to meet an older man who didn't speak Portuguese. The girls couldn't explain how they knew him. That's when the civil police were contacted. On December 18th, the police identified a user who had requested another ride with 4 underage girls. During monitoring, agents identified that the American had traveled to Sao Paulo the previous Saturday and was planning to flee the country. This is where the teams established a perimeter to prevent his escape. A temporary arrest warrant was served for the crimes of rape of a vulnerable person and facilitating the sexual exploitation of children. His passport was also seized. The investigation also revealed that the criminal had self-identified as a sex tourist on social media profiles. According to the civil police, Floyd is a U.S. citizen and has a channel on a video platform where he posts videos of himself resisting police approaches and being arrested in various states of his native country, Portugal. The foreigner has a criminal record in more than 3 U.S. states for crimes such as resisting arrest, disorderly conduct, and assaulting a police officer. The combined sentences could reach 34 years in prison. Investigations continue to identify and locate other possible individuals involved in the scheme, as well as to determine if there are new victims.
Letitia Mean is in front of the federal police, which is investigating, right? And his arrest, where his arrest was made. Now searching for other members here in Brazil, because this gang is international, right, Letitia?
Yes, William. And the police also want to know how many victims were targeted by this man, this 29-year-old criminal. The information we have is that he is here at the federal police headquarters in São Paulo, an investigation together with the civil police of Rio de Janeiro, because that's where these victims were targeted, right? The first identified victims, which we covered in this report, were alerted to the authorities by a rideshare driver about these teenage girls who were going to meet this man. They said they didn't have much information about him, that he was a foreigner who didn't speak Portuguese, and this raised an alert among the police at the apartment. Our first live report was in front of the apartment, a kind of hotel, a lodging platform where he was staying in São Paulo. The police believe that in recent days he had been using this location as an escape route to return to the United States. Everything was very well planned. He already knew when he should post all this so that the police here in Brazil wouldn't find him. According to the investigation, he was even being financed to commit all these crimes here. Now, the objective of the Brazilian police, the federal police, the São Paulo Civil Police, and also the Rio de Janeiro Civil Police, William, is to count the number of victims and also listen to these families. And also, we will continue to follow up, William.
Thank you very much for the information.
Yeah, that's a thing. Floyd Wallace, a.k.a. News Now Omaha, a.k.a. Foreign Only, a.k.a. Authority Checks Buddy. Now, here's the interesting part is AC has denied interactions with Floyd, claims that he doesn't know Floyd like that, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, but what's really interesting is we're about to watch some video footage of AC in his Free Floyd Wallace movement. That's right, AC in his Freed Floyd Wallace movement. Enjoy this episode of Authority Check, a.k.a. AC, in his support of yet another pedophile while filming with a pedophile and a woman beater. But, you know, that's beside the point, right, guys? Right? That's beside the point? I don't know. You tell me.
Also, say hi to your audience. What up, guys? Authority Check.
Oh, here we go. Please note that is AC hanging out with PayPal Patty, a.k.a. the woman beater. And here shortly, you'll see another degenerate fuck hanging out with him, and no one other than the infamous David Earl Warden Jr., known across communities worldwide now for his child rape. In this video, they're trying to free Floyd Wallace. That's right, AC, trying to free the pedophile that was caught in Brazil that we just got done watching. Oh, we got ads. Well, let's get past that. Fuck up that show. Boop.
Hey, I got a bottle of water. Kind of thirsty. Water? No? You want to help a civilian? Hey, I got a bottle of water inside. Why any chance?
We do, but we have to sign it out.
that are without water. Okay. I mean, yeah.
Hey, sir, you said if I needed any help, I got a question for you. Oh, shit.
Are y'all checking this out? So we got an officer that's being escorted because we have people with cameras. No, it's interesting. It's not an officer. No, it's under dispatcher because we have people calling 911 saying that they're going to kill our dispatchers. Kill the dispatcher. Kill the dispatcher. Okay, so those cannot be our people. No, well, what I'm getting at is that's why they're being escorted. It's not an officer's dispatcher. We're just trying to make sure that they're getting safe. We have some that are crying inside their distraught because people are calling and saying that they're going to kill them. So I don't think that that's the right way we should be handling it. Okay. Well, my audience would not be. Tension is up. I get it. But if you know anybody that's calling in on 911, please don't. Well, that's why I'm telling the audience right now. Okay, because I'm live and I've been live this entire time. I'm so good. You video all you want, man. I was in the military. I support Second Amendment, First Amendment, all amendments. I get it. Okay. Like I said, we're just trying to make sure everybody right? Based on a set of facts that we see, we believe that we can the person runs. What is that? If you have an initial charge, it's done. So what I told you, when I was telling you, right now I'm still trying to look at a lot, I think I understand. That's what he did. When I told the corporal, if Officer Taylor purchased herself on affidavit, are you going to fire her? Are you interested in the person? She said in the affidavit, allegedly, that she witnessed Mr. Wallace not in the car.
Please keep in mind that all of these predators and predator protectors and weirdo fucking sick sexual degenerates like AC that ride butt plugs live on air in front of live audiences are in here trying to free Floyd Wallace, the international child predator caught in Brazil for child pornography and sexual exploitation of minor children. Yeah, that's a thing. Chances are, in my opinion, Floyd probably won't make it out of Brazilian prison. He'll probably die there. That's my personal opinion. We'll see how it plays out. But, I don't think that, those criminals are going to be very understanding of, a foreigner coming into their country and raping little kids. Just, again, personal opinions.
This is the whole video. We have the whole video. It shows he never touched the tire. She's a liar. She perjured herself in 2 days off this. Let's see where. But can you go to the tire part? Fast forward to the tire part. I wasn't trying to fast forward. I'm sorry. I just didn't understand where you're saying. So this starts from the moment he gets out of his car. Okay, so that's why you're saying. And at no point did he get to any point where he's down by the first one.
Just for identification purposes, if anyone knows who this dude is in the black shirt right there, I would like more information on that dude. I mean, he looks like a fucking creeper. I don't know who that is, but maybe you guys do. Maybe we should ask AC.
Never touched the tire, Chief. And then I'm assuming that
hey, Leslie.
after he did that, so it wouldn't be here.
So this is the chief of police, guys, that we're talking to. He's the new chief here in Tomball. He's at least being looking at the video, and maybe he's not acting like a tyrant. So we do have to give credit to the officers. He's listening to Patrick, trying to explain as best he can the situation.
He's not even close. He could it's like
It is, but it isn't. It is, but it isn't.
It's not published. But
yes.
It's into a very so that we can see each other.
It's security for us, so we know for sure somebody's got our back.
Again, as you can see, he's not even at me.
Hear that? AC's got Floyd's back. No big deal. It's okay he's got fucking sock puppets in his bag. It's okay that his devices are fucking riddled with child porn. AC doesn't care. AC just wants those clicks and views. Here shortly, you'll even see David Earl Warden Jr., the renowned fucking child rapist, join in on this broadcast. Yeah, imagine that.
Take a look.
Shit show viewers, this is what you support.
We got a third issue, but I'm waiting till y'all get done with all this.
Go to website. Like the ads don't even work right. Like how embarrassing is that? Maybe I should buy YouTube Premium or something. Or maybe not. No, I really shouldn't. Anyways, 10 minutes later.
Yeah, you do. So what I can't see is where he is when then he takes off. The news is the guy who's in El Paso, and he's the one providing the pizza today.
Did you call Pizza Hut?
I don't know if it's Pizza Hut.
Okay. Hey, thank you, Horizon with City News.
Yes.
Horizon City News, thank you so much. I know this guy really appreciates the pizza. He's gonna love it. Horizon. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yo, they're out there supporting a fucking pedophile for pizza. Like, stop that.
If you want to tell my subscribers what your channel is, tell them. While we're asking video or downloading it. Taylor, do not lie on the affidavits. You take your peace officer license for that, please. It's perjury. That's a felony. It's all on video, man. He was live streaming with a body cam. Do not commit perjury.
Down here where I'm at. I've never seen that myself. My dog, I got a little.
So here AC is with, child rapist, News Now Houston, a guy who molested his own children, in fact. But nonetheless, this is AC's camera view while he's hanging out with all of these weirdos, trying to free no one other than the international sex ring leader, a.k.a. Floyd Wallace, a pedophile caught in Brazil with sock puppets and child porn on his devices that he most likely was engaging with. It's pretty disturbing, actually, when you start getting into it. Just so you know, if you were interested in this story, you can follow more of it simply by typing in Floyd Wallace into your YouTube browser, and you will see an overabundance of content created by the Passport Bros and, dudes that run around, internationally to date women, talking about how Floyd Wallace doesn't represent them. And in no way, shape, or form should the Passport Bro movement be diminished by the actions of Floyd. However, they are definitely covering this because it is something that is now affecting their international travel. And no homes.
Yeah. And she like walking through the yard, like she wouldn't pee. She wouldn't do. I had to clear snow to a patch of grass so she peed. Crazy. Like, Doug, are you serious?
That was my guy. He said there was no priority one call.
I told you. Of course not. No priority one call. They just come running out of here, running like a madman, putting lives at risk.
One of them behind yellow.
Yeah, putting lives at risk for nothing.
It's really funny coming from a dude that shoved a fucking firearm inside of a woman's vagina as he fucking, zip tied her and then raped her in the back of her fucking vehicle or his vehicle or however that went. Yeah, listen, we'll get into that another time.
No, that's what they do. There's your heroes. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And it's all because they hate accountability. They hate all they have to do is the right thing.
Let him go.
Yeah, all they got to do is they've seen the video. The chief has seen the video, so he knows it's all lies. But you see, now that they filed the charges, if they go to the DA and say, "Oh, we made a mistake," that doesn't look good for them. Yeah. Because the only person that can drop the charges once they're filed is the DA. That's it. So that's what they have to do. Oh man.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, again, how many pedos must these guys film with, interact with, support, protect? There's a reason why Brett and AC and fucking Jamie and all them struck down the Tyrant Bird channel that was doing nothing more than exposing Jimbo, that fucking weirdo Mike, and that fucking local rapist Rex Allen Fred Erickson. But keep in mind, this is what you support. Shit show viewers. This is what you support. Yeah, that's a thing. Well, anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed. I'm not really going to fucking entertain much more of this, but in the meantime, yeah, there's this.
You thought you get off the registry, but your case has been tossed. Millions of dollars that you never see, and knowing in America you'll never be free. Played with your mind, played with your life, so I could laugh at all your pain and strife. Bird brain, bird always win, always win. Bird brain, bird always win, always win. I sing a little song from a little tune while you talk to ChatGPT in your room, crying about a bird that played you dumb, and for no other purpose than to have some fun. Everybody is laughing at you because you're such a fool, and probably won't realize how it happened or by who. But your life will always amount to one thing: a man forever on the registry because I'm me. Bird always win, always win. Bird brain, bird always win, always win. Bird always win, always win. Bird brain, bird always win, always win.
There's children that are 8 years old being married all over the world right now. There's children that are 8 years old being married all over the world right now. There's children that are 8 years old being married all over the world right now. As a matter of fact, most of the fucking world says anything above 14 is legal. In Germany, most of the high school students that are girls go to the brothel and work at the brothel at the age of 16 in order to pay for what? College. It's a normal thing.
What the fuck does any of that have to do with raping a child?
Yeah, that has nothing to do with
You're wrong. You're telling me that raping a child is wrong? Okay, what about all these other wrongs? How about it?
Oh my God, I'm not telling.
Clear in my.
You wrote a confession and signed it. That wasn't fabrication at all.
That's what it's set up. Fight another day. It's either fight now or fight another day. And you want to know something? It's impossible in order to sit there and beat that. You want to know why? Because any evidence you come up with in order to question the victim, okay, her going out and being a whore, her getting arrested.
You're talking about a child, man. What the hell's wrong with you?
Fucking whore. I'm talking about a girl that goes.
Oh my God.
In front of her fucking house.
You're a piece of shit, man.
Yes, she is a
piece of shit. No, you are.
She is so much of a piece of shit that
it's the underage kid's fault. It's not my fault, right?
We were in this spirit war journey together, by the way. And so she came down beside me, and Samson, dressed in her brown armor. She has beautiful brown armor that just glistens and shines. And we weren't really cloaked because we didn't really care. We wanted to fight. The Lord said, destroy them all. Kill them all. So that's what I was intending to do. And, I'm still in counsel with the Lord on how exactly to do this. But we saw many UFOs landed there, like fleets of them, at least 100 of them. So I told the rookie, take your bombs and go out there. Take these 5 mighty men are going to go with you to protect you as you place these bombs on each one of those ships. So the rookie began to do this. She ran out, and the 5 mighty men went with her to protect her as she placed bombs. As she was placing these bombs, red ones, oranges, yellow, blues, just all kinds of different ones, and each one would do a different thing. And I still don't understand that, and she doesn't understand it yet either, but the Lord will give us clarity on it. So as I was watching her do this, in come another UFO, son of darkness, ships of black. And it landed, and I could sense there were children on board. Sure enough, there was. And I did a story the other day, a vision the other day about the castle and the children in the castle. Well, at that moment, I knew it was the same children that were in the castle, underneath the castle grounds. And I also seen at that moment that the castle was just a big diversion, and it was a transport station for taking small children to the moon to be sacrificed to all these filthy fallen angels. And they would eat them. These children were bound and they were crying as the gates began to open on this craft. I picked up my sword, Samson, and the mighty man, and I ordered them, as soon as that thing opens up, storm it. So we moved into position around the craft. The gates kind of stopped as they sensed danger. They sensed us around. They didn't know what was going on. They tried to hush the children, but the children got louder. They were terrified. I couldn't do anything about the children in the hole, but I was dang sure going to do something about these. So I looked over to the rookie, and she continued to place bombs, doing a fantastic job and moving so fast in the spirit. the mighty man with her. It was then that 6 fallen angels came up out of a hole, just like you would see a dice on a dice, the 6. They were in the exact same line, 3 on each side. They were marching towards the craft to escort the children to be sacrificed. Wasn't going to happen. So without me saying anything, many mighty men attacked them immediately and destroyed them. It's kind of weird to say when you say that about a spirit destroying the spirit, but in actuality, they just kind of kick the crap out of them and they hold them because it has to be done by a man of faith in the flesh who walks this earth. That's the rule. I don't get it, but that's a rule. So I then very quickly moved over and beheaded each one, took their wings, put them in. It only took a split second to do as they had them. Then I moved back to the craft. I was worried about those children. 7. That makes 7 fallen angels that were took down. They're the lesser fallen angels, but nonetheless, that was 7. There were going to be many more. And I know I took another one out of a hole. Samson and I took another one out of a hole. So that was 8. I'm sorry, guys, I can't. It's hard to remember every detail all the time. We then moved back in position around the craft as it went ahead and opened up as the pilots of the craft saw the 6 coming out of the hole. So they were at ease, and they opened the gate. But it had many fallen angels and demonic demons on board. And we rushed in immediately as their backs were turned to us and to the children. They were frightening the children on purpose, ordering them, kicking them. They're just objects to these people, these entities. So Samson and I went on board. I shoved my sword through the heart, through the back of one. Samson ripped the head plumb off of one. And the other mighty man stormed in, and we subdued them. Many angels began to ascend from heaven and take these children one by one as they thanked me as they passed. Thank you, Blazer. Thank you for rescuing us. Thank you for helping us, as the angels would take them off. It was then the rookie came on board the enemy craft, and I was going to take this craft, and I was going to use it for a snare, but that wasn't to be, because it was about then that 2 of my grandchildren showed up, Cooper and Ryan. They come running aboard the enemy craft, and they started looking at the rookie. It was so funny, so funny. Little Ryan had his earthquake hammer. He calls it an earth shaker hammer. Cooper was dressed in a pilot uniform, and they were just looking at the rookie up and down, and I could hear their thoughts and stuff. She's pretty, but that ain't Grandma. So they were kind of confused in the spirit about what I was doing with the rookie and stuff, and I just told them it's okay. We're fighting, we're doing this. So they kept looking at her for a while. And I said, okay, you guys, y'all stay right here because there's more of them in the cockpit, and I have to go and kill them. Little Rhonda said, oh no, Grandpa, I'm going to take them down. Watch what I do. I said, Ryan, you can't do that. He said, oh, yes, I can. Cooper was right behind him, and he wasn't saying too much at the time. And then he moved over beside me as Ryan took the lead with his hammer and his armor on. The rookie was with us, Samson, as we followed to make sure that Ryan was going to be okay. And he had turned around and says, I don't need no help. I got this. I'm going to do this, Grandpa. You watch. So it was so cute, so beautiful. As we moved in, there's really no doors going into the cockpit. It's just kind of open. There's not no doors. The little Ryan peeked around there, and they were looking. I believe there was 5 of them, 4 or 5 of them there. Ryan took his hammer. As one turned, Ryan ran in and hit him in between the eyes with that hammer, and he just shook like a leaf. And then Ryan ran around the cockpit, hitting each one of them with that hammer. And I mean, he was drawing it back, and he was lowering it. Boom. And he moved back over. Watch this, Grandpa. Watch this. I watched them shake and then just explode into dust. And then the ones that were already on the ship that were taken down, they began to just disintegrate into dust. Go sit down. Go. Talking to a dog. So then angels began to come aboard and sweep up the dust with a broom and a dustpan and put it in the sacks. Little Ryan said, I told you, Grandpa, Jesus taught me how to do this. I just laughed, and we just laughed at him. It was so cute, so wonderful, as he took down 5. It was then Cooper. Little Cooper came into the cockpit, and he said, I'm taking this ship, Grandpa. This is mine. I said, no, buddy, I'm going to take this one and use it for a trap. He says, no, you're not. This is my ship. This is my ship. I came, and this is mine. It was so funny. And he was dead serious talking to me. You're not getting this one, Grandpa. I'm taking this one to heaven, and we're going to fix it. Jesus said it was mine. Can I have it? Well, who am I going to tell him no? The little boy touches my heart so much. He was baptized in the Holy Spirit at 18 months old. Lifting his hands, speaking in tongues, praising God. And he does so much, and I see him so much in the spirit realm. In the fleshly realm, I'm not allowed to see him. A vengeance thing. And he was so excited to have this craft. And yeah, this is mine. You're not getting this one, Grandpa. We're going to fix it. I'm going to take it to heaven. It's going to be purified. Jesus said I could bring it. I said, okay, Cooper, you can have it. And he was so happy at that. Yeah. Just praise you, Lord. Praise you, God, that you allow me to see my grandchildren in the spirit, that I'm allowed to operate with them in the spirit realm. Thank you, Father. Because anyway, it was getting time for us to leave the ship, because we'd been there too long. And Rookie said she could not hold the bombs very much longer. So I said goodbye to Ryan, gave him a kiss on the cheeks. Cooper ran to me and began to cry as I held them both and just held him. He said, Grandpa, why can't I see you in the flesh? I want to see you. It was really touching and really hurt my heart. I just told him, just please forgive your mother and don't worry about it. It'll be okay, buddy. And he just still continued to cry. He was crying and sobbing so much. It was very hard for me to leave him that way. But Ryan said, "It's okay, Grandpa. I got him." And Ryan began to hug his cousin and comfort him as he was still crying very much. See, I used to take him, little Cooper, and Caleb, and put them on my knees when they were infants. They couldn't even barely hold their necks up. And I did this for almost a year with both of them at the same time, because Brenda would watch them, and then she would go somewhere, then they would stay with me, and I would just put them on my lap, and I would listen to worship music. So they from day one, they've been exposed to the Spirit of God. And they're both left-handed, Benjamites, little Benjamites. But this is how I kind of taught them to walk. I put them on there, and I would worship God with them for hours, change their little dirty diapers, give them bottles. I would just be in the Spirit of God and the Spirit of the Lord. And so it caught on to them. It's kind of like catchy. And I would take little Cooper, and I would hold his little hands, and I made up the song. I did it the other day, but I'll redo it. I just said, "Happy Pete, happy Pete, Cooper's got little happy Pete. He can sing and he can dance and he can make a poo-poo in his pants." And I would clap and say, "Yay!" And then he would clap, and smile, him and Caleb. And they would be moving their feet to the music. Just standing, I'd be holding them. They'd be just moving their little feet, smiling, laughing. I'll always cherish those memories, that little song. I know it's just a little song, but I will always cherish that moment. He continued to cry. I began to cry and weep as the rookie touched me and comforted me, and Samson. And Ryan said, "Go, Grandpa. I got Cooper." And we moved off the ship. The angels had swept up the last of the dust, the falling ones, and put it into bags. And they were now leaving, exiting. All the children were gone that were saved on the ship. So it was ready to go. As we moved off, Cooper shut the cargo bay door, but he was still crying bitterly. So was I in my spirit. We moved back into the shadows. As Cooper raised the ship from the moon and headed back beside the Trailblazer. I then watched him arrive by the Trailblazer up and just stop because he wanted to watch. They wanted to watch what was going to happen. It was quiet on the moon at that time. There were no more fallen angels around. They were all down there feasting on the flesh of the children. I'll never forget those screams. And I'm going to kill every one of them, just as I was commanded. It was then that the little banquet party was over. And many of them began to come out and to fill the ships. They began to come up on the ships as we ascended back to Trailblazer by the power of God. We then arrived back on the Trailblazer, the mighty man, Samson, the rookie, and myself. And I put Trailblazer in gear. I always have a clutch and a 4-speed tranny on my ship. I don't know how you guys do it, but I like to peel out. I then popped the clutch on the Trailblazer and just zoomed down toward the moon so they could see me. And then they really began to panic and jump aboard their ships. And now you could see these ships taking off one at a time, but very quickly in pursuit of me. I could outrun them easy in the Trailblazer, but I wanted to lead them to the asteroid field. Wanted them to think that they were gaining ground on me because they had bombs and they didn't know it. Rookie had cloaked the bombs with a little cloth little cloak so they couldn't be seen. But she was losing control of them as they pursued us. One went off and completely destroyed the ship. And it was a yellow bomb, disintegrating the ship and the occupants upon it as the dust was gathered by more angels. It's kind of how it works. They were closing on me, so they thought, and I just shifted into second gear. Pulled out ahead of them into the astral field. And I said, now, rookie. At that, the rookie released her energy, and simultaneously, 99 ships exploded, sending like fireworks and sparkles as we pulled up in Trailblazer and just watched the explosions in the astral field. It was very beautiful. I mean, it's colors, but it wasn't very beautiful for the occupants. And it destroyed many fallen angels, many demons, many Anunnaki. And it was a wonderful battle for our first battle on the moon. Then that little Ryan and Cooper passed the Trailblazer on the way to heaven. So we got to go back to heaven because we got to get my ship fixed. He was still weeping and crying as he looked out his window toward me and told me he loved me as they passed by. Both of them did. Ryan picked up his little hammer in the window. Look at my hammer, you know. It was very, very wonderful. It was as I asked Rookie, I said, have you ever seen Planet X? He said, no. Well, I'm going to take you there. I'm going to show you what's coming. I moved in the direction of the far side of Jupiter. As it was coming, the dragon was coming. Passed by the main body planet. You know, we could see the comets and asteroids that make up the vertebrae and the tail of this dragon called Lucifer. I could see him beginning to look at me, but he has no authority to do anything to me. Just gets pissed off at me. So I showed her the backbone, the vertebrae, and the tail. That when he whips around the sun, that his tail will whip the earth. You'll find this in the book of Revelations, folks. It will be the hailstones. And it's coming. As Aaron has seen, the army of God, the saints of God, established 3 times this morning, do not be afraid, do not fear them. Probably about to show them to you, Aaron. So don't fear them, because they're on your side, brother. But what's coming is not on our side. So we have much work to do before it gets here. Many fallen angels to take down, many demons to take down, and many that we need to share the gospel, just the plain, simple gospel. You don't have to make it fancy, because it's the Holy Spirit that speaks through it. Just deliver the gospel. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, the unique one, that whosoever should believeth in him, just believe in him, should not perish, but receive everlasting life. It didn't say immortal, did it? It said everlasting. There's a difference, folks, between being immortal and everlasting. That's the simplicity of just receiving the gospel. To become immortals Only Jesus can take you there. I've told you much of the clues, many of the signs to do this, to be one of the immortals, one of the sons of light, but not all will be. But the calling is open for everyone. It's up to you to move into it, to receive it, to let go of everything and just soar like eagles after him. This was the first battle on the moon. The castle battle is over because it's just a transportation hub. I tried to go into the spirit with some brothers the other night on Michael Basham's channel, but I guess they had other plans, so I'm going to have to destroy it myself because it's not going to be a transportation service anymore. I'm going to take the rookie by, and she's going to cast her most powerful bomb, and we're going to blow it to bits. Watch the news for some of these things. I don't know how to destroy all these fallen ones on the moon because there's so freaking many of them. They're like maggots on a dead cow. Probably most of you haven't seen that. Some of you have. That means there's a lot. When I was being recruited into Spirit Wars many years ago, the Lord took me to Puerto Rico, and he told me there's a dragon underneath the water, and it's pregnant. And whenever he said that, I could see all these little cocoons. I mean, they were just all over in the belly of this beast. I'm not going to tell you how I got into the dragon. Well, might as well. I'll tell you everything else. The tail was up on the dry land of Puerto Rico, and it entered in the dragon. You might call it butthole. Kind of nasty, isn't it? But I went on there with many angels. The mighty men weren't part of me then, wasn't part of my battling. Hadn't quite got to that point yet. But I had 4 very powerful angels, Zeb and 3 others. I had a spear. But we went in through the anus of this dragon, into the belly of it, into the womb. And there were just cocoons everywhere, just everywhere. And the Lord commanded me, destroy them. So I began to stab them with the spear. And you could hear the shrieks of them, and the dragon would rumble. I did this for many, many days till we destroyed them all. And then we exited out the dragon. The dragon swished its tail and swam away from Puerto Rico. So I don't know what that means or anything, but I did do that many years ago. The angels. Well, it's the same thing on the moon. They're like maggots everywhere. And I'm still in counsel with the Lord on how to do this. I mean, how, Lord, am I going to do this? There's so many of them. How can I destroy them all? Where are all the spirit warriors? Where's the army? I need much help, Lord. I haven't received an answer yet. The answer that I received from him, I guess, was that walking vision where I almost fell off the cliff. The Lord tell me I'm not going to tell you anymore until you share what I've already gave you. And that's kind of what we do. If I don't tell the story, I don't receive anymore. You'll see by telling these to people of God, to children of God who love the Lord, I am establishing it. I am believing heaven to earth. You are believing heaven to earth when you establish what he tells you and what he shows you. It must be established. It's then that I was back in the lead of the diamond around Trump. Trailblazer returned to the diamond around Trump. The rest of the Ninth Fleet remained and filled my spot of vacancy, which I'm really never vacant from there because I can do multiple battles at once. It's just something the Lord has taught me to do. That's a lot of times why I just jump back in these stories, because I can do 2 or 3 battles at once, no problem. And so can you. Just continue to believe in him. Push, push, push. And I want all of us to go into spirit right now into the tectonic plate in Alaska, to see yourself along this black granite wall. On the other side is the demonic realm, because we shut the gate there, folks, with technology. Technology is pinned to that gate of hell, to a brick wall that I built. And we pinned him there. So the gate was closed. So now they're pushing on the tectonic plates. And they had 6,100 earthquakes since the big one, the 7.2. They've had 6,100 earthquakes. 4.0s or better. Sometimes they have 5.5 several times a day. So the demons are pushing on this tectonic plate. So just bend down, put your shoulder into it, warriors. Pray for the spirit of might to come and push back on this plate. We're not ready yet. There's not enough of us yet. Push, push in the spirit. Push. We have to buy time for the up and coming spirit warriors. And you are already above them. If you're a spirit warrior, if you're pressing in, you are now growing in your stature in the kingdom of heaven. You're establishing your positions in the war. You're establishing fruit in the spirit now, because you never had fruit in the flesh. But now many rewards are coming to you in the spirit realm that can never be taken. So keep on fighting, keep pushing on this wall. Keep running silent trails until the Lord tells you otherwise. Keep on loving him, because he loves you very much. Boy, I could speak about his love all day long. What he's been doing is just so amazing. The last few days, he has told me some out there stuff, buddy. Let me tell you, there's no way I'm going to repeat what he's told me. No way. I've been in the garden, learning true love, learning how to love. I'm not just talking about loving someone. I'm talking about your companion, your spouse, your partner. How to truly love them without the sex part. It's phenomenal. It's amazing what God will do to bring you back to the garden. See, we have to get rid of all these pieces, the garbage that we have, our thoughts, and let him reteach us. Because it's hard to find out everything that you've ever been taught is a freaking lie. Because it is. It's a lie. So we have to be retaught by him. So just let him take you wherever he will. I'm going to get off of here. I've been on here long enough. If I can figure out how to get off of here. I haven't got this thing down, but hopefully it didn't buffer today. I hope it didn't. Because I know no one wants to listen to a buffered message. I mean, gosh, I wouldn't. So I'd rather just not do them than do them when they're coming out so badly. But brother, that's why I deleted that one video. It's because it was buffered so bad. So I think until next time, I'm going to get off of here. And Father, I thank you for being here. Holy Spirit, I thank you, Jesus, the mighty man, Samson. I thank you all for being here with me. And I pray that this message goes out and touches the heart and soul of your people, God. And I pray that they will learn from it. In Jesus' name, amen. God bless y'all. Have a wonderful day. Go kill something in the spirit today, even if it's a demon. Just pull your sword, kill it. Later, guys, girls. God bless y'all. Bye. Hey, guys are already on your fast. Guys are on our fast. Welcome, Aaron. Welcome, Alan. Smell it. Smell victory. Hello. Something's going on here. I may have to restart. I'm getting whacked. Now we're back. Okay, it's just whacking me up here, but I'm back on it. It's here. Hello. Excuse me. Welcome, Zach. About time you got here. You got your horse, Zach? Want you to join us today, brother. Need some blessings. Praise your Lord. Doesn't matter if you join us live, Zach. I'm just going to start taking you there. Hi, Carrie. Alan, welcome. Jamie, welcome. Everyone still on the moon? Zach, waiting on you to arrive. Jamie, come with us this morning. Also saddle up and come to the moon. Can't miss us. We're the ones raising hell. Hello, am I still good? Now they're whacking my phone. I'm going to whack somebody today. Can't see your text right now. So you guys just talk. I'll check them out to reboot my phone. They hit it. They never know where I'm at. Praise the Lord. Wait till my phone comes back, and I'll start. Welcome all of you. God bless y'all this morning. Everybody just take a deep breath. I always say, Lord, when you breathe in, let me breathe in. When you breathe out, let me breathe out. I've been everywhere this morning. I don't know what's going on with my phone. Don't really care. Praise God. Worshiping all morning. Listen to Kim Walker, Carrie Joe, Third Day, Revelations. It's incredible. Incredible morning, incredible night. I was in heaven last night at my home at the dock where Trailblazer was built, and there's many other ships being built. It was just such a blessed evening, a blessed night, and we made much ground last night. Father, I just ask you to be with us this day, God, that you would remove the scales from your people, Lord, so that they may hear, so that they may see and understand. I ask you to send the seven spirits, the spirit of might, upon the warriors, God, to give them courage and strength for what we have to do. I just praise you, Holy Spirit, that you are here, that the window is open for me and all of the warriors. Father, I ask you to block out all evil that would come against us. Protect us, our families, our loved ones. In Jesus' mighty name. By the cross, Lord, by your death, and by your resurrection power, Jesus, I speak immortality over these spirit warriors. I speak that they would begin to believe in your promises of immortality that's coming. I just praise you, God. Praise you, my Father. Thank you, Lord, for calling me your son. Thank you, Jesus, for your precious blood on Calvary that you spread on Mount Golgotha. Grant us victory this day, Jesus. Amen. I am in it today. So anyway, we made much ground. I hope everybody's in the spirit, because today we will have victory. Jesus is still above us, and I am riding to him this morning. Do not advance any further, because if you'll look, you'll see that we're standing on the edge of a mighty crater, and it's boiling with falling angels. That's the rookie who is riding banner and lifting the banner of the Benjamites to pass out bombs to each one of the warriors as I go to be with Jesus for a few minutes. Praise you, Lord. I'm coming, God. Now I'm moving on midnight towards the Lord who is hovering above. As the rookie hands out bombs, don't advance any further. But we're about to advance much further. Been nothing but receiving this battle most of the night, all morning. Can you smell victory? I smell victory. I smell Dracula. And he don't smell very good. I smell fear upon him. I'm almost to Jesus. As Rookie continues to hand out the bombs, just hold them. They won't hurt you, but they'll devastate them. Just roll them around in your hands and feel the power that's in them. Doesn't matter what color she gives you. It's very powerful. Praise you, Lord. I am now with Jesus, the wise man, as we hold counsel again above the battlefield. I need to see if you're there, Zach. I got something for you to do. Praise you, Lord. I am listening to the Lord this morning as he gives me battle instructions. Okay, Zach, if you're there, Jamie, if you're there, just put it down in the text so I can see that you're there. Okay, I see Zach, you're there. Jamie, are you there? I'm just going to put you there. You don't have a choice. Aaron's riding a musical note this morning, blasting his music down into the crater. All right. Jamie's there. Zach's there. Zach, if you followed us yesterday, turn around from the circle and look. I want all you warriors to look as you hold your bombs at the ground you covered. Praise you, Lord. Everywhere that you slayed them, there's now a precious gem laying on the ground. Purples, oranges, blues, reds, gems of many colors. These were stolen from heaven. When Satan and these fallen ones were booted, they stole them. See them laying on the ground where once stood a fallen one. After this battle, I want you guys, you warriors, to collect those. Just reach into your little pouch, pull a little toe sack out, and gather these stones. After the battle, not yet. Zach, I need you to go and bless the ground, walk around the circumference of the circle, and bless the ground that we have taken. For you are mighty powerful in this. Praise you, Lord. As I am with the Lord, I'm receiving instructions. If you look up above the circle, you will see these golden tipped angels coming. They're solid white, except for the tips of their wings are solid gold. These are mighty warring angels. Praise you, Lord. Jesus is very excited for all of us this day, and many promotions will be given today in the spirit realm because he's so very proud of what we've done. We covered much, much ground overnight. Don't step off into these fallen ones because you'll fall into a crater. Yes, Lord. And Jesus is so beautiful. I just hope that y'all can see him. Remove the scales, Lord, so they may see you. Feel his love. Just feel him. The Lord wants you to know these are some of the greater things that we are doing than he did. I know that's hard to fathom. It's hard for me to fathom that. But it is. Some of the greater works that he spoke of. And it takes men and women in the flesh who walk the earth, who believe in him, You believe, Father, when he tells you something, no matter how unbelievable it is to the fleshly mind, let your spirit mind receive it. Because this is not our home. We are all aliens here. But soon it will be our home as we kick evil off of the face of the earth and we attack them at their fortress today. Praise you, Lord. I'm on my way back to the circle. The circle is closed. I see Zach walking around blessing it. Zach is a blesser of land. That's who he is. And he is also a warrior. Aaron, I want to tell you again what I told you when I was at your home. The Lord wants you to bring cases to the courts pertaining to pedophile and all evil. You are a prosecutor in the kingdom of heaven. Alan, my friend, you're a mighty warrior. Where's Brutus? I don't see Brutus here today, but he is still with us. So I'll keep him on the inside. We're all kind of on the inside now because we're in a circle as I am arriving back. I'm dismounting. Everyone dismount. Stand in the circle. Pull your swords, one hand, your bomb in the other. After you throw your bombs, when I tell you to, Rookie's back beside me on banner, holding the Benjamite banner high. The battling rams are about ready. It's about their turn. The golden tip angels are gathered above the crater. On the count of three, everyone throw your bombs into the center of the crater of all these fallen ones. They look like waves upon the sea. There are so many of them. And soon you will see why. 1, 2, 3. Let your bombs go. So they're in the air. Catapults have pulled also. Praise you, Lord. The eagles are dropping hot meteors into the center. And they all land simultaneously and blow the crap out of them. At this point, the golden tip angels are now descending into the crater. Don't go in. Let them do their work. They're destroying the remaining ones. And as they do, look down into the crater. An evil castle that covers hundreds of acres is now being seen. As the angels are all gathering in there and taking out the rest of these fallen ones that are in this particular spot. Dracula's castle. Pedophile's castle. Praise you, Lord. Just wait a minute. Let them do their work. Lift up your hands and just praise him. Thank you, Lord God, what you've done. Thank you, Jesus, that you allow us to be part of your kingdom. Praise you, Lord. And as you look back down, you'll see that the battle is there. The angels is almost done. There's a group of carpenter angels now building us a path down. In front of each one of you, a path is being carved in the crater so that we may descend into it. As each step is being formed from you down towards the bottom, take that step. We will all arrive at the same time. Steps are being carved for the battling rams. They are now headed down, and they do this really quick. I've met these carpenter angels many times. I watched them build one of my homes in the kingdom outside the holy city that sits on a bay as big as San Francisco Bay, if not bigger. I watched them and worked with them to build Trailblazer and many other ships. And you can also do this. You all have a home in the outer courts of heaven. It's for the living, it's not for the dead. It's for us, and it's for everyone who will take up their sword and fight in the spirit wars. No matter what it is your job is, just believe him, because it is the truth. Praise you, Lord. Steps are now done, and we are now arriving at the bottom. You'll see an ugly moat around this place, and it boils with black water. But there's nothing in it anymore because the angels took it all out. Draw your swords, your spears, blast your music, Aaron. Continue to bless the land, Zach, and just come on down when you're ready. And draw your sword and your shield also. Everyone's a warrior today. Praise God. Jesus has now moved to the edge of the crater, and he looks from above. We're so blessed that he allows us to be part of this. And we do this by faith. Faith of a mustard seed, just a little grain of faith. The battling rounds are now taking their positions. There's two lines of them. And as they pound the gates, there's two gates, two great gates, and there's steel girders holding these gates. They will take these redwood trees and they will pound. They will run toward them and pound, and they will move off to the side, and the next one is going to be just constant. Whenever they bust the gates, we will rush in and we will battle in the courtyards, the army that's waiting for us there. The mighty men are with you. Many angels are with you. When we get in there, just swing away. You will not be harmed. You will not be defeated. Because Jesus is with us. The angels are with us. And we're going to bring down Dracula's castle today on the moon. And then it will be taken down on the earth simultaneously. As many ships are gathered above. You can now see the sons of darkness crafts being launched from the center of Dracula's castle. They're like flies. But they are being annihilated as they rise by the Trailblazer and the Ninth Fleet of Heaven. They are blasting away. And as they do this, I can see our country and POTUS begin to take ground. Praise you, Lord. Lavasoti Alamashapadiki. Ram the gates. Hear the big bangs. Hear the booms. Boom. It's constant. See my grandson Cooper coming in. Then look at my ship, Grandpa. It's redone now. It looks like yours. I'm going to crash the place. Just wait for us. He is fighting sons of darkness ships. As Ryan has just leaped from the ship and is now with me and with us with his earthquake hammer. It's so funny. Many children are coming now with their angelic trucks, their angel trucks, the monster crushers. They're driving through the moat, and as they do, it becomes solid ground. They're just circling this dark castle. Praise you, God. Battling rams continue to battle. Ryan wants to hit the ground with his earthquake hammer. He wants to hit the gate. I can open them, Grandpa, he says. We'll let you have the last blow, Ryan. The angels with the battling rams are laughing. I want each one of you warriors, as they come back to the line, take a hold of the battling rams also and be a part of crashing the gates. Just one circle, one time is all you need to do it, and then fall back in line with your swords ready, your shields ready. You can call your mounts, your horses, if you like. You can go into the gates with them. But the battle will be very fierce. You try to stick together. We will rush the center of the courtyard when the gates are done together. And then we will fan out and destroy them. Praise you, Lord. I can see us there. I can see the banner of the Benjamites raised high. Praise you, Lord. Sydney, welcome. Come on in here with us. The Believer's Journey, hello. Welcome all of you warriors. Just come and join this battle. It doesn't matter. Just come on. Just let your spirits loose and come on in. Zach, you did a great job blessing the land. The stones are still lying there. We will collect them afterwards. Yes. Alan, help me protect the younger ones. And you're a great warrior, brother. Praise you, Lord. I'm going to go take a restroom break. I'll be right back. Just continue to grab those gates. Grab those battling rams and take a whack with the angels. I'm so full of the Spirit today, praise God. Everybody taking their turns with battling rams. I see many who've already done it, are back in line. Many are on their horses, some are afoot. I'm going afoot on this one. Just remember, we'll make a circle. And we'll rush it. The gates are weakening. Little Ryan is there with his earthquake hammer, and he wants to hit it already, but it's not ready. I can see through the gates. Can see above, looking down into the courtyard. These fallen ones are a little higher than the last ones. This is pedophiles' personal guards, Dracula's guards. I want to tell you a little bit about him. As we all know, the cross is supposed to ward off Dracula. You know, hold it to him, he runs. But that's a lie. He wears a golden cross around his neck with a thick gold chain, and it's a holy relic, and I'm going to get it back. The stones are relics, but this is the main relic that Jesus wants back. And he showed this to me in the middle of the night. So every time that you ever seen people put a cross up to defend themselves from vampires, whatever, they are true. It is real. You're really giving them power. You understand? It's the reverse. And much of what you see in the spirit realm that we do in the fleshly realm is really actually reversed. You think you're doing something, but you're really giving them power. It's so important that the Lord separate us from our fleshly minds and our fleshly bodies. And at nighttime, as you sleep, I'm sure many of you know, I've been somewhere with the Lord, but I can't remember. The more you do this, the more you have faith, the more of it you will remember. They're continuing to battle these gates, to smash these gates. Ryan is now hitting them also with his earthquake hammer, and he's surprised that they didn't open so easy. See, buddy, I told you, it's not ready for you. I'm going to hit it anyway, Grandpa. Well, you hit away. Cooper's doing great with the Trailblazer, the rookie ship, the Texas. Many ships are battling the Sons of Darkness ships above. And little Cooper is an excellent pilot, and he is having a blast. And he just said, I'm going to crash it like you do, Grandpa. You go for it, baby. He's very happy today. I'm glad to see him happy. Praise God. The rest of my grandchildren are in the angelic trucks, and they're waiting to storm in with us also. And perhaps your grandchildren are there, and I'm sure they are. Your children, your grandchildren, whomever it may be. I want you not to look up, but look up with your spirit eyes and see the great window of heaven opened. The kingdom is watching this battle, folks. You can look up in your spirit eyes and see your loved ones past, watching you, cheering for you, because they love you very much. They are so very proud of you. Because as you gain status, they also gain status in the kingdom. Wow, Lord, you're so awesome. Just so awesome. I have no fear of speaking these things because it's the truth. It's who I am. It's what I see. And I have seen it for many years. I have never not known Jesus ever. And some people find that kind of strange, but I can remember when I stood beside him when he was creating the world. And as you believe, you start entering the spirit realm, you also will remember. Nothing is hidden from you in the kingdom. Jesus told us that all of heaven was open to us, and that he would reveal all things to us. You simply must receive it and separate your spirit man from your fleshly man. And sometimes that's hard to do as we have to go through the day. Some of you are in school right now. Some of you are working. It doesn't matter. There is no time in heaven. It does not exist. Everybody's looking for a time machine. Holy Spirit is that time machine. He can place you anywhere, anytime, even the very beginning. And he will show you mighty and wonderful things as they do still continue to batter. I can see the redwood forest and the mighty trees. Some of them have been around since the creation of the world. There were some taken by the angels to use against this gate because they hold special powers. If you don't believe that, go to the book of Nicodemus. It's one of the books that's not in the Bible, and listen to it. As Jesus walked into the courtrooms, whenever he arrived on the donkey, remember that, the wild ass? The trees bowed to him. If you listen to the book of Nicodemus, you'll see this in more detail. The redwoods talk to me sometimes, and even right now they are. I can hear the spirits as they thank me and thank you for letting them be a part of this. They are saying, we have grown big for this day, Thank you, Blazer. Thank you, Spirit Warriors. Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Lori. Thank all of you. Thank you, Brutus. They're whispering to you. And if you ever get a chance to go and see them, go and see them. Listen to the wind as it blows through the trees of the redwoods, the sequoias. These are very sacred trees. Praise you, God. Because they come from the kingdom. They volunteered to come here the same as we did. That's just so awesome, Lord. It's just so awesome. Bam goes the rams. Getting closer. Tighten up the group. Ryan, get ready. We're about to storm the castle. There's only one more battling ram, and he's waiting for us. We'll just get at the end of it. And as he hits it, Ryan will hit the gate with the earthquake hammer, and the gates will burst open, and we will rush in. Now they're heading toward the gate. Ryan hit it. They hit it. It's now open. Rush in. And just see Labasotadikia Mashontori Labasotadikia. We are rushing into the center now. My eyes are closed as I'm seeing this. We're doing good. The swords are swinging, spears are stabbing. Use your shields, bash them. Bash them because your shields hold much power today as Jesus has blessed them. Praise you, Lord. The angels, the mighty men are now in, and we're all in the courtyards, and we are battling these upper falling angels. Duck, move, see their next move. I just split one from the belly up. Praise you, God. I see the rookie swinging her sword, and she is devastating. Alan, you're doing great. Everyone do great. Just keep on battling. Stick together. It'll thin out. The mighty men are moving into a larger circle and working their way toward us. Many angels are battling. The eagles are landing and coming down with their talons and picking them up. Praise you, Lord. Praise you, Lord God. Blessed thee. I'm beginning to see the steps to Dracula, to his front door, and I am going up them. You guys continue to fight. Praise you, God. Praise you. Courtyards are being cleared rapidly. We're just down to the last few. Take your time with them now. Practice on them. Bash them with your shield. Stab them. Hit them with your elbows. As I now have Dracula before me. Praise you, God. Samson is with me. I will take him down with a slingshot. Because he's flying above in his own castle. There are many female vampires coming at me, but Samson's taking care of much of them. You can come in. Any of you want to come in? Rookie, I see you coming in the door. Praise you, God. Alan, Jamie, all of you come in. Hit him with your elbow. Hit him with your shield. Stab him, spear him. The vampires that are inside. The bloodsuckers. I just saw Zebediah and a great female angel come in. And they're going down the corridor, down the stairs. And they're going to deal with the flesh that is there. We have no part of that. They do. I see Zeb kicking in doors. Wow, Lord. He just kicked in a sacrificial room, and there are many gathered around sacrificing small children and drinking their blood. And I'm sorry for that, guys. That's what I see. If you have a weak stomach, get over it. These people have been murdering our children for years, raping them. As I just smashed Dracula in the face with my shield. You ain't biting me. Praise you, Lord. Good job, rookie. Swing your sword very well. Of course, I've been practicing with you when you didn't even know it. Everyone is doing a great job. This is victory. Smell the victory. Praise you, Lord. Praise you, Lord. Rookie, go to the top. Remove the flag of evil and raise the banner of the Benjamites. I just hit Dracula in the nose again with my elbow. Now I have my foot on his throat. Now he's pinned. Reaching down in the spirit, and I'm ripping the cross from his neck. The cross has been his power of illusion. because that is his power, illusion, because he's a hideous creature, a fallen one who took up the name Dracula. So it's not a fantasy, it's a fallen angel. My foot is strong on his throat, and I want to just crush his friggin' neck. Samson is on his wings and is binding him. Cross is now put in my pouch as Rookie raises the banner of the Benjamites, and the last fallen one is slain. We have now taken this ground. Cooper's about done above him and the Ninth Fleet. Ryan just pounded the last one with his earthquake hammer. I see, buddy. Praise God. Thank you, Lord. Wow. All the angels, the warriors are lifting their hands to God, cheering. Heaven is cheering for this great victory. Praise you, Lord. Look and see all the banners, folks. See all the people in heaven, but see all the warring angels. See Jesus. He is moving so fast. He is so happy. He is so happy that we took this ground. Zach, bless this ground. Do not bless the castle, just the ground, because we're going to destroy the castle when we leave. Praise you, Lord. Yes, Lord. I was just told, Rookie, you can come down, but leave the Benjamite banner for 3 days. It will fly. And then we will come back and get it and destroy the castle. Just come on down. We just about got him bound. This trailblazer comes down and lands in the courtyard. Cargo bay door is open, and there's a cage aboard. Yes, Sam. Samson wants me to move my foot now because he is bound. Samson is putting a leash around Dracula's neck and is dragging him to the trailblazer. Kick him as he comes by, warriors. I would drag him right before you. Samson would drag him right through the midst of you. Kick the piss out of him. Kick him. I don't care what you do, kick him. Just don't kill him yet. He's going to the arena. I have angels waiting to receive the cross that I just took from him. The purity ship is moving in overhead. There's angels waiting at the door to receive the cross as I pull it out of the pouch. And it is foul. It will be purified and returned to the kingdom. Wow, Lord. I have it wrapped in a cloth and I'm handing it to 2 angels, and they are now ascending up to the purity. They are handing it now to the 2 angels who wait. Now they have it. Now they're shutting the hatch, and the purity is rising to a safe distance from us. You will see it go off like an atomic bomb as they purify this holy relic, return it to its original shape, and there it goes. Now there comes a golden angel from the windows of heaven as they now hand him the relic. He unzips his chest and he puts it inside himself. He lifts his arm and he's off to heaven, or where it will be returned to Father. Praise you, Lord. Kick him. Kick the piss out of him as we drive him by. So we pull in. The children are destroying the outbuildings of the castle. They're running over the walls. They're destroying many statues, many idols in the courtyards. You may join them if you want, but you had great victory today, warriors. I just see so many angels, the mighty man, everyone is just cheering for the victory of this spot on the moon. I see Zeb and the female angel, and they are destroying many fleshly beings that are there. There's no children to let loose here. We've already rescued all that we could here. Zach, pray for these children. Pray for their bodies. Bless them, because you are a blesser. Just everybody take a moment for them. I wish we could have rescued them. I wish we could have helped them, but we couldn't. I wanted to, but the Lord said it was too late. But there are many other captives on the moon, and those we may rescue if it's His will. Good job on kicking the piss out of him on his way by. Samson's now pulling him up to the trailblazer as I am opening the gate. And Samson just tossed him into the cage, but he is bound. I see the rookie and many others on the trailblazer griping him, telling him what he's done and how you don't like him. Just reach in there and kick him in the face. Kick him. I don't care. He has all of this coming and much more. He has destroyed many without mercy. And Jesus is very happy that we've captured him. And it's not me, it's we. Because I am no longer alone because of you guys and you girls. I have fought in the spirit wars so long by myself. I'm so happy to have you. The kingdom is happy. And you will be mighty. All of you will be mighty. You already are. Simply because you believe. Soon the Lord will split us up in the spirit, but we may stay together still. At times we'll be together, at times we will be apart. As you continue to grow in the spirit, there are many battles such as these to be had, and we are very few. But we are now larger than just me. And I thank God for that. Thank God for you, each and every one of you. Look at all the banners with your names on them. Your names are on these banners. And I see the Lord with a handful of white stones. It's your new names. He says it's up to you to come to the garden and receive your stone. Continue to press on to go in as the trailblazer begins to shut its cargo bay doors. Little Cooper is above, patrolling a big circle to make sure everything's clear. In the 9th Fleet, they are making a V formation. Trailblazer will be in the center and will be protected as it will deliver this hideous cargo to the arena, Mount Golgotha, the place where he laughed when our Lord was being crucified. I had the privilege of being taken there many years ago. And it wasn't people that I saw there. It was the fallen ones that I saw. They were defecating and picking it up and throwing it at Jesus and laughing. They were pissing in the bucket and dipping the sponge in it and pressing it to the lips of my Savior. Each one of them took a turn and whipped him, beat him, bruised him. It wasn't the people, folks. It was them, as they inhabited the bodies of these people. I have the faces of every one of them in a memory bank that God has downloaded in me. But I will not stop till I get them all, till we get them all. Praise you, Lord God. Thank you for victory, Jesus. Only in you do we have victory. The Lord is happy. Go away. There's still much cheering. Get your sacks and let's start collecting these stones. See them? They're shining in the moonlight. Rookie, throw a bomb up in the air that will glisten and show each stone. They're like diamonds and rubies, and they're laying everywhere that we took down. Evil ones, the fallen ones. Start gathering them up and put them in your sack. And whenever they're done, and we get the last one, the angels will also come down and take those sacks from you. They will take them to the purity, and they will purify them. They will be returned to heaven. Praise you, Lord. Jesus is still above the crater, but he's now moving. And he's very, very happy and very pleased with us. We will have many of these battles on the moon and on the earth and anywhere else he sends us. Everyone, just get back on your horse. Stick together. Pick up the stones. You don't have to get off your horse to pick up the stone. The mighty men are now coming out of the castle as I see the Benjamite flag flying high. Victory. The walls have been destroyed by the children. The idols have fallen. Nothing remains but the castle. Zeb and the female angel are coming out. And he looks at me. And I know, buddy. I don't have no pity for them either. So this has been a great victory for us. And I couldn't have done it this quick without you folks. Now, I'm sorry, I don't mean I could have done it. We couldn't have done it this fast. Usually it would take me, it would have took me several months on this one by myself. But with you guys believing, just imagine what we can do to change the world. We only believe him. If we enter into the spirit realm, where the church is without spot or wrinkle, this is the only possible church that Jesus could come back and get. It's the spirit church. It's the only one without spot or wrinkle. I'm not trying to start a new religion or a new church. This church was formed the moment Jesus was crucified. If you read your New Testament, and you really should, everything about the Spirit will just stand out to you. The kingdom. Jesus preached the kingdom. The Spirit. This is what he preached. And this is what we must become. And we are taking great steps. You are taking great steps to being that. If we can get more and more involved to believe in the spirit realm, to enter the Spirit of God, get off the pews. Because I'm telling you, judgment will start with the church. It won't start with evil. We are doing that now. But when it comes down into the fleshly realm, it's going to start with the church, with religion. So we must do everything we can to get them to receive solid food from the kingdom. If you learn, let's say you just got a religious mother, per se, or father, or whoever. Don't argue with them. Look up here above their heads. See the demons that are controlling them. Then pull out your sword of the Spirit and go into the Spirit and slay them religious. I'm not going to say what I was going to say, but slay them, slay the demons, and it will set them free from religion. This is how it works. That's why it hasn't worked, is because most of us have been doing it wrong. We want to argue, enter into this argumentative Republican Democratic argument. You see it on TV, you see it everywhere. Everything is argumentative to keep you from the knowledge of you just need to whack the head off of that demon up there. You just whacked the heads and killed many fallen ones. The demons are far less. They're very easy. Do not fear them. Fear nothing, because fear is not part of the kingdom. Grace, mercy, love. And just remember, every crossroads that you come to in your life, Jesus is there waiting for you in the crossroads. I have come to the crossroads so many times. Satan has been there, and Jesus has been there. The choice I would make would determine my destiny, and I'd always choose Jesus, because usually Satan would be holding out a pile of money. Jesus would be holding out a pile of love, compassion for me. And if it wasn't for the Lord, I would never know love, because I was void of love as a child, and I had no love in me for anyone. But then one day, Father reached inside himself. He pulled out a piece of himself and held it up and told me, "You come from me." And that healed me of all of my pain, of all of my loss. In an instant, he healed me of all of that. And Jesus began depositing love, his love in me. And he still does. Great job, guys and girls. You can leave the battle now and go back home, or you can hang out there, and we will be back there. I am personally inviting you all to the arena. And I don't know when this battle will be, probably in the next several days. I will enter into the arena with Dracula. And so will you, because I'm inviting all of you to come down there with me and fight in the arena. That's up to you who wants to do that. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to take a pair of pliers. I'm going to pull his teeth. And then when we're done with him, I'm going to take him to Hollywood and I'm going to hang him on the O. Movie industry is hanging on the H. Dracula will hang on the O. So anytime you warriors want to go by and take out your whip and whip them, go for it. You want to go by and throw a spear at them? Go for it. Can't torture these pieces of crap enough. They are immortal, but they do feel pain. They are bound by heavenly chains, heavenly spears, so they're not going to go nowhere. Besides, you could take them anyway. So I'm going to end this broadcast now and thank all of you so very much. Let me read a couple of, see what we got going on here. The live chat. That's pretty cool. Believer's journey. I'm painting a circle to keep the suckers away from helping him. Amen. Hi, Lizzie. You're doing so great. All of you folks, you are going to be such warriors, especially you young ones. Oh my gosh. Hey, Brutus. Yeah, you're going to have to go back and listen to it. But you were there, brother. Thank you all. Believe God. Don't believe me. Believe him. I'm not really, I'm not a teacher. I'm just a warrior, just like you. God's going to raise your status as you learn this. This is what he commanded me to do. He said, no more teaching, just take them to battle. Just take them in it and do it. So that's what I'm doing. That's what I do. There's no way to learn like hands-on. You can go to the Bible and learn battle tactics. The biggest thing is just have no fear. Have no fear. Because he gives you the power. You have the power over these entities. Don't let no preacher man on TV or no one tell you you don't have the power, because you do. Power without action is going to have to answer to God for that one day. Everyone's going to have to answer, what did you do with the authority and the power that I gave you? Well, Lord, I held that pew down every Sunday. Every Sunday I made sure that pew didn't get up and get away. I heard the Easter sermon. Every year I was there. But what did you do with the power and the authority that I gave you to bring down principalities? But Lord, I didn't do anything. Ladies and gentlemen, every one of you are writing a chapter of the Bible. What will yours say? What will it say? Think about this. What do you want it to say? I was a good little Christian. I drank milk for 60 years of my life, for 80 years of my life. And then I died and I came here, Lord. And thank you, Lord, for fighting all of my battles for me. What do you need armor for? What do you need a sword for? What will your book say? You have the greatest opportunity ever on the face of this earth to use the authority to bring down these principalities in your neighborhoods, in your government. Use the power that he gave you. Aren't you tired of milk? There's nothing wrong with milk for a while. And then it becomes old. You don't like it anymore. And it's not enough to hold you. So you go back into the world. And then the demons begin to attack you again. When you eat solid food, you grow. Your body grows. You grow strong. The Spirit of God is the solid food. You're going to want Him to come every day with His presence, because just the presence of the Holy Spirit, look what it did to the children of Israel in the desert, in the wilderness. Manna fed them every day. Their clothes didn't wear out. Nothing wore out. The Holy Spirit is immortality. As He comes every day upon you and rests upon you, buddy, that's immortality. He is the one who will change you in the twinkling of an eye. And He is the most ignored by the church, the Holy Spirit. And it is a tragic mistake. Because without the Holy Spirit, you'll go nowhere ever. He is the one who opens the windows to do these things. Father, I thank You for being here today. I thank You for each and every one of these warriors. And Father, I recommend promotions for all the angels who fought with us. Father, I ask You to give them promotions, to give the warriors promotions, the children promotion, the war horses promotions. Father, they did a wonderful job for Your kingdom today and yesterday and every day and the rest of their life. In Jesus' name, I pray for them. Amen. Thank you all. God bless you today. Don't forget, you're all invited to the arena. So just try to start seeing the arena now, because we'll be there soon. God bless you. See y'all tomorrow. Bye-bye. Hey, Brenda, how you doing today? Glad you're with me. Hard day seeing. Put it on cap logs, Brenda, so I can see better. Hi, Liz. Good morning. Seeing you a lot in spirit. Doing very well. Everyone's doing very well. Yeah, that's better, Brenda. Thank you. Wait another 3-4 minutes before I get started. I'm not a computer whiz, that's for sure. There's a Bible you might like, Brenda. Passion. It's really cool. I like it. Feeling the presence. Thank you, Lord. I think I need to get some new beanies, kind of wearing these out. And go over to the Harley shop later. Look around. Yeah, I'll wait for you. Hi, Carrie. Hi, Brother Aaron. Did you get my video I sent you this morning? Pretty funny. Way God works. Waiting for Brenda to get her Bible, and you guys got yours. We're going to read out of Psalm 73. And then Psalm 78. Yeah, was that crazy, brother? Terry said this Passion Bible is also, can't hardly see, available on the YouVersion Bible apps. Praise you, God. Did you get your Bible, Brenda? I guess you did. So I'm going to pray. Father, we just come to you today, God, with open hearts, open minds, to hear your words, to see you, to feel you, and to do your will. And we just ask you to be with us and help us, give us eyes of understanding, ears to hear, and a heart full of love and joy for you, Father, because we do truly love you. In Jesus' name, amen. Before I read anything, I'm just kind of hanging out today. Got Dracula in the cage, by the way. He's in the arena with the top over it. He can't fly away. And right now I see many of you are in the arena as spectators. I'm going to have my grandchildren walk around and hand out slingshots and marbles. Everybody gets a pop shot at this one. You can either come down in the arena in the spirit, or you can stay in the stands. That's totally up to you. We'll take a few pop shots at him today, but I'm in no hurry with this one. Especially you women ought to get your slingshots or whatever you want. Shoot him. You said about the video, I posted it. It's under BP Earthwatch. You know, we had our moon battle day before yesterday. We finished it up. And then yesterday morning, BP Earthwatch posted a video of a UFO leaving the moon out of a crater. Well, that was Trailblazer once again. And remember, time means nothing in the spirit realm. So it's a pretty clear video. Guys ought to check it out after the broadcast. It's just funny. It was the asteroid. We were in the asteroid belt. Came out of there victoriously and Chicken Little. And then the asteroids collided, which was, well, we've already been over that. And then we had the bomb going off on the moon whenever we got there several days ago. And then, like I say, yesterday, you see Trailblazer leaving Dracula on board, going to the arena. It was quite amazing, some of the things that you see. And BP Earthwatch, he doesn't post a lot of UFO stuff. So it's kind of ironic that he did that. It's not ironic to me, though. I'm going to tell you a little story about someone, something that happened to them. Brenda shared it with me. And it's actually my son, so my youngest son. I'd like for all of y'all to pray for him because he has a suicidal demon that keeps running around after him. Brenda, what was her name again? His friend? Text that real fast for me. No, while I'm waiting for her, I'll just get started. Simone. Okay. Simone was a friend of my son's, helped him through a lot of hard times, his breakups, so many problems follow him because he's a mighty warrior who's fighting God. And the Lord's doing him the same as he did me. Got a pit bull under my feet, so I got to watch that. He might bite my leg off or snore it off, one or the other. Anyway, Simone was a good friend of his, and and he cared for her very much. And I appreciate her for helping him so much. And it's really sad. She had a disease she didn't know she had. And a couple of days ago, she died. Just fell over dead. 31 years old. You never know when it's your time. But this hit my son pretty hard. So at the same time that he was clocking in at work, she died, and he felt her presence. And she came through him. He said she walked right through him and told him that she would always be with him and always help him. Thank you, Lord, for that, oh God. You're so wonderful. And so anyway, my son went home, and he was fairly depressed. And like I say, he's got this suicidal demon that's always after him. And until he stands up and fights him himself, he won't conquer it. So he was sharpening a piece of wedge to end his life. I don't know what I would do if this boy did that. Kick his ass for sure, even after he's dead. But he's not going to. I claim it in Jesus' name. So he had this thing up to his throat. And he was switching to do the deed. And he said, Jesus, would you forgive me if I do this? And the Lord appeared to him, and an angel took him by the arm, twisted his arm behind his back until it had so much pain that had the weapon in it. It was an angel. And Jesus walked up to him at about the same time that this happened and said, I would forgive you, but my Father would not. So this struck him pretty hard. The death of Simone. Just seems like death just is everywhere around us sometimes. But I don't receive that, do you? So just keep him in your prayers and know that God is after this young man, after my son, because he's a mighty spirit warrior. It's just not all there yet. I had him brought to the Trailblazer one night, and it took 2 angels to bring him, and he was kicking and screaming all the way. They brought him on board anyway, aligned him up with some other warriors that have since moved on, and they're doing very well. Moki, if you ever see this, brother, I love you over in Australia. We're on 2 way different time zones, so I don't get to talk to him much anymore. But he was on board, and I went down the line, and I would just tap on the armor to see who was steady. And when I got to Frank, I tapped on his, and I tapped him a little harder. And he flew across the cargo bay of the Trailblazer, hit the bulkhead, slid down, but got back up and got in line. So just pray for him, and that's all I'm going to share on that. But God is so good to me and faithful to me. He's not going to let him harm himself, because it's God's promise to me that if I would go and do his work and tell the stories and do the spirit wars, that he would take care of my children. He would take care of Brenda. He would take care of everybody, and he is very faithful to do so. So just remember him in your prayers. Everybody got your pea shooters? Got your marbles? I'm standing in the arena with Dracula, but I want y'all to have some fun. He's a pedophile. He's a rapist. He's a bloodsucker. He's a child killer. He is everything that God hates. And he's going to get justice today. And tomorrow will be the 3rd day that that the banner of the Benjamites was flying on the moon over Dracula's castle there. There's also a replica on Earth, not as great in size, but there is one, and I will destroy it later on. Cooper's going to destroy Dracula's castle on the moon because that's what he wants to do. He said, Grandpa, I want to crash it like you do. So I said, oh, okay. But just take your marbles out, your little slingshots, and aim for his wings. Put holes in his wings because I need him down there on the floor. And I just thought you ladies and you guys would like to do that. But just see it in the spirit. My battery's running low. So I have to run and get my charger real quick. Hang on, folks. Now, if I can crawl in there and find the plug, I'll be in good shape. I found it. It's up here. Problem solved. So anyway, take a few pop shots at him, guys, girls. Because he'd doggone sure do it to you if he ever got a hold of you. He won't get a hold of anyone else after today. He's going to be pinned to the O, the first O in Hollywood. We got movie industry pinned to the H. Pedophile's going to be pinned to the O. And we still have many letters left. And we'll see where God takes us. And as a gatekeeper, I really hope y'all received that yesterday. It was so beautiful. Psalms 24 and 91. Read it again. Read it out of the Passion Bible. There is an app. Hey, Brutus. Welcome, brother. So there is an app. You can download that. And I would suggest you do it because its wordings are very beautiful. Much like Scripture Direct, it's a lot like that. So anyway, while you are taking a few pop shots, I'm going to read Psalm 73, discuss a little bit of it. And I just seen many holes in Dracula's wings, and he's pretty pissed. But he's going to be a lot more pissed whenever I get a hold of him. Praise you, Lord. Psalm 73. No one can deny it. God is really good to Israel and to all those with pure hearts. Remember, we talked about the pure hearts. But I nearly missed seeing it for myself. This is David. Here's my story. I came so close to missing the way. I was stumbling over what I saw with the wicked. For when I saw the boasters with such wealth and prosperity, I became jealous over their smug security. Many of us feel that way too, right? Coffee. Indulging in whatever they wanted, going where they wanted, doing what they wanted, with no care in the world, no pain, no problems. They seemed to have it made. They lived as though life would never end. They didn't even try to hide their pride and opulence. Cruelty and violence is part of their lifestyle. Who is he talking about here? That's not just an average sinner. Who is he talking about here? Cruelty and violence is part of their lifestyle. He's talking about the sons of darkness. He's talking about the offspring of Satan and the fallen ones. You have to grasp this concept that not everyone on this earth is God's seed. There is the seed of Satan. Jesus addressed it many times when he called them sons of serpents. Your father is the devil. I did a show on this, a video some time ago, but I probably deleted it. So I'm going to do that again, knowing your enemy. But I have to do a little work to put it all together. But it is vital to knowing who your enemy is. Cruelty and violence is part of their lifestyle. Pampered and pompous, vice oozes from their souls. They overflow with vanity. They're such snobs, looking down all their noses. They even scoff at God. They sure do, because whenever I saw Jesus being crucified, they were all there. All these pieces of crap. Hey, I didn't say the S word. Aren't you proud? They even scoff at God. They're nothing but bullies threatening God's people. Loudmouths with no fear of God, pretending to know it all. Windbags full of hot air, impressing only themselves. Yet the people keep coming back to listen to more of their same nonsense. They tell their cohorts God will never know. See, he has no clue of what we're doing. I wouldn't be saying that, would you? They are the wicked ones I'm talking about. See? They never have to lift a finger, living life of ease while their riches multiply. Beware of people in high places. Remember, this is Satan's kingdom because Adam gave it away. Man will get it back. Living a life of ease while their riches multiply. Have I been foolish to play by the rules and keep my life pure? This is David. Here I am suffering under your discipline day after day, while they sail through life without a care. Boy, that sure sounds like my life. If I had given in to my pain and spoken of what I was really feeling, it would have sounded like unfaithfulness to the next generation. So when I tried to understand it all, I just couldn't. It was too puzzling, too much of a riddle to me. Man, I remember those days. I surely do. Praise you, Lord. But then one day I was brought into the sanctuaries of God. Praise God. In the light of glory, my distorted perspective vanished to the end of the wicked was near. Let me read that again. But then one day I was brought into the sanctuaries of God, and in the light of glory, my distorted perspective vanished. The end of the wicked was near. They're the ones who are on the slippery path, and God will suddenly let them slide off into destruction to be consumed with terrors forever. Man, that's like a fire and that's hell, because I've been there many times for God to do things and pretty much have to put blinders on like a horse at a horse race, one who wants to stray from lane to lane. Well, I put those on in the spirit whenever I go down there so I don't see what is going on. It's not very pleasant. But I know, and you'll know when you're down there, that somehow it's justified. If God ever sends you there, you'll understand what I'm talking about. Remember, he does have the keys to the gates. And from time to time, he sends people there to get stuff, to do things. I won't talk about that too much right now. Brenda says it sounds like demon crats. I'm in no hurry here. Y'all still taking pop shots at Dracula? Shoot for his genitals. Just pop those marbles around a little bit. Marble for marble. And I received those slingshots from heaven and the marbles from King David. There's an endless supply. Just keep shooting them, and you can take those slingshots and put them in your little bag. When you're done, they're yours. Praise you, Lord. Verse 19. It will be an instant end to all their life of ease. A blink of the eye, and they're swept away by sudden calamity. They're all nothing more than momentary monarchs, soon to disappear like a dream when one awakes. So when the rooster crows, Lord God, you'll despise their life of fantasies. When I saw all of this, what turmoil filled my heart, piercing my opinions with your truth. I was so stupid. I was senseless and ignorant, acting like a brute beast before you, Lord. Yet in spite of all this, you comfort me by your counsel. You draw me closer to you. You lead me with your secret wisdom, and following you brings me into your brightness of glory. Praise you, Lord. And none of us whom I have, I in heaven but you. Whom have I in heaven but you? You're all I want. No one on earth means as much to me as you. And I hope you feel that way about him also, because this is what's required. Lord, so many times I fail. I fall into disgrace. That's me, Lord. That's me. But when I trust in you, I have a strong and glorious presence protecting and anointing me. Forever, you're all I need. Those who abandon the worship of God will perish. The false and unfaithful will be silenced, never heard from again. But I'll keep coming closer and closer to you, Lord Yahweh, for your name is good to me. I'll keep telling the world of your awesome works, my faithful and glorious God. Father, I just praise you, God, and ask you to keep me in this also, and everyone else. So beautiful. Someone missed and hit Dracula in the knee. That's not really a miss. That's all good. Just keep aiming for his genitals and his wings. I do have a pair of pliers with me. Pair of pliers. It's a Texas twang again. My eyes are really messing with me today. Sorry, guys, girls. What's going on over here? Brenda's got to get to work. God bless all of y'all. God bless you, Brenda. Psalm 78. Yeah, Dracula just tried to sweep by and take a bite out of me. He lost a foot over that one. My sword of vengeance just took off his right foot. He's really a coward, you know. The cross that I took from his neck, that was his power. That was his illusion. You don't have it anymore. But he's still immortal. I see you, Samson. Samson's throwing me a battle axe. It says, take it with this. Take his wings with this. Okay, brother. See many marbles flying from the audience, from the crowd, from the children, from the warriors, from all whom is there. Darkness is setting on the other side. Satan's on one end of the arena above, and Jesus is on the other. This is my third battle in the arena. This one's not much of a battle. That's why I just gave you all the slingshots. Just keep on firing until he falls. Psalm 78. It's called Lessons from History. There's a lot in here. I'll cover some of it if my eyes will cooperate. And they're not right this second, so. Like I say, for whoever wasn't here earlier, I posted a video on my site there. It's under BP Earthwatch. All of us were there on the moon. Ironic that the day after the battle is over, the trailblazer leaves, that it's shown in a video on BP Earthwatch leaving the moon. And it's clearly, you can clearly see it. So go check that out. Pretty cool. It's the way God vindicates me all the time. Buzzed the International Space Station one time. Next day, Drudge Report. Big UFO buzzes International Space Station. God is good. He's always good to me because he always told me, if you'll write the stories, I'll give them to you. I'll take you in the spirit. We'll do these things. That was a good shot. Whoever shot that one. Marble for marble. Praise you, Lord. Beloved ones, listen to this instruction. Open your heart to the revelation of the mystery that I share with you. Psalm 78. The parable and a proverb are hidden in what I say. An intriguing riddle from the past. I love riddles. So does Samson. I did tell y'all that Samson's life was a riddle, that he wasn't fooled by Delilah. It was a plan the whole time for him to cut his hair, to be thrown into prison, to have his eyes poked out. It was all a plan to get the high ruling sons of darkness in the arena. And when he got them there, when they were put him out there, he killed more in his death than he did in his life. It was a trap. It was the greatest riddle of all, what Samson and God did. He took out over 1,000 high-ranking fallen ones. So he's very, very intelligent. And I love him very much. Verse 3 and 4, we've heard true stories from our fathers about our rich heritage. We will continue to tell our children and not hide from the rising generation the great marvels of our God. His miracles and power that have brought us all this far. The story of Israel is a lesson in God's ways. He gave Moses his laws, then commanded us to keep them and to make them known to all our children. For perpetuity, God's ways will always be passed down from one generation to the next, even to those not yet born. In this way, every generation will have a living faith in the laws of life and will never forget the faithful ways of God. By following his ways, they will break the past bondage on their fickle fathers, who were a stubborn, rebellious generation, and whose spirits stayed from the eternal God. Wow, what did they say? Praise the Lord. By following his ways, they will break the past bondage of their fickle fathers, who were stubborn, rebellious generation, and whose spirits stayed from the eternal God. They refused to love him with all their hearts. There's something about loving him with all your hearts that releases your spirit to him. So that's what he's saying here, is that their spirits were far from him because they didn't love him with all their hearts. Loving him with all your hearts is a requirement for the spirit warriors. So you have to work on that. You have to retrain your mind, your heart. It's when you do that, God will give you his heart. Jesus will give you his heart. You know, salvation is free. The rest will cost you everything. So you decide how far you want to go. Take for an example the sons of Ephraim. Though they were all equipped warriors, each with weapons, when the battle began, they retreated and ran away in fear. They didn't really believe the promise of God. That's pretty powerful right there, spirit warriors. Though they were all equipped warriors, each with weapons, when the battle began, they retreated and ran away in fear. Dracula's beginning to fall. Pedophile's falling. The falling angel is falling. Keep shooting. He's not catching much air anymore because you're putting holes in his wings. Keep shooting and bring him down. Bring him down, and I will end him. But I just thought y'all would love to be part of it. So keep on shooting. Shoot him wherever you want. Don't shoot him in the teeth, though. I got a pair of pliers for that. He heard that, and he didn't like that very much. But remember what we went over yesterday in Psalms 91 about that we go where there's high demons, high principalities, yet we shall not be touched. So just fire away. You helped capture him. You helped bring him down. Praise God. When the battle began, they retreated and ran away in fear. They didn't really believe the promises of God. They simply refused to trust him and move forward in faith. There's that faith word. That's what we're doing. Faith. They forget his wonderful works and the miracles of the past, even their exodus from Egypt, the epic miracle of his might. They forgot the glories of his power at the place of passing over. God split the sea wide open, and the water stood at attention on either side as the people passed on through. By day, the moving glory cloud led them forward. Remember, I told you I know this cloud. I see it all the time. And I'm gonna try my best to teach all of you guys the cloud and show you. By day, the moving glory cloud led them forward, and all through the night, the fire cloud stood as a sentry of light. Praise you, Lord. In the days of the desert, dryness, he split open the mighty rock, and the waters flowed like a river before their very eyes. I'm going to back up and read that because whenever I read it this morning, the Lord told me to tell them, this is all these things I will do for them in the days to come when darkness falls upon the earth. So he really wanted me to tell you that, all of you, that when the day comes, the hour comes, he's going to do these things. By day, the moving glory cloud led them forward, and all through the night, the fire cloud stood as a sentry of light. In the days of the desert dryness, he split open the mighty rock, and the waters flowed like a river before their very eyes. He gave them all they wanted to drink from his living springs. You want to drink from the living springs? That's Holy Spirit. One time, it was probably my first fast, my first 10-day fast. I was just so desperate for him. I'd been baptized in the Spirit, and I didn't have that anointing anymore that I wanted, and I just still wanted to die and be with him. And I told him, I said, you know what, Lord? I'm not going to eat anymore because I want you. I didn't know much about fasting. I didn't know anything about it. All I done was drink a little water for 10 days. I was going to continue. But on the 10th day, while my family was eating dinner, I would go in my bedroom and I would kneel before God and pray. On that 10th day, I looked up at the closet door and it became a river. Just the river just went up to the top of the door jamb, turned, and came down the other side. There was an angel standing there, dressed in white. Wasn't a white linen, it was like a white jumpsuit that you might see a painter wear, something like that, solid white. And he pointed to the waters, and he told me, you can come here and drink anytime you want. So that vision stayed with me, still with me all the time. And then after that one, I saw Jesus on the cross. There were men with Bibles, preachers, school buses, children, men and women of God, church buildings, houses, possessions. Now, Jesus was suspended on the cross in space, and all these things were just floating by, just falling right by him. I looked at this and pondered it for a little while, and Jesus opened his eyes and looked at me and said, you see, even though I stand here for all the world to see, no one sees me. No one cares. But will I care, Lord? I care so very much. And he said, then tell them, warn them. And then the vision was over. So praise God for that. I don't know why I shared that. I just thought I would. Verse 17. Yet they kept their rebellion alive against God. Stupid. Alive against God Most High. And their sins against God continued to be counted. In their hearts they tested God just to get what they wanted, asking for the food of their hearts that their hearts craved. Like spoiled children, they grumbled against God himself, demanding he prove his love by saying, can't God provide for us in this barren wilderness? Will he give us food, or will he only give us water? Where's our meal? Stupid people. Then God heard all of their complaining and was furious. His anger flared up against his people, for they turned away from faith and walked away in fear. They failed to trust in his power to help them when he was near. Still he spoke on their behalf, and the skies opened up, the windows of heaven poured out food, the mercy bread, manna. And God was feeding them with the Holy Spirit, with the Spirit. And you may experience some of this in these end times because we know our food supply is poisoned. So sometimes you can go days without eating and you just don't even think about it. It's Lord God. So listen to him about eating, you know. He tells you it's okay. But sometimes he'll tell you this is really, really bad. Don't eat this. The grain of grace fell from the clouds. This is so powerful. Humans ate angels' food. Humans ate angel food. The meal of the mighty ones. His grace gave them more than enough. Would you like to eat some angel food today? Amen? Zeb, where's my angel food? Bring it over here. Me. He's just laughing. He laughs at me all the time. Samson said he had some, but he ain't giving it to me either. Well, that sucks, guys. He said, Holy Spirit's feeding you, brother. Okay, thank you, Lord. I received that. Verse 26 and 27. The heavenly winds of miracle power blew in their favor, and food rained down upon them. Succulent quail quieted their hunger. You ever ate quail? I love to eat quail. It's so good. It's white meat. It's so good. Succulent quail quieted their hunger as they ate all they wanted. Food fell from the skies, thick as clouds. You see, in those days to come, this is what's going to happen. God's going to feed you, so don't worry about it. You need not go buy a bucket of frozen food to take with you on a journey or a bucket of gold or silver, because God's going to do it, folks. So get this in you. You don't have to go do all this stuff. And if you do want to do something, just get you a roll of soft wire. You can make snares all day long with soft wire. You can catch rabbits. You can catch all kinds of things with just making a little snare, soft wire. That's all you need. And something to distill your water. So you don't need all this crap. Anyone trying to sell you that, Lord rebuke them. They don't know their Bibles, do they? And they're supposed to be our leaders. Don't follow these fools. Stupid. Yeah, I know, Lord. God said, yeah, they're stupid. Food fell from the skies, thick as clouds. Their provisions floated down right in front of their eyes. He gave them all they desired, and they ate to their fill. But before they had even finished, even with their food still in their mouths, God's fiery anger rose against them, killing the finest of their mighty men. Don't kill me, Lord. He said, you shall live. Thank you, Lord. Yeah, it was, Brutus. I've gone actually longer than that. And I just helped a brother go on a 10-day fast a few months ago to overcome a powerful demon. I don't know how he's doing because I kind of pissed him off, but I love you, brother. You're out there. Your secret is my secret. God bless you. Yeah, Aaron, that's cool. Brain food. Man. Yeah. Carrie Schaefer says, hot and spicy pork rinds, angel food. I just so happen to have some of those. And I do like them, even though I know they're bad. But if I'm going to eat chips, it's probably going to be pork rinds. I used to make those when I was a kid. Used to slaughter a pig and boil the fat and stuff and make pork rinds. But these are better. Yet in spite of all this, they kept right on sinning. Even when they saw God's marvels, they refused to believe God could care for them. They refused to believe God could care for them. Boy, I don't, do you? So God cut their lives short with sudden disaster, with nothing to show for their lives but fear and failure. This is why it's so important to believe Him and the Lord. If you don't believe some of the crazy stuff that God tells you, you won't see it, you won't experience it, because you have to receive it. You have to say, Father, I receive that. Because that's how it works. You're not going to go to the next level until you receive what's given to you already. And it's partly because of what these people did. So, but I like it better. Because it gives you time to receive it, to think about it, to contemplate it, and then you receive it. And then you graduate on to the next level. So it's kind of how it works. When He cared for them, they ignored Him. But when He began to kill them, ending their lives in a moment, they came running back to God, pleading for mercy. That's what's going to happen to this country, folks. There's no revival going to break out until God starts killing people. That's what it's going to take. Disasters, devastations like you've never seen to get the people to come back to the Almighty God. And that's a shame. That's a shame that it has to come to that. But it has come to that. They remembered that God, the Mighty One, was their strong protector, the hero God who would come to their rescue. But their repentance lasted only as long as they were in danger. They lied through their teeth to the true God of covenant. You can't lie to God. You need outside? I'll let the dog out, guys. Just 1 second. I just cut the left foot off of Dracula. He's falling down. He's still hovering, but I can reach him with my sword now. He's a coward. He's such a coward. Another strike. There goes his knee. Remember, he's immortal, so Samson is just gathering up the pieces I cut off and putting them in a sack. Then we're going to take him over to Hollywood. Just keep shooting, guys. He's coming down. I lost my spot. Okay. Verse 36. Praise you, Father. He just threw something at me. I don't know. Not God, but Dracula. I dodged it, though. Didn't hit me. And I pound him in the midsection with my shield as he comes towards me. Getting brave now. But amazingly, God, so full of compassion, still forgave them. He covered over their sins with His love, refusing to destroy them all. Over and over, He held back His anger, restraining wrath to show them mercy. Thank you, Lord. He knew that they were made from mere dust. Frail, fragile. Everybody take another shot at this guy. Let's end him pretty quick. Let's get him down. Yes, David. I have to tell you, I'll stop here. I'm on verse 39 when I continue. whenever I was leaving the moon, David showed up. King David showed up, and he handed me a sling that he killed Goliath with. And he said, use this for the fatal blow. I took it, and whenever I took it, I saw David bring it out of his trophy room from his mansion in heaven and bring it to me. So it will go back to David and back into his trophy room. Trying to whack me again, whatever. So he did give that to me, and it will be the final blow that I take, will be with that. Always have fun. I get to have the bestest fun. It's like going to a carnival. Gotta let the dog in now. Oh. Yeah, get back over there and lay down. It's okay, I'm not gonna pet you right now. Well, lay down. Back. Taking my hand in my own life. He knew that they were made from mere dust, frail, fragile, and short-lived, here today and gone tomorrow. How many times they rebelled in their desert ways, how they grieved him with their grumblings. Again and again they limited God, preventing him from blessing them. Continually they turned back from him and wounded the Holy One. Wow, wound the Holy One. God has a heart. He has a big heart. God, I so love him. I never want to wound him, but I know I have. And please forgive me for that, Father. What are you guys saying over here? Talking about fasting. Yeah, we're going to get back to those days, all right, but it ain't going to be fun. But we'll be all right. They forget his great love, how he took them by his hand. And with redemption's kiss, he delivered them from their enemies. They disregarded all the epic signs and marvels they saw when they escaped from Egypt's bondage. They forgot the judgment of the plagues that set them free. God turned their rivers into blood, leaving the people thirsty. Now he sent them vast swarms of filthy flies that sucked their blood. Ooh, sounds like Dracula, doesn't it? And grasshoppers consumed all their crops. That's interesting, Lord. And every garden, every orchard was flattened with a blast of hailstones. Their fruit trees ruined by a killing frost. Even their cattle fell prey, pounded by the falling hail. Their livestock were struck with bolts of lightning. Finally, he unleashed upon them the fierceness of his anger, such fury. He sent them sorrow and devastating trouble by his mighty band of destroying angels. And I know these angels personally. You read that again. He sent them sorrow and devastating trouble by his mighty band of destroying angels. Messengers of death were dispatched against them. He lifted his mercy and let loose his fearful anger and did not spare their lives. He released the judgment plagues to rage through their land. God struck down in death all the firstborn sons of Egypt, the pride and joy of each family. See, I do know these angels, and they're the ones that deal with the flesh. That's what I always tell you. I don't have to deal with the flesh. They deal with flesh. When no blood is on my hands. And I'll tell you, I'm 57 years old. I was born in 1961, the year of the Shemitah. That means the next 7 years were going to be payback, where they would let the land rest, would be peace. The Lord took me to this in my spirit, and he told me, do you know that you're the only generation, your generation is the only one without blood on its hands? My generation was the only one that didn't see war. Thank you, Lord, for that. But it's something special to him not to have blood on your hands. He then said, I don't want you to own a gun anymore, because every weapon, every form was formed against me. But when I come, they will all be used against me. That was a hard one to overcome. You know, everybody in Texas got a gun, right? Everybody in Alaska's got a gun, right? So I didn't know, man, what am I going to do without a gun? Lord, I mean, I need a gun. I am your gun. That's what he told me. I am your gun. When I come, anyone found with a gun will be destroyed. That's what God told me. Not the demon crats or anybody else. This is for me. So whatever the Lord asks you to do, you probably better do it. Finally, he unleashed upon them the fierceness of his anger. Yep, I read that, so I need to turn the page. I'm almost done with it. Dracula's down now. He's limping around on a nub and a missing leg on the other one, so he ain't going far. I'm just going to walk over and kick him in the face. I'm not going to mess with him very long. I'll read this and then I'll finish him off. Yeah, he's kind of on his knee nub. Got many holes in his wings. Good shooting. If anybody wants to come down out of the stands or go over there and give him a kick, now would be the time to do that. Kick him, do whatever you want. He's a piece of shit, guys, so knock yourselves out. I got another word for him, but I'm not going to use it on here. Then like a shepherd leading his sheep, God led his people out of tyranny, guiding them toward the land of promise. That's where he's taken us, folks. Safely and carefully, God led them out with nothing to fear, but their enemies he led into the sea. He took care of them there once and for all. Eventually, God brought his people to the Holy Land, to a land of hills that he prepared for them. He drove out and scattered all the peoples occupying the land, staking out an inheritance, a portion for each of Israel's tribes. Yet for all of this, they still rebelled and refused to follow his ways, provoking to anger the God Most High. Well, these people are really stupid, weren't they? Man. Kind of like our country, like a lot of people in this country. They don't care about God. God don't exist. Provoking to anger the God Most High. Like traitors turning back their forsook him. Good shot, rookie. Kick him again. They were even worse than their fathers. They became treacherous, deceivers, crooked, and corrupt, and worshipped false gods in the high places. I mean, all this stuff God's doing for them, and they just make some friggin' idols and do it again. I mean, Lord, keep us from doing the same. Bringing low the name of God with every idol they erected. No wonder he was filled with jealousy and furious with anger. Enraged with anger, God turned his wrath on them, and he rejected his people with disgust. We don't want him to do that to us. God walked away from them and left his dwelling place at Shiloh, abandoning the place where he had lived among them. Oh my God. Allowing his emblem of strength, his glory ark, to be captured. Enemies stole the very source of Israel's power. You see about the relics, the power that they have, like the ark? Let me read that again. Allowing his emblem of strength, his glory ark, to be captured. Enemies stole the very source of Israel's power. God vented his rage, allowing his people to be butchered when they went out into battle. For his anger was intense against his very own. Their young men fell on the battlefield and never came back. Their daughters never heard the wedding songs, since there was no one left to marry. Boy, God utterly destroyed them. Their priests were slaughtered and their widows were killed before they had time to weep. Then all at once the Almighty awakened as though he had been asleep. Like a mighty man, he arose, roaring into action. He blasted into battle. Thank you, Father, for that. God, like a mighty man, he arose, roaring into action. He blasted into battle, driving back every foe, defeating them in disgrace for time and eternity. Now King David's in the arena beside me. Praise you, Lord. He's telling me to end it. So I have a sling. I have a special rock that he gave me. Wow, Lord. You can hear the wind from the sling as I spin it. And I'm almost done with this. He blasted into battle, driving back every foe. Oh, Lord. I'm going to back up because it's so beautiful when God goes into battle. Then all at once the Almighty awakened as though he had been asleep. Like a mighty man, he arose, roaring into action. He blasted into battle, driving back every foe, defeating them in disgrace for time and eternity. He rejected Joseph's family, the tribe of Ephraim. But he chose instead the tribe of Judah and Mount Zion, which he loves. There he built his towering temple, strong and enduring as the earth itself. And God also chose his beloved one, David. He promoted him from caring for sheep and made him his prophetic servant. God prepared David and took this gentle shepherd king, presented him before the people as the one who would love and care for them with integrity, a pure heart, and the anointing to lead Israel, his holy inheritance. Now that's what he did with Jesus, as I just let loose the stone. Praise you, Lord. And it hit him in the chest, not the head. It's where I was directed, and passed through, destroyed his evil heart. Now I walk up with my pliers. He is immortal, but he's defeated. Place my foot on his throat, reach down, and I pull his vampire teeth. You can have him now, Samson. Samson's throwing him about the arena now. He wanted to kick fire out of him too, so go ahead. Samson says he will bind him. Then we'll take him and hang him on the Thank you, Lord, for victory once again. Thank you for vindicating me with the video. Thank you for your word. Thank you for the up-and-coming warriors, the warriors that we have, and many more that will follow, Lord. Help us to follow you, O God, to love you, cherish you, to obey you. Give us strength and wisdom to do so. In Jesus' name, amen. Let's see what's going on over here. Aaron says, call him the dentist Blazer. The patience is ready and ready. That's pretty good, brother. I love this Bible. It's very good. I already know what's going on next. It's to defend the gate that I opened. The Lord has told me a couple of days ago, he started speaking to me about the next battle. Told me the moon would be open to us now, that if we had any enemies that flee there, that we could go and chase them. So there's no safe zone for them anymore. But there's a great battle forming on a gate, time that I opened for the Lord. And he told me I need to go and defend it. So I'm going to take the rookie and anyone else that wants to go and start building an army in front of this gate as I receive it. Because I don't know much about it yet. I just started receiving it. So, like I said, now the Dracula is done. Let's see, what have we done? We skin a frog called technology. Done a lot, Lord. Took the head from Chicken Little in his ship. Put movie industry on the sign in Hollywood. Put technology in the pits of hell. Chained to a gate. Close the gate, build the wall. What's next, Lord? I just lose count. I just go on. You know, I just put these things behind me and I go on. Just keep looking back. Can't go forward if you keep looking back. So just win the battles and move on. Because there's many to fight. I love that. Here it says, calling Dennis Blazer, the patient is ready in Arena 1. That's awesome. Aaron says, I just throat punched and ripped the lips off Batman. He's ready for his dental work. That's funny. Brutus says, guns are cool, but also overrated. And that. I know some of you guys are better. God's awesome, you know, but what I shared today through Psalms was, look at all the things that he did for the people when they grumbled. Reminds you of the United States, doesn't it? And much of the world. Look what all he's given this country, and still the people grumble. It's not enough. So what do? They turn to vampirism. They turn, just like David was saying, you know, I pondered this, Lord, while they grow rich, but I'm poor. And they are evil. And I am righteous, but yet they prosper and I do not. So David was tempted by it. Just like many of us are tempted by it. But then when you get a vision of the king, of the kingdom, it makes this world easy to abandon. You know, so God is very good, folks. Love him. To be one of these, it's required to love him with all your heart, your soul, your mind, every day. From the moment you wake up till you go to bed, think of him, glorify him, love him. And he will open up so many windows in you ancient gateways, you ancient doors of destiny. Remember we covered that? Psalms 24. You are a gateway for Jesus to come through. And I am living proof of it. My hair looks really good, doesn't it? I got a white spot. That was when Jesus came into me one time. My hair started to curl again. But anyway, I know why I wear the beanie. You are gateways. And Jesus will enter into you if you just open and give him permission to. It's very beautiful. Very awesome. So until next time, and I don't know when that'll be, maybe a few days, maybe next week, I don't know. That I'll receive more on the gate, or I may come back tomorrow and read some more Psalms. Who knows? Who knows where we'll go? I don't want to leave y'all too long, though. In the meantime, just meditate on what we've learned the last couple of days from the Psalms. Rest in his arms, because you deserve to rest the weekend, because you had a great victory. It's not my victory, it's our victory. It's God's victory, because we dared to believe him. So check out that moon video. I think you'll like it. Trailblazer taking Dracula to the arena. So tomorrow, don't let me forget, guys. Tomorrow's day 3 of the Benjamite flag flying. Don't let me forget to go get it. Rookie, don't let me forget. All of you, don't let me forget, and you're all welcome to go. We'll just all get in the Trailblazer this time and just go get it. So until tomorrow, God bless you. Love you. Jesus loves you more. He created you. He knows you. And please pray for my son. And I know you will. Thank you. God bless.
Epstein on tape advising former Israeli PM Barak to approach Palantir founder Peter Thiel.
There was 2 cyber companies. Look out, and even though I know Peter, I've never met Peter Thiel, and everybody says he sort of jumps around and acts sort of strange, like he's on drugs.
Smoking, yeah. He looks under drugs.
However, he has a company called Palantir, Pallen.
Palantir, Palantir.
Yes.
Thiell.
See, guys, it's not just me. This goes all the way to the top.
He's talking about the verbal dyslexia.
So he thought that Peter would put you on the board of Palantir. Peter Thiel is one of the best. I've never met him. He's going to come here next week.
He's one of the best. I've never met him.
What they are? It's a lobbyist. What they are?
They are the biggest venture capital. Everybody, these are the smart boys. So those 2 companies right away.
Approved by Jeffrey Epstein.
I think.
How'd you get introduced?
It was Reid Hoffman in Silicon Valley introduced us in 2014. I probably was my moral weakness that I.
Well, how could you have known back then? He had never been arrested.
No, this was 2014. It was post arrest.
Also, his arrest was the first arrest, right?
Yeah,
it was like 2007.
Well, that's what happens.
But you assume didn't go to jail for that long.
Right.
It was probably not as serious as alleged.
Yeah. When the shit went down and Epstein gets arrested for the second time, we're like, oh, well, there you go.
I've thought about it.
I've thought about it. Yeah, I bet. Ehud Barak hides his face as he enters Jeffrey Epstein's mansion.
Former Prime Minister Ehud Barak covering his face as he entered the convicted pedophile's home. This was back in 2016, and on the same day, a group of young women were also seen arriving at Epstein's home. Barak is already trying to distance himself from Epstein and their business partnerships.
Even more of it. What's the future of Israel?
I mean, something will happen in Iran. Maybe we'll succeed. Maybe we won't. But the demography seems terrible. Nobody sane seems to be procreating, and everybody insane in their own way seems to have 5 children. So if you're regular Israeli, you have 1.5 children.
I think the Arabs are going slowly. They were 40 years ago, they were 16%, now they are 20%. We should be able to make...
So they're about like demographic
to provide equality. First to the Duhun, they are about 1%, they are totally Israelis in their behavior like security people. Right?
Man, no way. No way. This is from Jeffrey Epstein. This is not me saying it. It's Jeffrey Epstein saying it. This is the way the Jew make money and made a fortune in the past 10 years, selling short the shipping futures. Let the Goyim deal in the real world. Goyim were born to only serve us. Without that, they have no place in the world. This is insane. Stop being asymmetric. Listen, I mean, anybody, if you're looking at this stuff, you've got to fucking admit, this is crazy, guys. What are we doing here?
Well, this right here absolutely brings new meaning to Mr. Steal Your Girl.
Make around your block, all you nigga hoe.
Preschool girl is, of course, the sick and deprived behavior of the elites is now front page news for everyone on social media, as the corporate media is telling you it's Russia. All of this as the Clintons now are doubling down on a very strange PR strategy, and it looks like Donald Trump is backing them. As it's pretty clear here, there are some very powerful people implicated in all of this, and the stuff that they're talking about is absolutely wild and sick. There should be some real legitimate repercussions, but as of right now, all signs point to more disappointment and more global elites using us as cattle to do whatever they want to with. Not a good sign. Not a good sign for the future. If they're going to get away with this, think of the next thing they're going to be able to try to get away with against you, as the eugenics operation and population control agenda is all being laid bare for the general public to see on emails that Epstein knew weren't even that secured. There's people talking about lenient S-tourism. I mean, my goodness. I mean, the code words, the lore, the type of insane comments. There's tunnels, not just in New York City. There's tunnels in the Caribbean as well. We're going to go over that, play all the videos here do a deep dive into all of the things that have been happening here. As of course, I've been talking about this story for over 15 years, ever since VH1 was like, hey, look how great he is. I was like, I don't think he's great. I think there's something going on here, especially with the British royal family. We've been calling it since day one. You appreciate that. Subscribe, click the notification button, as we greatly appreciate all the time that you spend with us here on this independent media channel. Now, some people are saying this is just the perfect representation of showing what's happening right now, as the people are like, what the hell? And the elites are like, rah, 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 eating up babies. Is that a sensationalistic take on it? Reading some of these emails? No, not at all. Anyway, it looks like the United Kingdom is taking this very seriously, as we had their prime minister literally apologize. Many high-ranking members of the government are being sacked. Lots of people are being fired. Lots of people are dealing with this huge scandal in Europe, where it looks like heads are rolling. In America, not so much. But in Europe, there might even be an ouster of the prime minister because of this scandal, because it's not that he was on the list, it's that he hired someone in his government that was.
Let me be clear. No one is above accountability.
Except for the elites here in America that are. As we have Kash Patel saying, yeah, Epstein absolutely took himself out. He was asked, are we going to investigate? He kind of gave a non-answer. Todd Blanche, the AG, the deputy AG, he's like, it's not illegal to party with Epstein. Trump's like, I want the DOJ to move on from this. And it's like, did you see the emails? Did you see what they said about children and all the trafficking that they why are we redacting the names of people saying the most seedy, craziest, wildest things regarding children or other women? You would think that would warrant an investigation. Where is that investigation? It's nowhere to be seen.
And no one, however well connected, however experienced, however senior, should hold public office if they cannot meet the basic test of honesty.
Howard Lutnick is like, whoa. Howard Lutnick is a part of Trump's administration that literally lived next to Epstein. And he was like, hey, like laughing when Trump was like, it's a scam, it's a Democratic hoax. He came out in an interview and was like, I only met him once. And the guy was sick and deprived. I knew it right away. He was disgusting. His wife, me and my wife, we knew it. And then it's like, hey, Epstein, I'm coming to the island. I got a 5-year-old, 8-year-old, 13-year-old, 14-year-old. Yeah, cool. When he was a convicted registered offender. I'm sorry, but why are you bringing children to a convicted predator's island where he gets to do whatever he wants to? How are you able to lie to the American people so strongly?
I also want to address the publication of the information Mandelson provided during the appointment process. I understand the strength of public feeling.
That's the UK government official that was insider trading, telling Epstein and the Rothschilds what was going to happen before it did, so they could rig the financial system against you, because all the financial systems are rigged against you, and it's all pretty much a major scam. Anyway.
I share the anger that people feel when powerful individuals appear to escape scrutiny.
Sure you do. You're only doing this now because you got caught. It's like, you got your hand in the cookie jar. I'm like, I didn't want a cookie. Yeah, right. You're telling me you would do this on your own if there wasn't such a big controversy. Get out of here, you liar.
And I want to be able to release those documents as quickly as possible.
Can we release all of them? Where are they?
I wanted to release them yesterday, in fact. And
sure you do. Sure. Anyway, before getting into the rest of this clip and Hillary Clinton's response here, right? This is hilarious. Listen, Trump just had some interesting things to say about the Clintons. Before getting into that in the Trump clip, we just really quickly wanted to tell you about WeAreChange.shop. I love my shop. I love every product that I procure. One of the best ones is, of course, our magnesium glycinate. It's one of our best sellers. Now, a lot of people talk about if you're a man, you need to take one supplement for the rest of your life. That would be magnesium glycinate, according to some people. Is that right for you? I don't know. Most people deficient in magnesium. Why? Our food used to be rich in magnesium and no longer is. It's becoming less and less rich. It's something that I have found incredibly important for my athletic performance, for my rest, for my recovery, for my nervous system. I was dealing with like massive amounts of like panic attacks, and I was like, I had no idea what the hell's going on. And then I started to take it seriously, started to take ashwagandha, started to work on my sleep. I don't drink, and I feel amazing. I feel absolutely great, and I no longer deal with that. I used to have headaches last year. No more. I don't have headaches anymore. I'm pretty sure that's in part one, healthy lifestyle, eating clean, working out. Sometimes I cheat. I cheat sometimes. I like to cheat sometimes and have my little cheat meal because you can't be too stringent. Again, the worst thing you can do for yourself, health-wise, stress. And if you over-panic, you're like, I'm never gonna do this. Why? And you're like that. I don't care how many supplements you're taking. You're just going to screw yourself up. We got another person. I just literally typed in magnesium glycinate into Twitter. Another person says magnesium glycinate is the most powerful sleep aid no one's talking about. One dose calms nighttime anxiety, boosts deep sleep by 30%, and leaves you recharged and clear-headed by morning. In this thread, I'll explain how it works and how to, quote, use it safely. Again, do your own homework. As another person says, bro, I'm taking 400 milligrams of magnesium glycinate at night. Why aren't I feeling anything? You're still severely deficient. That's why. Fix this, and then people are saying, hey, here's how to fix your magnesium deficiency. So many people are deficient. It's pretty wild and crazy. Again, I love doing my own homework. I love doing my own research. This stuff works for me. I think it might work for you. Consult a medical professional before putting anything into your own body. Do your own research and support yourself and this independent media by going to wearechange.shop. The link is down in the description below. Now, before covering more about this UK scandal, again, the Europeans are like, pissed. There's actually movement in Europe with them being like, yeah, sorry, our elites hurt children. I'm so sorry. Like, we're going to actually do something. We're going to fire some people. Here in America, it's like, okay, this administration wants you to forget. I don't want to forget. I think we can't forget. I think if we forget, our institutions continue to be corrupted and as absolutely taken over and hijacked as they are right now. No one has trust in government. No one has trust in the institutions. No one has trust in voting anymore. Trump could change all of that and become one of the greatest presidents ever by holding the elite accountable and having a cultural revolution of his own before the left has it, because the left's going to come to power. They're going to have it. But he could have it peacefully, non-violently, without any major turmoil to the citizenry by going after the elites and holding them accountable for the actual crimes that they committed. The cultural revolution that's going to happen on the left is like, oh, you said thing, you believe something, you're a teacher, you're a lawyer, you're a podcaster, jail, now you have to apologize as we beat you in front of large crowds. That's what's going to, we're not far away from that. Okay? With everything as it's progressing, we are not far away from that. And I'm arguing that the next cultural revolution is either going to be on the right, or it's either going to be on the left. I want it to be nonviolent. I want it to be just. I want it to be accountable. I want it to be done with a court of law. I want it to be done in a way where we could look back at ourselves and be proud and not monsters who violate people's human rights or hurt people who don't deserve to be hurt. And the way to do that is to clean out the institutions that have been hijacked.
And to talk about them at Prime Minister's question. But the police have advised that releasing certain information now could risk prejudicing a future investigation or legal process.
The British police, when asked about Prince Andrew, were like, yeah, okay, cool. We're not going to look into it. Goodbye. See you later. You said something online? You said something online? What did you say? Jail! I was like, I just said I'm not too happy about the refugee crisis and migrants that are hurting our children here. Jail! Hey, Prince Andrew, he like literally is accused. There's like a lot of victims. There's a lot of evidence. Can you guys look into this? Nope. The British police literally came out saying, yeah, sorry, we're not going to do anything here. Goodbye. As the Clintons, another elitist, criminal political faction class, is now dealing with contempt of Congress charges, which Donald Trump should have acted on and arrested them immediately once they violated, 4 times congressional subpoenas. As now they're saying, okay, we'll do it again. There's people are saying, no, they're just going to skip this one too. As Hillary Clinton is taking to social media and turning off her comments and saying, for 6 months, we engaged Republicans on the Oversight Committee in good faith. No, you said, yeah, I'll do it. And then you're like, you've never been there. You never went. You never testified, right? Why haven't you testified? We told them what we know under oath. No, you didn't. You didn't come and testify. You weren't questioned. You did written statements. We don't know anything. Goodbye. Quote, they ignored it all. Did they? Why are they saying, come on in, guys? Why are you not coming on in with the subpoena? The Republicans who didn't do that ended up in jail. Why aren't you in jail? Quote, they moved the goalpost and turned accountability into an exercise in distraction. What are you talking about? Go testify. Under oath. We don't want your little pre-canned lawyer legalese insane statements. Right? Because all they're going to do is like, I plead the fifth. Hillary Clinton. So let's stop this game. If you want this fight, James Comer, let's have it in public. You love to talk about transparency. There's nothing more transparent than a public hearing. Cameras on. We will be there. Okay, let's get into it. As some people are saying, this is really a message to Donald Trump. Right? Allegedly, there's some people saying the Clintons have turned on Donald Trump and they're going to go release it all. Now, Donald Trump and his administration and the DOJ did release the first type of file dump, and it predominantly contained a lot of weird photos of Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton allowed Epstein to be in his White House, right? That was pretty big here. Bill Clinton went and did Secret Service multiple times to go fly on Epstein's plane. So far, we're hearing that the testimony will happen. I wanted to see it public, but I don't understand Trump's behavior here, because Trump could have arrested them, put it on them. The DOJ tried to do that in a little bit of a way. Bill Clinton came out through a representative making a statement saying, release all of it. Let's go. But this is Donald Trump's kind of comments on Clinton here.
It bothers me that somebody's going after Bill Clinton. See, I like Bill Clinton. I still like Bill Clinton.
What do you like about him?
I liked his behavior toward me. I thought he got me. He understood me. It bothered.
Why does it bother you when he should be in jail, right? I don't understand that. Like, there's so many like criminal connections to the Clintons with everything that they were doing here, right? And you're like, what's going on here? Some people are saying the conclusion here is that it's just one big club and that they have dirt on each other. Now, clearly, this DOJ and this FBI have not done a good job. They have done a very poor job, a job that a lot of people are now severely questioning, as this is just the biggest feeder of the black pill. It's like, hey, you know of an ongoing eugenics operation happening by Epstein and all of his crony scientific buddies and pals at MIT and Harvard with Bill Gates and all these other people with huge sums of money that they're moving around without any rules and regulations, without any kind of oversight. The banks are just skirting all of the things that they do for everyone else, and they're making sure that they're able to do whatever they want. And they're not even looking at the properties. The main property here, Zorro Ranch here in New Mexico, Epstein had connections to the governor of New Mexico very closely. The governor of New Mexico was also accused of being a predator. I confronted the governor of New Mexico when he was running for the presidency of the United States. Never investigated, never searched, never looked into, and the FBI is just there twiddling their thumbs as high-level elite people are just continuing to hurt children under their watch with what people believe their protection, since, of course, if they know about it, they're an accessory to the crime. Right? If you know a crime is going to happen here in America, a big serious crime, and you don't do anything about it, you're seen as an accessory. Right? There's charges that or placed on people because they knew something was going to happen and they didn't do anything. That's what's happening with the FBI. Now, Zorro Ranch is important because that's where Epstein was running his scientific experiments and eugenics operation out of. Right? What kind of scientific experiments? Well, look what was happening here. Look at this email here that reads, I've been thinking a lot about the question that you asked Bill Gates. How do we get rid of poor people as a whole? And I have an answer. This is director Barry Josephson to Jeffrey Epstein. 10 years later, Bill Gates demanded that the entire world take a procedure. Now, again, I told you, Epstein and Bill Gates were literally sitting down and talking about how do we lower the Earth's population. I told you they're both eugenicists. They're both individuals that believed that they had supreme genes that they were trying to repopulate. Epstein was in the process of doing that. He was trying to impregnate 30 women at one single particular time at Zorro Ranch. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is known. And of course, they shared conversations about lowering the Earth's population. Another person, and I said this a couple days ago, I was like, man, I mean, there's so many people a part of all of this. It's pretty crazy. There's also allegedly Whoopi Goldberg asking Jeffrey Epstein to lend her his plane. Why is Whoopi asking for Epstein's plane? Now, the conversation about Bill Gates, I think, gets a little bit more serious, especially when you look at his parents, his family's ties, and everything that his work has kind of amounted to when it comes to health. I emphasize that health. And I think this clip here really kind of tells you the story of young Bill Gates. And again, Bill Gates also was accused of not being very successful and awkwardly hitting on women at Microsoft. Imagine being the head of a company and still not being able to, finish the deal with coworkers. And there were coworkers that complained that he was just weird and creepy to them. So that also has been documented pretty severely as well. But here's a news clip.
You know who that is right there? Take your time. That is a young Bill Gates, as in Bill Gates from Microsoft, who just showed up in the Epstein files again, and it is not good. But take a look at this guy right here. Look closely and tell me if you think, and be honest, tell me if you think this guy right here went on a lot of dates before he was rich and famous. Or do you think maybe this guy, again, right here, might have struggled with the opposite sex in his younger years? And do you think maybe that might have bothered him?
And then he achieved so much, but he couldn't achieve ladies, a successful mate. That would drive any successful man crazy, especially when you're a billionaire. And even the people under you at a company don't give you the time of day. It's like, hey, hey, hi. And it's like, it develops into an anger. It develops into frustration. And then you have Jeffrey Epstein coming in with all these young ladies, some of them Russian, some of them a little hot in the wrong places, a little too hot. Some of them lock and loaded with a lot of fun things that you don't want to get, that he gets. And it all starts to make perfect sense here to why there was such a relationship.
A little bit. Again, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm trying to be honest. Now imagine if this guy right here suddenly had $50 billion. Think about that. $50 billion. And do you think he might maybe take advantage of things and indulge in things that were probably not available to him when he was a little bit younger? Allegedly, reportedly, of course. We certainly can imagine a world where that's possible, where Bill Gates is perhaps not such a good guy after all. And it sounds like his ex-wife, Melinda, feels the exact same way. It sounds like Melinda thinks that Jeffrey Epstein could be the reason why they got divorced.
His wife coming out and speaking out against him during this time. I mean, my goodness. I mean, that is like the nail in the coffin, right? But how is this guy still going to be at Davos? This has been breaking for a long time. And every time Bill Gates gets asked about this, he gets very antsy, he gets very angry, he gets very passive aggressive. He's dead. Why does it matter? Well, bro, it mattered because according to him, you got an STD and then tried to forcefully drug your wife. Who's not too happy about that? And now she's speaking out against you, saying you have some questions to answer.
There was one report that said it was multiple affairs. Do you care to say anything about that?
I think those are questions Bill needs to answer.
Okay. It was also widely reported that Bill had a friendship or business or some kind of contact with Jeffrey Epstein, and that you were not, that was very upsetting to you. Did that play a role in the divorce at all in this process?
Yeah, as I said, it's not one thing. It was many things. But I did not like that he'd had meetings with Jeffrey Epstein. No. Mm-hmm. Any of the questions remaining about what Bill's relationship there was, those are for Bill to answer.
Okay.
But I made it very clear how I felt about him.
Mm-hmm. Well, she came out and said he was sick and disgusting. Now, granted, a lot of people in our society are saying he was sick and disgusting. And then they're like, hey, bro, can we party? Brian Johnson's one of them. And I'm like, bro. He came out with a statement. He was like, Howard Lutnick's another one. Elon's another one. What? And you got to be intellectually honest, right? All these people are like, he's sick and disgusting. He's horrible. When's the wildest party on that island? Hey, when can I come over? Hey, can we meet again, please? Oh, camera's on. Ah, he's bad. Hey, bro, what's up? What's up, bro? What's up? What the hell's going on here?
Well, isn't that just kind of interesting? Melinda Gates left Bill Gates, at least in part, because of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, the convicted child predator, and because around his ex-wife.
I mean, look at that. Larry Summers here. We have the executioner of Epstein's estate after he passed, a close associate to, of course, Bill Gates. What do you see here? Right? Like the deprived horrors that some of these people committed. I mean, goodness. I mean, you can't even imagine the type of low down, disgusting stuff that these people were a part of. That still continues to this day.
Bill Gates was apparently sleeping with other women, according to Melinda. Isn't that interesting that this...
And there's a high probability of young women, underage women.
Same guy right here could do all of that. And this is just an observation. But it sounds like Melinda Gates thinks that Bill was kind of a dirtbag. Never saw that coming, did you? Because how could this guy ever possibly cheat on his wife?
Also, the same guy working on GMO mosquitoes that have medical interventions against your well, the guy blocking off the sun, the guy creating fake meat, and the guy reprocessing poop water for you to drink. Yeah. I mean, okay, I get it. They're playing the clip of him dancing. We get it. He was a bit of a nerd, but I think there's a lot more to this. New York Post, teen Epstein accuser wrote she was used as a human incubator for secret baby who was snatched at birth. Now, what were they doing with the babies? Peter Nygaard literally is taking them, and he loved Latin and black women, and then he would have babies with them, and he would pay them for the babies, and then the babies would go missing. Like, where's the babies? This is according to the online chatter. And then we were finding out he was working on mad scientific type of experiments that specifically self-exited the baby in order to have the stem cells from the baby, right? And he forced things like abortions on a lot of these women, and then took the baby and took the fetus, and then literally used it to prolong his life through longevity medical procedures like stem cells. That's the type of sick-deprived stuff. So was Epstein doing that stuff? Probably, right? He had all the health guru and experts all around him. And listen, this is the sick-deprived stuff that a lot of the elites do, right? And you're like, I would never do that. It sounds out of a horror movie. That sounds disgusting. It's what they do. There's a reason that they have blood boys. Now, again, some people do just stem cells from other people, but some people say the best stem cells are the people from your own genetic kind of lineage, which explains why you, of course, would have Epstein, who thought he was superior than everyone else, trying to spread his gene pool to the entire world while lowering everyone else's. Little egg-shaped wiener guy is like, my genes are the best. I want them everywhere. The goyim there don't need to be around. How do we lower the goyim and the poor people? It's like, damn, bro. And again, I told you, it's all satanic death cult at the end of the day. That's still continuing to this day. The New York Post article reads, one of Jeffrey Epstein's teen accusers alleged she was used as a human incubator to have his baby. And then the newborn was apparently snatched from her just minutes after giving birth. That baby's probably no longer alive. The claims, which was included in the latest Epstein document dump, was laid bare in the diary entry describing how the teen gave birth to the little girl around 2002, when she was just 16 years old or 17 years old at the time. I am beyond broken, the teen wrote, according to the files. I only got 10 to 15 minutes to hold and feed her before they took her. She is mine. I want her back. Man, imagine the pain and suffering. Like you carry a baby for 9 months, and then this predator that hurt you when you were 16 says, no, it's my baby now. And then it takes the life of the baby for their own stem cells. Right? Because I don't see Epstein being a good father. I don't see Epstein being an individual who cared about children. He hurt children and had huge files and videos of other people hurting children. The entry, which also includes an image of a 20-week-old pregnancy scam, went to suggest Epstein, Madam Ghislaine Maxwell, had been there at the time of the birth. In the hall, Ghislaine said she was beautiful. She was, not is. Where is she? Why did she stop whimpering? She was born. I heard the tiny cries, the accuser wrote. Elsewhere, she described how Epstein had wanted to create a superior gene pool and the perfect offspring. He was also working on gene-altered births. I missed the person I was before. I was made into what feels like a human incubator, the entry reads. Superior gene pool? Why me? It makes no sense. My hair color, my eye color, that feels very German-like. But in thinking about these stupid, insane theories he has, I guess in his mind, it does make sense. In 2019, the New York Times reported that Epstein had informed scientists he wanted to improve humanity by using his sperm to impregnate scores of women at his New Mexico ranch. 2 award-winning scientists told the outlet that the financier had shared his plans for a baby-making factory and in the desert on multiple occasions starting in the early 2000s. This is the New Mexico Zorro Ranch. The woman diary entry briefly noted the possibility of moving to New Mexico, controlled all by Jeffrey all the time. To get there, you literally needed a helicopter. And the governor was on his payroll, as well as other sheriffs and local authorities. Then, of course, if you would call, like, hey, can you help me? Epstein's hurting me. They would call Epstein and be like, yo, bro, you got a problem. You need help fixing it? That'll be X amount of money. That's how it plays. Imagine being sent into a private desert where there's no escaping. You can only helicopter out. You call police. You call the local media. You call the local government, and all of them are on his payroll. Imagine being a child. Wow. Imagine being put in that situation. I don't wish that on anyone. Controlled, quote, all by Jeffrey all the time. Get away from it. And then go to New Mexico? What in the hell? This makes no sense. What about school? The entry stated. Now, again, who knows about the validity of this entry, but it does play along with everything that's kind of been happening here. The copies of this accuser's diary were turned over to the prosecutors by the woman's lawyers as they probed Epstein and Maxwell, the UK Times reported. It wasn't immediately clear if the woman's claims have been verified. Meanwhile, that's important. That's what I was just saying. Meanwhile, it has never been confirmed if Epstein fathered any children before he, again, New York Post says he took himself out. I don't believe that. That's not true. FBI director came out It says it's true. And I'm like, no way. The trove of files, however, included several references to him being a potential dad, including congratulatory messages from Sarah Ferguson in 2021. Don't know if you're still on this, but have heard from the Duke that you've had a baby boy. Where are the children? Where are the children? Where are the children? Even though you never had kept in touch, I'm still here with love, friendship, and congratulations of your baby, Sarah. Sarah Ferguson was Prince Andrew's spouse. Epstein will, which was signed just 2 days before his death, made zero mention of any kids. What happened to the kids? Woody Allen. I would say he Woody Allen them, but a little bit more severely. There's also a UCLA professor that emailed Epstein tips about how to get infants to, quote, suck more vigorously on a pacifier. Yep. The university had employed him until someone literally showed up and protested. We also found out through Epstein's private medical records that have been leaked, he had herpes. Not a surprise. Why is that not a surprise here? There's also an email from Mitch Weber, a U.S. Holocaust Museum board member, asking about, quote, lenient adult tourism laws to engage in underage adult actions. This is the email that has been posted that DD Geopolitics reported on, saying, let's also look at tourism laws going someplace with specific intent to have underage, quote, relations. Myron Afal. Mitchell D. Weber, member of the United States Holocaust Memorial Council. This is the email that we just read here. Wow. That is just wild. Now, also very strange emails from Reid Hoffman talking about ice cream. This is the email from Reid Hoffman to Jeffrey Epstein, 2014, when Epstein was already a registered offender. Everyone knew that. Smiley face. Al then busy, ... at 4 times a week. Going to start today, trying for 7 days a week. Today is the day, 4 in a row. Sent you 2 gifts to New York City Abide. 1, ice cream. If you have any interest, you should try. Else for the girls. 2, something that may strike your funny bone for the island. Hope you're having fun as usual. Seeing Bill again. 1:10 with Satya. It looks like American Vector Jess Stanley. Quote, please send me your brother's email address. Boris would like to set up with him regarding African American gays. Huh? What? There's also Reuters reporting Epstein files show Swiss bank CEO De Rothschild kept up year-long personal contact with Epstein. The Rothschilds unequivocally condemns Epstein's crimes, spokesperson says. I like how they're all speaking through the spokesperson. It's like, how elitist do you have to be to not even like speak for yourself? My legal spokesperson and PR team thought this was the best thing to say. Banker, financier agreed to meet in New York, Paris. Epstein, to quote, tuck himself out. Ariane de Rothschild, again, the Rothschild family was working on making a capitalism woke and, quote, fair and equitable. And that's why there's mass discrimination against the Goyim, white guys, and all of it. Head of the family-owned Edmund de Rothschild Swiss private bank corresponded dozens of times with the late offender, Epstein, and agreed to multiple meetings. Epstein literally said, and this is where Reuters is burying the lead here, Epstein said he represented the Rothschilds in an email to Peter Thiel. That's a big one there. Multiple meetings over 5 years, even after his arrest. The documents released by the U.S. Department of Justice, and again, this is just a whitewash here. As some people are saying, the Rothschilds were literally hunting and taking people out, according to this email, blanked out from whom? Saying, thanks, thrilling hunt, Ariana de Rothschild. Great photo, got it. Amazing old male, an amazing hunt. My bankster should be careful. Now, is this true? I don't know. I haven't verified it. Verified it yet. There's a bunch of fake emails going out there, so it could be fake. Just be warned. We're just reading what people are saying online. Now, the Daily Mail also is reporting that allegedly Jeffrey Epstein ordered 2 foreign girls strangled to death during adult relations to be, quote, buried near his ranch. Person claiming to be former worker alleged. Now, again, lots of people making accusations. Just because they make an accusation isn't true. Does it follow the same type of protocol of everything that we're seeing here? Yes. Should it be investigated? Yes. Is it being investigated? No. Why isn't it being investigated? That's the infuriating part, right? It's like, can we have someone at least decide to say, you know what? Hey, a former employee coming forward. Let's look into, is this a former employee? Okay, correct. Oh, it is. Okay. He says 2 bodies are buried. Let's look for it. What can it hurt, right? That's what I want my government doing. I want my government to be going out there investigating these leads. What is my government doing? It's telling me it's not illegal to party with him. That's not the right messaging. Donald Trump's like, move away from this. Bill Clinton is a great guy. I'm like, I don't think he is. I don't think he is at all. Daily Mail reads, Jeffrey Epstein ordered the burial of 2 foreign girls near his ranch after they were strangled during a rough outing in an adult nature. According to an email released in the latest Epstein files, the email sent by a person claiming to have worked with Epstein, again, it could be just a crazy, wacky person, but there's a big chance it's not, also includes links purporting to show the late Epstein engaging with relations with underage girls. The correspondence, first sent to a man named Eddie Argan on November 21st, 2019, being forwarded onto the FBI, was released as part of a 3 million document dump from the Epstein files published by the U.S. Department of Justice. In the email titled Confidential, Jeffrey Epstein, the person whose name has been redacted, claimed to have been there and seen it all as a former staff at the Zorro. They alleged the girls were buried on the orders of Epstein and Madame Maxwell, believed to be Ghislaine Maxwell at Zorro Ranch. The ex-offender's sprawling New Mexico ranch property, which has long been reported, has been served as one of his private playgrounds for abuse and trafficking. In the email, they wrote, Edward, this is sensitive, so it will be the first and last email depending on your discretion. You can choose to take it or trash it, but this comes from a person that has been there and seen it all as a former staff at the Zorro. The material below was taken from Jeffrey Epstein's home as my insurance in case of future litigation against Epstein. Sorry, no questions. They added, what is damning about Epstein is yet to be written. Did you know somewhere in the hills outside of Zorro, 2 foreign girls were buried on orders of Epstein and Maxwell. Both passed away from strangulation during intense sessions. The sender also included links to videos which claimed to show Epstein having relations with children. Then they demanded a payment of 1 Bitcoin in return for the video and information. The email was forwarded on to the FBI. And again, the fact that they're asking for money already is a big kind of question mark here, right? Because it could all be fake. It could be just someone who is a scammer just trying to enrich themselves, right? Do you pay our ransom? Be like, no. Be like, yeah. No. I think that's ridiculous. And it could have been just a hacker's approach trying to enrich themselves. Now, Simon Goodek came out and says, breaking, the Epstein files contain evidence suggesting the trafficking may still be active. And of course it is. You think it's not? You think what just happened with Epstein is still not happening today. You think the powerful people that got away, that have a predilection, that have a deep, dark, sinister, evil desire to hurt children, you think they just magically stopped? You think that demon inside of them stopped? You think that they just said, yeah, I guess I got to be a better person now. I got away with it once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. Yeah, I'm just going to stop. I have a sick, twisted desire to continue to do this, but I'm just going to stop. You think it stopped? It didn't. There's other islands. There's other operations. There's other children being hurt right now, and my tax dollars are being used to protect it. And that's infuriating. I never got a chance to talk about the tunnels. I'm going to do another video on the second channel. Check out the second channel. about some of the occult tunnel stuff. I'm going to bring up Alex Jones and some of the weirder, darker stuff here. So stay tuned for that and a lot more, all here on this independent media broadcast. Get some magnesium glycinate. We're going to need some help sleeping after seeing everything being revealed here. It is crazy. It is wild, and it's only going to get wilder from here. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for supporting independent media. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys doing that. Thank you so much for buying the supplements and subscribing. And this is why I love you. Stay tuned for more, all here exclusively on youtube.com/weare.
And Wog, your name is Trump. Because you're all up in Nanya's camp, pushing her nonsense. You're not here for the children, you're here for the drama. Your enmity is also shot to hell. Okay? I can find you. And I promise you, Wog, I'm going to have your name. I'm going to have where you live. I'm going to have your telephone number. So when you get a call from a private number, Wog, that is me. I will be calling you up live. Okay? Because nonsense is going to stop. Y'all don't take this shit serious. I take it serious. Okay? I'm not making threats. I'm not coming to your house. I'm not going to harass you, but I'm going to make a point. So when I take the shit to court, I can show my video that I did at least reach out to you that one time for you to back off. Like I did Nanya. You need to back off. You need to back off of my friend, Nanya. Wog, you're up in their camp. You're perpetuating this bullshit. Your name is going to be slandered. Well, not slandered. I take that back. Wog, you're up in their camp. You're perpetuating this bullshit. Your name is going to be slandered. Well, not slandered. I take that back. Your name is going to be put on the top of the list for pushing this lady and her stuff. You're gonna look bad in front of your father. I'm gonna let your father know what you're doing online and how dangerous this is. It's just that serious now. I'm not making threats. I have a right to at least call you at one time to reach out to you, to prove to the court system I'm trying to do something. None of y'all people in this community want to help me. None of you. I can put a cash app up right now. I need just X amount of money to go to this A, B, and C with witnesses with me confronting predators online. And the predators will be stated. Aaron Victor Koch, dumbass. Okay? He's a predator. John Davis, he's a predator. Shay Fontaine, he's a predator. Stephen Stencil, he's a predator. And then we have Nanya, she's a predator. And there's many more predators here in this community. You want to throw that word out loosely. I'm doing it right now. Wow. I'm going after all of y'all. Don't think I'm not. I am. And I'm going to put it on a video, and then I'm going to take it to the judge. I'm going to say, Your Honor, I need a restraint on these people. And this is fine. I made a video. So if anything happens after this video, we know who to look for. Because we know what happens when certain people, influential people, that got thousands and thousands of supporters. That's when it becomes dangerous, Tommy fellows. One of your supporters caught somebody's truck on fire. saying that. I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do something. And it's gonna happen here. We're all gonna see it. We're all gonna see it. Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem. That crazy bastard don't know what he's gonna do or when he's gonna do it. Stupid bastard's gonna end up hurting a lot of innocent people. But, hey, we're all in for a little bit of fun and entertainment, aren't we? We're all in for a little bit of fun and entertainment, aren't we? Hell, he's running around telling everybody, these people are going to jail. What's up, Nate? I'm monitoring the radio down there to see if they've picked his dirty, nasty ass up yet. It's just a matter of time. You're going to take all of that. You're going to take it inside. You're going to take it down. Doing all this stupid shit. I'm calling you out. And there's some equally that's in the community. It's harboring. You're running with this bullshit. You're going to be called out also. I take that man's rent. Well, it's the 18. I think I'm even surprised. Take these nuts. Stick them on your chin. I can find you. You need to call me. Make it easy on yourself. Make it very easy. But remember, Wog, when you call me, I'm going to have a recording. And I'm going to save that recording. So that way when I take it to court, I tell the judge, he understands thoroughly and fully. So whoever made that video in that court, and it says no recording. And one of you, Tanya or Wog, did that. I stand firm with my promise that any of you that support me, Nanya, don't be surprised when you find your name out here with what you support. I'm going to find your name before the day is out, Wog. I'm going to find your name. I'm going to find out where you work. I'm going to find out your house address. And I'm going to have you served. I just need to know where. So if you don't want to give me a house address, Wog, I'm going to have you served at your business. Okay? You can be a man. Tell me where to send it. And I'll leave it like that, and I won't disclose nothing. Or you can be a bitch like Vic and harass women. You don't want to talk to me. You want to be that little mouse, that little keyboard warrior, and hide. Fine. Do so. Do so. That will show true colors. You want to support Nanya and her bullshit and her nefarious stuff that she's doing. Fine. That shows who you are. Yes, I'm talking about Wiggy Woggy, whatever, the machinist. He took the video in court when Bobby Joe tried to get a restraining order on me. Nanya turned her against me. And she found out what kind of person Nanya was. I felt bad. I felt bad. I didn't pick up that. I wasn't served. I went into hiding. Okay? Because I knew that if I got served, I couldn't reach out, apologize. It's harder for me then to pick up, try to resolve our issues. Because I knew sooner or later they're going to see what type of person. And they did. And sure enough.
Yeah. That's right. Call these nuts, Vic.
I told you. No, told her. I'm sorry. Okay? But DHI, I'm not sorry for that. Gabby, I'm not sorry for that. I stand firm on my feelings for all of y'all. Snakes in the grass.
Stand firm on these nuts.
So don't want to play games. I'm taking numbers, and I'm taking names, and I'm going to call people, and I'm going to put it on video. So that way.
And that's harassment.
We can make it as real as we want. People need to see this. People need to take notice of this. My God, now people are taking notice. People are taking notice.
Yeah, they're noticing you're an insane, stupid motherfucker.
Names, all the names. Be worried. Be very worried.
Oh, be afraid, my pretty. Be afraid.
No. The dog while he's down. I'm kicking that dog like a can. I'm kicking it down that road. So now, when I put my cash out.
So I can't help but wonder. Did he kick his cat and kill his cat? Did he kill his cat because nobody's heard a single peep or meow from midnight? And where's Gerald? Where's Gerald?
I surely hope some of y'all people that I've been talking to in the last few days, since Monday, help me. Help me. Because I'm going to tell you what. The reason I need this money is going to help every single one of you. And if I need it right now, time is of the essence. I'm going to go. And
go to hell. That's where you need to go.
I'm going to pull information. I'm going to confront my accusers.
Confront these nuts.
I have that right. I have that right. Confront my accusers. I want to stand in front of the house and take videos and pictures. I have that right. Call the police if you want to. Please invite the police so that way I can we can have a police report showing that I was there. And that way I can get you in court, Nanya. That way I can get you in court and I can see your face. Not only will I be in court, Nanya, other people will be in court too. More people's going to be in court on you than they had on me. See, I don't want that. However, he's coming to get me. Oh, he's going to kill me. I'm not going to kill you. When I get there, I'm going to the sheriff's department and I'm going to tell them why I'm going out there.
Good, they'll lock you up.
There's a crime that happened on you, a crime. I'm pretty sure you might be involved in that crime. Pretty sure you might be involved in that crime.
Dude, there's no citizen's arrest made here, you dumb fuck.
I'm doing it out of defense.
It's the YouTube police.
I'm an investigative reporter. I have that right to go there.
He is not an investigative reporter.
And I'm going to tell you what. I'm going to be making a phone call to a Leo. I'm going to record that phone call to the Leo. As documents about your nefarious acts, Nanya. Things that happen. Really,
nobody cares, you old crazy fuck.
You know what I'm talking about, Nanya? You know exactly what I'm talking about. That's why you're moving. That's why you're moving. It's a very good cover-up, Nanya. Very good cover-up. And Bob, that's a bad look on you, buddy. I thought better of you. If you showed me your true colors. And I will never, ever, ever trust you. Because you're a weak man. You're weak. You're easily brainwashed. This bullshit kept in the dark. You got it beat the mushroom. You get the mushroom. See, you want to perpetuate bullshit. I'm calling the bullshit out right now. You see, people don't like that. Ground Force don't like that. Robert Cole Brown, the pedo. You don't like that.
Yeah, but he was your best friend when he was buying your guitar. And then you sat there and thought about it later, and you was like, man, he should have gave me more money about it. And then you started picking at him again. So that makes you a whole ass bitch. It does. Makes you a whole ass bitch because it's like, how come all of a sudden you're cool with him 1 minute and then you aren't cool with him the next? That means that you just talk out of both sides of your fucking neck. But we already knew that. We already knew that.
So, it's me. Brady, don't come in here with these little gold accounts. Guess what? I can ban you. I don't give a fuck. Ban you.
Yeah, that's why you gotta run your stream with without any fucking chats. Ain't that a bitch? Keep coming in here with your troll account. And I'll keep banning you. It's fine with me. Guess what? I'm gonna do another live today. I'm calling up Wog's work. Because I really need to speak with you, Wog. It's business. It's business. You filmed the court. Or was it not? You need to tell me that now. You need to hear that from me. Because if you don't, I'll pull your ass up in court and I'll get to see what you look like. We'll all get to see what you look like. Won't that be good, Bob? You already showed us your colors. You already showed us all that. It's not going to ever grow up. You know, you never grow up. You never become anything, Bob. Becoming like that, following those people there, you're weak, bro. You're weak. You're weak to all these other people. What the fuck are you? You old ass motherfucker.
See, you're not going to stand up. It's easier for you to push the bullshit and laugh and hide behind a computer. So yeah, I want to take a donation. I want to go to Arkansas. I want to go to Hot Springs. I want to go there. So that way I can get all this documented. Well, you go take a restraining order out on me. Your face is going to be shown. That's what I want. I want to see your face on it. I want to see that pretty little round face of yours with the little crazy dimples.
I can't help but wonder if he said nipples. What is it that he wants to see her nipples for? I mean, he's a pervert. We know that. We know that. But why is it that he keeps on saying that he wants to see her nipples? I mean, that's pretty fucked up.
Maybe once people see us in there, they will take note. Say, oh, fuck. You better not miss a bit.
No, they're going to see that they need to get some good self-defense against you.
Do you really want me to do that? Do you really want me to do that? Or do you really want to do that, Nani? Do you want to take the restraining order out of me? Come on, I want you to. Tell you what, I'll go down there, meet the police station, so we can go to court and get this over with. It's okay for you to run with these lies and fuck with people and do things to people, irritate people, slander people, run, it's not one thing, it's another. And when people come back at you, oh, they're picking on me. You're a professional victim, John. You're a professional. You was a professional victim before you even came in this community. Why is that, John? How can that be? I'm going to leave you with that. And Bob, be on the lookout today for the telephone call, bro. Be on the lookout. I'm going to record it. If your father answers the phone, his voice is going to be on the phone. But we're going to hear what your father's voice sounds like. How about that? We have a reason. We have a right to know what your father's voice sounds like. Right?
This motherfucker is straight up weird.
You recorded the report after they said you can't do that. Why? You tell me why? You did that? I don't know. Only a man would stand up and do something. A man. I'm standing up calling all this bullshit out. I'm standing up saying, I've done this, and I've done this. And I put the shit out there to show the real facts, the real truth. All y'all pushing the bullshit, the lies, and have nothing to back it up with. Whereas I've documented it. I've been taking copies of your chat when you're talking trash and telling lies about people. I know who you are. That's like you, Barb. Like you, Barb. You remember the last thing I told you, Barb? You remember that? Let me refresh your little brain, Barbara. It was last year, over a year ago, on Instagram. We were upset with each other, and then we talked, and I told you, Barb, I'm going to leave you alone. I'm not going to do all these things to you, or say things to you, bring up things. I'm going to leave you alone. I'm not going to dox you. And I never have, Barbara. I never have. I left you alone, and here you are talking shit. I seen all the stuff you said, Barb. I seen it. And then you going to come in my chat and play like we're friends, like you support me. You don't support me. You are one of the evil ones, one of the stupid ones. Easy to manipulate you. So now, if my speech said, we're going to go to the song. The song goes out to some of you. You've probably heard it before. Probably heard it. It's all AI generated. See, all the songs I've been playing was AI generated. And guess what? I'm going to start making AI songs. And I'm going to put all y'all's call names in it. I'm going to even put your real name in it.
What's up, Tetro?
Names in it. I don't need therapy.
He needs electroshock therapy.
Like Clown Force, like Nanya, all the ones that's pushing all this bullshit. Don't ask me. Your little troll account.
Figured I'd give Suckenhoff a little bit of thanks for giving us the day off tomorrow, since he's a loser bitch. Yes. They're loser bitches. They always will be. And the thing about it is, they ain't never gonna learn. They ain't never gonna learn. Ah, yes. A little bit of Robert Plant. Yeah, they're all in the same drawer of used condoms. Every one of them, their dad say they should have pulled out. Yeah, they got like the Chomo Legion of Doom there. Yeah, chomosexuals. Let's see. We're gonna give Cuckarati a little bit of a religious lesson here. Since Cuckarati is so fucking stupid. I want to educate him. Yeah, they're chomosexuals and homosexuals. See, they don't ever want to. See, there is a difference. There is a difference in a Messianic Jew, and they're so damn stupid and lazy they won't go and look it up and read. I don't think that Scotty Cuckarati, the dojo diddling ditty, can read. Yes, make Livingston safe again. Take Predward off the streets. Yeah, make upstate New York safe again. Put that piece of shit van in the crusher. Put the rape van in the crusher. Yeah. Make Cabbage Town safe again. Keep Rodney out of trees. Yeah, exactly. It's time to put Paul Kersey in every fucking neighborhood. Exactly. People will think I'm kidding when I say that shit. I'm not. I'm not. And the thing about it is, half the police, they agree. That way, they have less paperwork to do. All right, Nate. You have a good night, buddy. And I'm always going to stay petty.
Well, you know, every once in a while I gotta come on this thing and disclaimer, I guess. Wednesday, June 25th, 2025.
Yeah, we need properly, hold on, let me pause Senor Gomez there. We need properly trained vigilantes, ones that are properly trained by Uncle Sam that were scorned by Uncle Sam and have left and went in to the sunset and have sat back and thought about it and said, fuck the system. The bad actors should have to pay for their bullshit. Yeah. Because those fuckers are the ones that give peg leg, poop bag wearing midgets like Chomophile, Wart Blob, oxygen.
Mr. Cox doesn't work with anyone, want to work with anyone, doesn't work with anyone. The exchange of information between two parties is just that, exchange of information. No one tells me what move I should do. I'm open to some suggestions, you know, most of the time, of, you know, requests, so forth. But, you know, anybody that I've exchanged information with was so they can move on with their journey and their own puzzle pieces put together. So they make the moves that they make. Like, for instance, when Tacos asked me, she'll lie about it, I'm lying about it. But when Tacos asked me to be her play fight partner, I told her that you don't want that. And I'll give you a little sample of why you don't want that. And I did. And right, and all of a sudden all these crazy stories about Mr. Cox come out. But it's interesting. What I do find interesting is the way people have questions, but speculation.
And when I wouldn't talk to Genital Warts Blob, all kinds of shit started happening to me. Yeah.
And when I do come around, when these people have questions, go on their panel, all of a sudden they don't have questions. That interesting. And then when they want to get into it, it's usually that strange book burnt or something like that. Very interesting. That's why I try not to panel up to where streams are gonna get book burned, right? Things can be taken out of context and so forth. Yeah, don't let what happened to tacos, this choline, happen to you. Or you think you might be using me for an agenda or try to suck me in so you can have a guy like Gacy that rides butt plugs on his stream, run me over by that guy with your little gay parade. But they can't panel up here. And I probably don't probably have any notifications going out, so sure there won't be any action on this stream. I wanted to come on just real quick and just give my 2 cents real quick, and also put out a join link, even though we probably don't have any notifications, which is all right. Just trying to give my monologue here. Try to get that on my history anyway. I'm kind of looking for some music for here. That very best of Steely. Talked to a pretty good lawyer this morning. Interesting. Another friend of mine didn't even know he was going through law school. I've talked to him for a while. Studying constitutional law and freedom of speech, civil rights, so forth. Way better than going into some type of criminal side. You're gonna get taken down for this. Anyways, oh goodness.
And I also would like to say I'm not under contract to anyone either. I am doing all of this simply because the children cannot fight for themselves. Those children that was on Predward stares at naked little boys on his multiple devices and laptop never got a voice. Ken Paxton took away their voice. Why did Ken Paxton do that? Well, hopefully Ken Paxton will give us an answer. If not, then the voters will give them their response. Because there's no excuse for a disgusting fuck, a sexual deviant like Predward stares at naked little boys, lots of them, on his multiple devices and laptop. He sat there and denied so adamantly to Tommy. And let us not forget, he did also denied it to Alex. He also denied it to Alex. So Alex is having all these problems with his channels being taken down. You think that maybe Predward and his network of pedophile-friendly individuals aren't attacking him along with all these people that he's exposed? Yeah, I think Predward's network is also behind it. I honestly do. Because look at everything that's going on in Colorado, like I told you. That shit ain't no joke. Why the fuck is JT Chofax from Colfax still walking free? He should be required to give up that DNA. If he's innocent, he should be willing to do it. We haven't found anything that supports the fact that he has submitted a DNA sample.
Anyways, so yeah, hopefully you're there. Thanks for tuning in. We've got more videos lined up. I'm gonna go do another round, upload another round of another month's worth of videos. That way, I don't have to tend to the puppy mill and give my attention so much to the puppy mill, constantly with the questions, the barrage of questions and speculation. But yeah, it's really interesting, when I'm there and you don't want to hear it from me, but then later you've got questions. Well, did you miss your opportunity, or are you still trying to figure out where the train wreck's gonna be at for the front row seats? I'm already in the front row seats chilling. You guys are running around, looking pretty stupid with your questions and speculation. Anyway.
Y'all can think what you want. I do not believe I'm speculating when I say that Predward stares at naked little boys on his multiple devices and laptop. His network has a whole lot to gain by attacking Alex and deplatforming him. Because look what Alex did. Alex totally exposed him. You remember how the great Alex exposure of predatory Predward stares at naked boys on his multiple devices and laptop happened? And Predward tried to blame his brother for it? Come on now, I know y'all remember that. Come on. It hasn't been that long ago. So you think that Predward's network wouldn't attack Alex the way he's been attacked? I mean, fuck. Look how many channels I lost for no reason. Dojo Diddling Diddy jumping out like he has and launching that smear campaign on me like he has. Him and little fellow frail, femdom, saying and doing everything that they did to me and still are. With Smelly Telly, the table dancer with tears and Trump tissues. The Timu nanny. Yeah. You think that they're not behind the scenes trying to get even with Alex? I mean, by all means, what happened between me and Alex and me not liking Alex, I still want Alex out there catching nasty ass pedophiles, okay? I want him out there. I want Tommy out there. I want Rami out there, okay? I want New Jersey predator prevention out there. Anyone that's doing it and the cases are sticking, I want them out there. I don't want Scummarina out there because he's a fucking slow motion train wreck. He threatens sheriffs, he's threatened DAs, he's threatened judges, and the harassment is just never ending. So no, Scummarina should not be out there. He's cost the movement too much. But you think about it, it's like that last piece of the puzzle popping in place, and it's like, motherfucker. Yeah. Angry G and the rest of the worn out, not so golden hoe bags, they're doing this shit because they're trying to stop the movement. They know if they stop Alex, they stop Tommy, the movement slows down. It loses traction.
All right, man. Don't work for anybody. Don't want to. Haven't been. Fair use. Don't take donations. That's why I might play somebody else's video for our drama LARP show. It's documentation purposes. You know what? It's interesting. That's really interesting too, right? It's just right. Pick off the hat right here. Question, right? Oh, Aaron has some very interesting things. Like, here's one question I'd like to ask. Do you have? See, you already had your freaking opportunity to ask me questions, and I'm not even subbed to this channel. It's all of a sudden, hey, get like a notification, right? No one has to tell me because I'm not working with anybody. get a notification, hey, this guy wants to talk about you. He's got questions. Not a human that's telling me that. Or it's not a machine that's telling me that, or a human.
Ever have videos of his home, his masturbation stuff? This was floating around.
Why would Urban Disciple want evidence videos if it's not to use the evidence? See, I mean, these network niggas, man, right? With their day LARPing with Vic and trying to say that, this person's working with this person. And no, I don't work with anybody. Don't want to work with anybody. I'm open to solutions, giving solutions. And it's got some solutions, requests, I've said. But, yeah, he's looking for evidence videos that are on the Quantum LARPbot channel, I believe, public. And you know what's hilarious about those evidence videos? If you want to clown the cone, the GO2, Game Over 2 little icon for the censorship.
And like I said, the more you think about this and the problem that Alex has had with his channels all being attacked and taken down, it has to be predatory Predward stares at naked little boys and his network of pedophile-friendly friends. Angry G and Proud Dowd and Looney Junie, Snotty Scotty Karate. It's not a 2 + 2 = 22. No, this is 2 + 2 = 4. It's so easy to comprehend. And Vic, old Rodney, has bragged before about how he was able to take down people's channels before because he has all of these different sock accounts. That's another thing I don't understand. If you have to have 25 fucking sock accounts like Scummarina does to attack people with, you're a pretty sad fucking individual. That's straight up troll shit. Just like, Genital Warts Blob. The sick motherfucker that tries to talk to kids while he's playing Minecraft. There's no excuse for this at all. None. And then he sits there, starts crushing up his fucking pain pills and snorting them and chewing them, and he'll chug him a fucking 3 or 4 shots in a shot glass of cheap ass bourbon, because he figures y'all can't see what he's really drinking. Y'all just know that he's drinking. He's a fucking addict. Sitting there encouraging his audience to relapse and become full-blown addicts again. It's sad, but that's what they're doing. Turning everyone on Alex to where they'll attack him. Like I said, I have my issue with him over the whole incident with myself and Red Hood and how he handled it, because if he was going to insert himself, he should have been a neutral party instead of just one-sided, because that's how he tried to portray himself. If he wasn't going to do that, he should have kept himself out of it. But now, when you look at the way he broke Predward down like a dollar store version of Obama, you can clearly see why predatory Predward stares at naked little boys on all of those multiple devices and laptop. You can see why he would be pissed and he would want to lash back out at Alex and get even. Because he's still talking to everyone in the back channels. You know, Angry G saying, you'd be surprised who he's talking to still. No, I would not. I can guarantee you he's not talking to me. I don't like the bastard. I think the son of a bitch should be under the prison. I think Ken Paxton should be with him under the prison because he let the sick bastard go. That's facts. He can sit there and try to deny it and everything, but I'm pretty sure of it. Pretty fucking sure of it that his little not so golden girls are the ones behind this now. You know, him and his little network of fuck ups want to sit there and try to still fuck with me and shit. I'm not going anywhere. Not going anywhere. I'm going to continue to expose you. I'm going to continue to expose you, JT Chofax from Colfax. I'm going to expose you, Matthew Scott Saccarino, on the sack of everybody's nuts. Saying I'm a confirmed member of FBC. Fuck you. You keep on making stupid ass assumptions, you're going to make an ass out of yourself every time.
Part of the evidence videos, okay, that shit's hilarious. Nothing gay about it. There's evidence. There's the GO2 watermark over where the business is being taken care of. And it's hilarious because why are these guys so desperate that they need to jag off like that anyways to, pop women in the UK? Let's see, just getting work himself. But hey, why does Urban Disciple want evidence video? That's my question.
You guys, these videos, that Penny sent you these videos. I don't know why this person would do that. And if you ask, well, what do you think about the gay stuff too? ask for them? Why would you want some jerk-off videos from another two?
Wow. No, I was sent some evidence to see transaction between two people that don't work together for anybody. I hope Penny doesn't work for anybody. I don't think so. But sending me videos as evidence, and I put it on the Quantum Love Bot channel, and it's still public. It's just an evidence video. They're calling getting clowned with the GO2 watermark over, the skin flu part. What do you want to use the videos for?
That is something, that's the last thing on my list. It wouldn't even be on my list to see.
Right. You got questions, though. Okay.
And then we have Penny over there just passing them out like hotcakes. Here, you want to see the cone being jerk off? Here, take it. Now, that is just...
See, that's why Urban Disciple is always going to be at wedding video production level. All right? That shit's hilarious to clown something. I mean, if you want to put it on the internet, you might get clowned for it. Right? And then all of a sudden he's trying to say people are working together when they're not. But what's interesting is if somebody wants to attach themselves to me and I don't want them around, I'll just do something really stupid. And then maybe they'll go away.
A crazy Ivan.
Or they'll become, real super fans, and I won't have to do any promoting myself. See, that's how things work. Not really trying to peddle a product or anything, but welcome to 2025, where Mr. Cox has always wanted to do a drama alert show better than daytime.
And for all of you out there that can't help it, and you think of him and I all day long, you have Coxes and dicks in your mouth 24/7.
Television, like Dallas type shit, guiding light, fuck that, all right? There's some of the real shit, I guess, but, I mean, they just can't match the trollability of Mr. Cox because I just love it. They need to take their stories of me and go everywhere else and try to be popular from that. So no one comes to me and gets the story from me. I mean, has anyone ever contacted Mr. Cox and go, we need you to tell your story? Right? Start from day one, Mr. Cox, right? No. But anyways, well, thanks for coming here to try to get your daily dose of data injection. Oh my gosh, thinking you guys are destroying each other online where, all you can do is get with your Silicon Valley Chomo buddies to try to censor me and apply the shadow banning and shadow boxing and so forth. Some people say they've got questions, but they seem to panel up. Nor am I really able to get notifications to go out so people know that to panel up, right? So they can just continue on with their narrative. Good thing that I, talked to my lawyer buddy this morning. Congratulations to him on his life-changing events happening to him. Pretty cool shit. But anyways, that's all I think I had to say. Since I didn't have any notifications going out, being shadow banned, and that's all right. We'll catch people up on all the good, juicy drama stuff on the flip side. We got you guys by the short and curlies. Oh, wait a minute. Should say that. That might offend some people that like it shaved down and slick. Sick fucks.
But yeah, they got cocks and dicks in their mouth so bad, can't help themselves. Can't help themselves.
Settle down that time. Why would you want to do that? Because you like drama.
Yeah, it's the internet. You like drama.
You like drama.
Yeah, drama's fun sometimes. Yeah. I mean, drama sucked on daytime television. I mean, the Dallas show. I mean, this is better than Dallas.
You and a lot of people. Oh, Danny, we love you, but no. Oh, is somebody sending me something right there? Let me go check. Vic's AIDS medication is ready. That's all it was, guys.
That's drama.
Oh, that might be a good one there. Yep. See there? People sending me stuff.
Yeah, they're sending him the wrong dogs because he's just that much of a dumbass.
They're probably sending him shit. Leave me alone, you crazy fuck. That's usually what it is. Nobody wants to talk to him. Let's see. Let's see here. There it is. Got a.
I ain't talking about modern hits.
Alright, well, I'm sorry.
Don't fucking say that name, motherfucker! Don't fucking lie on me! I'll kill your ass! Don't lie on me, bitch! Call I never brought mine up. I'll fuck you up! Don't lie on me! Somebody call my doctor! I never fucking brought the money! No, bitch!
Alleyways into the forest, the blood is still wet. Shift twist for the syringe addict that wanna hit a lick on the wrong fucking friend. I got fucking money shit, not hesitant. Follow no president, killing shit from my hammock. Sacrificial shit, but I call it self-defense. Some type of twisted intellectual can't recollect inflicted systematic slippery shit. I bet you against ritualistic logic turned into residue on some type of funky dog gets his soul in conflict. This compassion exists. Give another lick, don't try to resist. Just me, they got bloods and crips and some love funny shit. Support the fucking pigs, fucking snitch. All gangs looking for that white knight like Columbus, blackmail the fuck. Distribute the white like rails and fuck the rest of the slump. Royalty truck, sizzle, don't give a fuck. Y'all stuff like Chuck. Gang like fly, border hop, I'm just headed by all the rhymes I cannot write. As a trip, navigate through city lights, sidewalks, spinning like a gunner with a prize. It's your claim, so define the line. Big Pharma got my tribes, I'm a fight, nationwide, but the 6'9". Shizzle despise systematic bribes. If you review, capitalize. I thought you knew it's genocide. Eternal demise, you can see it in the eyes. The spear vibes, mesmerized by hypnotized vaccines provide global warming supply. Currency sacrifice, suicide.
Down for survival. Normalization, homicide, that second lies, keep up the presentation. No lie, my life to fly with the regulations. Running and monetization. Gang, I'm calling out the nation. Religious temples, donations, diversion for the brain. Too broke, no talking about who's the most high. It's absolute choice. Descriptions find by you. Scripted demonic literature. Black hidden inside my furniture. System as a whole, let it burn. Lyrical, spiritual, horrible, nice to shovel. Stumble down a road with mechanic stroke. I'm not sober, I would know that my shank, so I'm never alone. I stride mindless, shadow flights in my zone. Despite stupid shit, rattle sets. Place it back, creeping in a crap. I roll solo and you're stacking death. Never haven't got the warning yet. Certain conflicting shit's all over the head. I'm not a killer. Guess how many millimeters blood spiller. Guess you on the shackle like fake like a believer, but it's too late. I resonate like infiltrate drama, but I call it ability. It's segregate. Spells got me levitate. And Mary Jane is too late, don't say initiate the missile. Shizzle, cripple, like non-beneficial. Trizzle, and guilt, divide the time into a second case on my mind. I'm trying to define ancient minds handed out worldwide.
Hell yeah. Fuck you, kid. Fuck you, urban bitch ass kid. You younger than me, kid? You a bitch ass kid, bitch. Oh, bitch ass kid. You little bitch ass kid.
Can we stop talking about this? Just watering it down a little bit more, man. Can we stop talking about the audience?
Yeah, and you see who's always talking about kids. It's them. It's them. It's the Chomo bots. It's the dojo diddling ditties. It's, yeah. Yeah, it's. I don't know. That's one of those things that
You're fucking sick, dude. You're fucking sick. You're fucking sick, dude. You can't get the pedophilia off your mind. You even create fictional characters.
This mind rot in the peer review. Pigs roam the block with the bag of crews. Solo away from the flock. This ain't the fucking blues. TikTok, feeling informed by the news. Give me some demand what I got, and they some runes. Stupid, gather the props, put on another loop-de-loop. Compete till you get to the top. Fall guy on channel 2.
If nobody else will say it, I'll say it. You're a sick fuck. You seem to be part of this sicko network with the buffoon.
Why do you hang around elementary schools? Woke up quick at about fuck you, dynamite, cause you're contracted enlistment. Keeping track of any resistance. Family docs is public business, just like Labor's Day. Partake, labeled a slave in self-defense. Go out with a blaze. Blackout delayed, save for another day. I don't pray or meditate. Before I dig in graves, it's a shame and I hate to ruin your parade. Salvation I already threw away. We all got bloody brain, mind rot. I can't stop. I'm energy forbidden by your establishment. I linger in your present, infiltrating your past tense. Mandela asked me what's happening. I say they sway away to suppress me. Book burn their language like some anarchy. Disassemble cloudy mist. Shizzles denounce all their tribal shit. I'm hamming chillin', don't make me split your script.
Listen to him. Listen to him. That sounds like you, James. That sounds like you. You told her sick as fuck.
Shizzle, right now.
Yeah, you said words. You said
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. And you are
I got that man's gold. Before that chopper come, I gotta touch him, cause ain't nothing funny. Roll up and police gotta come out till they get the story. It's a massacre, going down like Attica. Why you crying? I swear down the street and laugh at you. These slugs that rebel round, bodies hit the ground.
Fuck that guy. Fuck what he said, and fuck you too. Straight the fuck up.
You both are disturbing and you seem to be in the same network.
You're a straight up bitch, my boy.
Niggas screaming when they bleed out, you won't hear a sound. Hardly else on 50 deep, steps up of some no-no. I got niggas looking at answer straight up on their torso. Gangster if they so sadistic when up on that congo. Don't get it twisted, I ain't scared to run up and do solo. It took a minute to replenish to my liver. Liver hit it, got me spinning, ready to deliver. My front door execution, VIP to hell. I'm rolling with the baby, I got bullets, anger bad.
You seem to be in the same network. Up in there with Thames. Listen to this guy. He sounds like you, James.
You are no good. You're trying to gas up. Oh, it sounds exactly like me. Whatever, nigga. Hey, dude, what I'm saying is, you, Shizzle, are a straight bitch. You need to be investigated, Shizzle. So?
Yeah, I don't think Shizzle needs to be investigated for anything.
Weaponized, unification, don't need to empathize. More participation, Shizzle left, and I demoralize the situation. Establishment gonna strategize, to amplify, large nation, Shizzle, book, gonna dramatize. Agents and presentations, anarchy like red eyes, fucking monetization. Pointing fingers, hoping for individual resignation. Chemical exposure, got you headed for the medical station. Systematic closure, total representation. Police killing the poor, disguised by racism. Concrete, safe haven for the pussified. It's a jungle storm, trooper, goof, stupid, always down the rubble, selling out. Fingers pointed, scripted for you to be muzzled. Recruitment scouted, path paved out. If you want to solve the puzzle, I decide, fuck, do without what you're looking kind of trouble. Free will, like blood spill, shadow flex, don't call me humble. Levitation over your name brand, will I am, y'all in a bubble. I'm stuck, I'm puffing quadruple hits, some be fucked on that double. Dissected bullshit, fucking third eye, my vision like the so-called hubble. Self-defense, lingering aroma, dumb fuck, organized agenda, thug, Paul the Roman.
Be going for it, fuck that.
Somebody is not a dumb luck. When the dot don't connect, shit get funny. Drive by, spray up the block. It's on shot. The fentanyl is the dope you got. Heartbeat could it be non-stop? So you collapse and drop, toast it up. Cook toast, blended dope and the devil. Nothing else held accountable. So trying to escape what's so systematical. Tragic logos, methodical signs in a riddle. Air bubbles in the needle. Slaves playing monkey in the middle. Step up with the death threats. Get out of sight, don't be stupid. You can bet I got that shit like Mr. Slit. Shall I prove it? Snap like Reebok. Self-defense. Who done made my shit list? Twisted psychotic mindset, fuck your mood switch. Then out to cruise shit, wait till the moon dips. Entertainment, chillax with your blunts and trips. Trouble I stir, I'm already lurking, and it's true shit. Fuck gang mentality, flick the bit, burn your leg. Division by claims, religion by faith. Racist, Masonic scripts like a Christian and Jewish. Nothing militia is this. Investigate relative names. Get your address at the head chick. WFN as I witness puppy milk brand dick.
I'll definitely admit I enjoy the rebuttal. I enjoy being back
defending Gomez, fellow mine.
here and say that I don't enjoy it. I do.
Stalked me, Shizzles.
I put time into it too, and I don't regret any of it.
Riders on the storm. He went from having children problems to man problems. If you realize what you've gotten yourself into, there's no groveling right now. You're not going to grovel your way out of this. You're catching an ass beating that's going to be slapped upside your head by real men. You're going to be slapped around by riders on the storm. Witness this one-eyed, slit wrist twist. You got open and I despise any side you reside, crossing out shit list. I was scoping shit, bitch. Time to ride, self-inflict homicidal shit. Rehearsing Masonic killer shit. On the net, the best provoking division tactics. Some say strategic mindset. Objectively a divest, sacrificial to both mind depth. Not even time yet, no telling how sick the scripts might get. Red flags suppose you might catch a slide set. Accusations not even defined yet. Selling hate with a bunch of side bets. 3 chiefs, 6 initiated, how is there 9 sets? Blood, sport, pressure, forced tension, resort, other dimension. Don't forget to mention. Tort extension, not even question. Selected classes represent competition. Triumphs. Illusions illuminate solutions for coping buyouts. Riders on the storm. Riders on the storm. Into this house we're born. Into this world we're thrown. Like a dog without a bone, an actor out alone. Riders on the storm. There's a killer on the road. Anti-hesitance forced families into slavery. Mass repentance, diversion, broadcasting royalty. Going the distance, blackmail, gang initiation, nationality. Humanity, what's it? I'm just respected, portrayed, represented. Sifting through the depths of deception. Soon to be correction. Correlated direction. Calling for help with no reception. Lucy feels you're stressing. Diverted by suspect connection. His brain is squirming like a toad. Take a long holiday. Recollection of mind infection. Auto-correction. Brain worm injection. Prevention from convention of possession. Grab a weapon as they're in session. With determined obsession. Aggression's not a question. Just a suggestion. Don't lose comprehension of another lesson in mention. If you give this man a ride, sweet family will die. Killer on the road.
Yeah, Shizzles, so talented, so talented. if he had the opportunity to be in a studio and really lay down all his talent, you'd be amazed. You'd be amazed. I mean, I honestly have faith in the man's talents.
No, it takes a big person to put everything down and try to be cordial and be nice. And, we may not forget about what happened, but we can move on and better ourselves and not let it happen again.
Right. Yeah. So,
you're not the only one, Bill, a locksmith. Locksmith, I did LARP. I didn't LARP to be threatening, but I can see how he must feel. And, if it.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Before he went out there, that's all he fucking was talking about. That's all he talked about. What's up, Sammy? That's all that fucker talked about. How he was going to go out there and do all that stuff to embarrass Locke. That's all he did. And he gets out there and gets Gomez to do all that. He volunteered and said to Gomez, yeah, I'll do all that. If you can make these videos for me. Yeah. You're right. That's all he talked about wanting to do was go out there and aggravate the shit out of Locke. So it's like, oh, okay. That shit finally, come back on him because he had to admit it, but he didn't. He didn't come out and truly admit it.
LARP. I didn't LARP to be threatening.
Yes, he did.
But I can see how he must feel, and
Then he tried to blame it all on Gomez.
I'll call his the police station wherever he's at and tell them, hey, I did do a video. I was LARPing. I was there to pick up body parts, not body parts, car parts. No. No, I didn't mean to say that. Car parts, body, for, a hood, fender, to fix a car. And I just happened to be there and rode by, okay? And I thought about times that we talked, and we was going to go to ghost towns and shit. And believe it or not,
Yeah, he don't want to tell the truth because he knows that once he tells the truth, he's fucked.
It's only like trigger level 5. Okay, let's go to trigger level 7. Splatter. Very fishy, don't you think, folks? Was that triggered level 7? Here, let's I think that was more like 6. Let's go to triggered level 7. That's actually Failure Man right there. We got a whole clip for you on past Failure Man recordings. Here you go. Here, let's get to triggered level 7 real quick. Very fishy, don't you think, folks? 2. And a splatter. 2. 2. And a splatter. 2. Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah. And a splatter. Wow. 2. Remember that. And a splatter. 2. Shouldn't people be criticized, Yeah. I deal with it on a daily basis. Yeah, true. I get called shill and agent, piece of shit, scumbag all the time, death threats, whatever else. And a splatter. Right. But, and a splatter. 2. And that's because when I left, when he threw me out of the GDL, and a splatter, blah blah blah, and like, and a splatter, like, 2.
Yeah. And since there's a few more people in here that are different people now, I'm going to let you all see this because fellow frail, because he's got frail feelings, and Cigar Face and a few others, they're some of the most anti-Semitic bitches that there is, always making fun of Jewish people. Then they don't even realize that there's different versions of the Jewish religion, just like there's different versions of Christianity, Catholics, and you've got Methodist and Baptist and Southern Baptist, and so since they're so stupid and lazy, especially Scotty Snotty Cuckarati, the dojo diddling ditty that loves putting his hands on little boys, so I can't help but fear for his unborn child, because if it's a male, he's
probably going to molest that child. But, see, I wasn't born Jewish. You know, so, but, you know, he has a way of just doing and saying stuff that's just total. It's just total misinformation, and he thrives on it. And it's like, you know, why are you just deliberately putting false information out there? So,
And then he's like, Scotty, dox me. You hear his reactions to the consumers. And she kept doing, she said, Scotty, dox me. The motherfucker was calling me. I was getting in my car and I just started being weird.
but, you know, he won't ever read.
So I go home. All I did was call his phone.
You know, I'm what they call a messianic Jewish person of faith. I believe
left a lot out there.
Jesus is the Messiah.
And he called my phone and it goes to voicemail and he's live and it plays for the voicemail the phone number that's doxing somebody's phone number. Whether you're too big of a beefcake or a patty cake or a soy boy, whatever it is, okay, that's on you. Then the reason why you're getting calls is because if people want to harass me in your chat by doxing my address in wrenched accounts that's their title, is somebody's address with sick shit added onto the end of the title of the channel, okay? And you don't want to really take care of that after you've been told about it a few times. Hey, is that how you guys got to play, right? Is that what you guys have come to?
And they've done the same thing to me. So that's how I know that the dojo diddling ditty that puts his hands on little boys, and there's been women that have said they are concerned about how Brokeback Bromance, how he likes to spend time with little boys, how he was at a job cleaning a swimming pool and he was chubbed up looking at kids, and a Karen made an issue of it and called the police, and Scotty Cuckarati got in his rape van, his Chomo mobile van, and hit the road. But because he wasn't there, they couldn't question him.
But that's weird, right? That's weird. For, wrenching up some Spamton and FollowMeMon accounts, doxing addresses in the titles of channels. That's just a little bit. No, that's not weird. Me calling him and telling him that is, well, that's weird. So then he doxes my phone number, right? And yeah, Mikey Truth 101 streams are pretty weird. So it's just easy. It's just it's like using Velveeta cheese to catch bait fish. Okay, that's what that was. Peace out.
And that's how you know that Chomo Victoria Rodney is in the fold of the Predvidian tribe, the same group that Predward stares at naked little boys is running with. Because they're all doing the same fucking shit that they do to everyone else.
Tell you what, motherfucker, if I was in front of your face, you wouldn't do a motherfucking thing. That's what kind of bitch you are. You can talk a lot of shit behind the screen. Face to face, you ain't shit. It ain't so. It ain't so, motherfucker.
Pull your pants up, old man.
We'll see how you talk. We'll see how you talk, Aaron.
You talk about a keyboard warrior. That is Rotten Crotch Victoria.
All of you. Aaron's the same fucking way. Aaron's a little pussy. I stand up in front of Aaron, call him a little bitch. I'll do it to you to your face on the live feed to show you what kind of person Aaron is. I won't, Aaron. I think I won't do that.
He's smoking that good shit.
I just want to see your reaction. You act big and bad and tough, I'm going to show you you're not bad. You're not tough. Nerve damage. And remember that, your nerve damage? All I got to do is kick you in your little...
Yeah, he's got nerve damage too, because as soon as that motherfucker sees a fist, his bitch ass gonna hit the floor before it ever even hits him.
Ankle. You fall down.
Bitch, your ass gonna fall down before it even comes out and hits you.
Ain't got to punch you. All I got to do is kick in your ankle.
Chomo Victoria. Oh boy. He's getting some of that network money now. And this is the pot calling the kettle black, because Clovis is the one that has planted the proverbial CP on people. Now she's going to accuse Gomez of it. See, they have cocks and dicks in their mouth all day, every day, 24/7, 365.
Hey, what's going on there? Some of you that watch this channel might know that I studied in college
administration of justice, police misconduct and oversight, and some juvenile justice. Okay, it wasn't like these grammar tards here think that it was computers. Could have been some computer science, but I'm definitely not using any computer skills to hack anybody. But the main point of this is that these grammar tards here,
you get into the hacking shit now. See, that's what Clovis, the one that's supposed to have been dead a long time ago, that's still alive, and that's Predward stares at naked little boys on his multiple devices and laptop. That's his internet mama. Remember, she told Alex that he was up with me all night on the phone because my husband wouldn't talk to me because your ass is on the internet all night, you fucking windbag. You know, what are you breathing? Are you breathing a combination of nitrous oxide and oxygen out of that fucking tank? You got to, because your ass won't stop talking once you take a few puffs off of it.
I'm actually trying to implicate that Mr. Cox has allegedly said that in a particular case that police have used a minor to set somebody up. But the way they're portraying this in this short clip is definitely not accurate to what Mr. Cox has said himself. And we'll go through a few other videos real quick. But I don't know why these women, Miss Clovis, Miss Kim, and Miss Brenda, can't seem to kind of get the story straight. And they're all over the place on this fantasy that police would never use kids in an illegal manner or fashion. Miss Real Talk, right? Miss Real Talk would, for
Real
some
talk,
reason,
more like
they
rancid
will not
twat.
kind of go over police reform and misconduct. These blues baggers, okay, blues liners, supporters for that blue line of silence want you to believe that all policing and police are just great, fantastic, and Cox is everything to blame for hacking and all the problems in the world. Where did they get this video of this young girl? That's what I want to know. Oh yeah, and by the way, Mr. Cox has nothing to do with the video in question that these ladies are talking about or the channel. Okay? I don't know what her parents are watching it. Where'd they get this video of this young girl? That's what I want to know. Yeah, really? Who paid her? Who paid her to talk like that? Who forced her to talk like that? Who's the little girl? Well, I bet it wasn't a fucking cop, Aaron? You think it was a cop that drugged that girl in? Fuck you, Aaron. Is he in here? Because I can't see his fucking No, but he's the one that said the cops do that now. Oh, you Aaron. Fuck you. They bring little girls into the police station and they take them into a room. Never said or implicated anything like that, that there were illegal activities with minors happening in police stations, but maybe with consent of the parents. We'll get into it. And they tell them how to manipulate these fucking weirdos. No, they don't. I'm gonna have to fuck off. No, they don't. But he thinks people believe it. No, that's a conspiracy. They don't. Nobody believes a damn thing out of fucking YouTubio fucking. What the fuck is that he sits in? A fucking tub or a fucking whatever hot tub, dude?
And see, that's how they make everyone start doubting someone's credibility, because they lie and say that someone told a lie. Well, Gomez never said that. And you can go back through all of his archive, which would take you probably 20 or 30 years to listen through all of it. But Gomez hasn't said anything like that. But see, they go through and say this stupid stuff that would never make any kind of sense. And they say it in a chauvinistic way to make all of the women be appalled and have this "how dare you" view of Gomez. You know, just like they've tried doing them with me, and it's like, it don't work. They've tried protecting their big guy. Predatory Predward stares at little naked boys on his multiple devices and laptop. But it's not going to work. It's not going to work. You know, they can keep on lying, but you got to pay attention to the bullshit that they continue doing. Otherwise, you're going to get hornswoggled by these fuckers. You know, these old bitches have no life. You got Rancid Twat sat there and blatantly lied for predatory Predward stares at naked children on his multiple devices and laptop so much and tried to sell that bullshit to Alex. And now, you know, it kind of clicked to me, and it's like, yeah, that's why Alex is having all these problems and getting his channels taken down. It's because of all of those rancid twat bitches in the background doing Alex like they were doing me and taking my channels down over shit that wasn't happening on my channel. They're so fucking triggered over the fact that predatory Predward stares at naked little boys on his multiple devices and laptop got exposed. They don't know how to fucking react now. They can't get their shit back together. Y'all can keep on believing in that pedo right there all you want, but yeah, it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, waddles like a duck. It's a fucking duck. Predward's a fucking pedo.
Nobody believes a fucking thing comes out of his fucking mouth. He knew about fucking Mike Sorora's kid getting fucking slammed 3 years ago, but didn't fucking say nothing and wait till now to say something.
I did actually, and I've made videos on that, which are on private. Let's go to this.
Town's council saying that investigation centers around this video.
Hey, how you doing, man? Got a couple questions. Where you here to meet, bro? Huh? Where you here to meet?
It's a confrontation that lasts only.
And this right here is when PP Mass busted the chief of police. So, you know, they don't want that to happen. They want the sex offender registry to disappear in Colorado. I've been telling y'all this.
Don't. I'm gonna drop the fuck off.
They don't. But he thinks people believe it.
No, that's a conspiracy. They don't. Nobody believes a damn thing out of fucking YouTubio fucking. What the fuck is that he sits in? A fucking tub or a.
Hey, what's up, Danya?
Whatever, hot tub. Nobody believes a fucking thing comes out of his fucking mouth. He knew about fucking Mike Sorora's kid getting fucking slammed 3 years ago, but didn't fucking say nothing and wait till now to say something.
I did actually, and I've made videos on that, which are on private. Let's go to this.
The town's council saying that investigation centers around this video.
Hey, how you doing, man? Got a couple questions. Where you here to meet, bro? Huh? Where you here to meet?
It's a confrontation that lasts only seconds. On the other side of the camera is a self-proclaimed activist from Fitchburg who says he poses as
What's up, Shizzle?
online to catch predators. The activist alleges the man in the video is Stowe Police Chief Ralph Rusty Marino. This video, posted by Predator Poachers Massachusetts, shows pictures of Marino in a News Center 5 news clip in which Marino spoke to us about locating a 2-year-old in Stowe just days ago.
Had a history once prior to this that she had taken off.
Yesterday, Marino met with state police here at the Stowe Police Department. The town of Stowe confirms Marino has stepped down, placed himself on administrative leave, and appointed Sergeant Darren Thrain as the acting chief. The town's council says this will be formalized at a select board meeting on Wednesday. The Stowe Police Department saying in a statement it will cooperate fully in any investigation of Chief Marino or any other matters. Also saying, quote, there is no reason to believe that the activities being investigated involve or concern the operations of the Stowe Police Department. Now, state police are investigating. We reached out to Marino for comment, but he never got back to us. Well, live in Stowe this evening, I'm Peter Eliopoulos.
The town's only police officer is now on the other side of the law, locked up in jail, accused of disturbing crimes. And officials say this may not be the first time he's done this. News 4's Brent Starkey in Chickasha with the latest. And Brent, he's accused of trying to pay a 16-year-old for sex.
Grady County officials say the crime committed in Chickasha. That's why the lone law enforcement officer in Cement being held here after his initial hearing today.
Out of Bakersfield, California, 15 have been arrested in a child sex sting, including a CHP officer and a prison employee.
So, do we need to go back? Do we need to go back and listen to this here? Let's listen to this one more time.
You think it was a thing her to talk like that? Who forced her to talk like that?
Who's the little girl?
Well, I bet it wasn't a fucking cop, huh, Aaron? You think it was a cop that drugged that girl?
Fuck you, Aaron. Is he in here? Because I can't see his picture.
Actually, the way you ladies run your mouths, the police, my conspiracy pea brain would say maybe it is the police trying to get you to shut up that made the FKN Freddy Krueger account with videos. It could have been police. You never know.
No, but he's the one that said the cops do that now. Well, you bring little girls into the police station and they take them into a room and they tell them how to manipulate these fucking weirdos.
I have no idea where Kim is coming up with that type of fantasy that I said those things, but I did not. So whoever's feeding Kim her BS, especially that Cox hacks and uses tracers and installs possibly corrosive material, illegal corrosive material on people's computers, whoever's feeding Kim that BS, or wherever she's formulating it on her own, maybe somebody needs to have a good conversation with Kim's doctor, and maybe she needs her medications switched, or something needs to happen there, right? With the slander, libel of a veteran.
Oh, they don't. I'm gonna jump the fuck off. They don't. They think people believe it. No, that's a conspiracy. They don't. Nobody believes a damn thing out of fucking YouTubio fucking. What the fuck is that he sits in? A fucking tub or a fucking whatever hot tub, dude? Nobody believes a fucking thing comes out of his fucking mouth.
Well, nobody should believe anything coming out of Rancid Twat's mouth either. She has perpetuated so much fucking drama and has run so much interference for the big guy, her internet son, Predward, with the assistance of carp blisters, that it's fucking ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. You want to be flat from it. I'm gonna tell you what, I hope the fucking FBI, I hope the FBI watches this. I really do. Because see, this is the thing. News flash for Chomo Victoria, Rodney Lamar Bowman. Yeah, the feds are watching you. You're on what they call a terrorist watch list now, because some of the people that you have threatened, well, you shouldn't know who they are, but you said that you're going to put their screen names in your songs and the real names. And, well, see, you don't know everything about them, and you shouldn't, because you're just a piece of shit annoyance to the world. But get used to more pictures like this one right here, because you're going to be making a lot of them on the state, local, and federal level here soon. I called Nanya out being a hacker. I called her out as being a hacker before her landlord's bank account got hacked.
Don't we have clips of Vic saying that he planted some things on my computers?
Yes, you do.
While he was around here?
Yes, you did, Mr. Gomez.
Y'all know it's true. She puts out these links for you to click on it so she can get your IP address, so she can dox you. Y'all know about it. Wake up, people. Stay off those drugs, Victoria. Wake up. You need. Yeah. What about your timeline, it's Victoria? Here with her illegal actions. And once the bitch pisses people off, oh, she's a victim. Fuck you and your victimhood. And I'm going to tell you what. I believe that you had something to do with your sister being abused by her husband. Oh, I'm pretty damn sure you was involved.
That sounds logical there, Vic. Sounds like he's low on his AIDS
because
medication.
You are that kind of person. You don't care about nobody's feelings but only yours. Yeah, he's on that good dope. Just like you, Jeff. You don't give a fuck about your mother and father. Getting drunk, cussing people, and then saying you're a Christian. Hell no, you're not a Christian. You don't even practice the same God as Christians, Jeff.
Wow, you know what's interesting about all that is when Vic was around here, he was constantly blasted on couple of different substances, and didn't portray that he was gay at all around here. I mean, I like pointing out hypocrisy like this.
No. And, you know, let's just tell it like it is here. And, you know, Rodney Lemur, Bow Woman, his sexual orientation has nothing to do with him being a worthless piece of shit. He's just a worthless scumbag piece of shit. I mean, him and Scummarina should go on and get married because, well, Scummarina, when he was in prison, the Prison Rape Elimination Act didn't help him. And Rodney Lemur, Bow Woman, well, he likes putting things in people's rectum balls deep. So him and Scummarina could have a good, solid relationship. They could have a Chomad van down by the river relationship. What is up, Tetro? They said it should be any day, any day that Chomo-sexual Victorias to be served. So, a chomosexual is someone that likes to have sex with kids. And, well, that describes Victoria. He wants to fuck little boys just like Credward does. So, yeah, let's get back to the Gomez breakdown. You don't follow the same people. That's pretty rich coming from that worthless son of a bitch.
That's
you should have that. Well, and for all of you that don't know, Victoria is a practicing warlock. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I am. My relatives were very involved with the founding of this nation. But, Rodney is a danger to all children. And he is a danger to women. And he is a danger to vulnerable adults. Because where's Gerald? Where's Midnight, his cat? And are all the dogs in his neighborhood safe? Because he said he's going to kick a dog when it's down. He did say that. So, in the words of Genital Wartsblob, the chomophile on Minecraft that goes and looks for little boys, and got taken out by the father of a little boy, and his head was removed in Minecraft. If you see something, say something, and if you know something, pass it on to the proper authorities about Victoria. You have heard him say that.
And shoot across your fucking forehead.
Wow, what a hypocrite. He's the one that likes to say that he's going to poke voodoo dolls and do some Luciferian worshipping in the graveyard at midnight with duckbot and constipation. And, yeah, interesting enough. Oh, yeah, he also said that he was half dead. Gonna try to haunt people in their dreams.
And he also said that he was going to dig up headstones and stuff because it had an individual's name on it, namely Nanya's name on it, and other individuals. So yeah, the Atlanta Police Department needs to hear from you. They need to hear from you because Rodney Lamar Bowman is mentally unstable. He's talked about all these things that he's going to do. You've heard where he said he's going to do something. He said he's going to do something. And, you know, he's on a terrorist watch list now. You know, he's mentally unstable, and he's attacking people that he doesn't know who they are, and he's putting the national security at risk.
Duckbot says. Amazing. Amazing.
And old Ryan got decimated. He thinks it's okay to hold on, I got fucking people calling me.
What a dumbass.
Yeah, and I suggest every time that he goes live, call him, and give him your feedback. Give him any information that you think might be valuable, like tell him that he needs to go to the hospital. Tell him he needs to go to the police. Tell him he needs to take a long walk off a short pier. Tell him he needs to go fuck himself. Just reach out and tell him you're concerned for his mental health. Tell him to dial 988. It's serious.
I ain't gonna fucking answer it.
That's what he does to his friends, huh?
But I'm gonna say this here. Ryan, is it okay to call predators up?
Well, Rodney Lemur Bowwoman, you're friends with predators. And you want to call people predators, but the only thing that classifies cocks and dicks as predators is Gomez and myself. We're going after child predators. So we are predators of you and your friends. We're the type that's bringing you and your friends to justice. We're exposing you to the bright light of justice. So if you want to call us a predator, call us a predator of Satan. Because, yeah, you're straight up out of the bowels of hell. And so is your lover. Predatory Predward stares at naked little boys on his multiple devices and laptop. And your friend Wilma that has raped women, because if a woman is drunk, if a woman has been given drugs of any type, or if a woman is passed out, she cannot give legal consent to have that 5'7", 115-pound wimp put his dick in them. So all of your friends are predators of children and women. They're rapists, whether they're baby rapers or rapers of women, or in JT Chofax from Colfax's case, rapers of men, or animals, or whatever weird shit that fuck is into.
Well, I guess when you're decoying them or trying to find information, like he said he was going to drop his sword, lay down his sword, and leave the community and leave all the drama behind. Then all of a sudden he's paneled up with all Predward's buddies, Jagoff.
Yeah, and Nick Cuck.
Some information about myself.
Can't forget about Nick Cuck.
Oh, man.
Predward's best soldier. Nick Cucks, Predward's soldier.
See, if he conducted himself in this way the entire trial, he might have got off. But the reason he acted like such a fucking jackass for most of the trial is, he had to be found guilty. But this Daryl Briggs is actually intelligent and actually asking the right questions and trying to dispel what this witness just said, which is a good thing to do. But if he would have acted that way the entire trial, he might have had a chance. But
I watched this with Kim
a piece of shit for most of the
her
trial.
chat, and we were up in arms over. I mean, we were coming back every day. I think Kim was getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning. So we could all watch it together and discuss it, and then after, like, they closed down for the day because they last all day, and then we get on panel and talk about it, and
right.
When Kim run,
because they don't have a life. And whenever a chomophile, a chomosexual, is going to court for anything, they're rooting for the pedo. And it's like, now we know why. Because Predward is.
Those trials, because it gives us a place to go to, like, bitch about it, argue about it, discuss it,
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Bitch about it. Yeah. Let's see here.
Exercising his Second Amendment right in that sense. Because I think that, so the answer to that might be, is that there's a difference. So in his situation, he might have a right to defend himself, which...
Yeah. Right. Yeah, here you go. This one here will be good.
The game. I know how to play this fucking Hollywood music, entertainment, show business game. I'm doing it all of my entire life, and I'm 60 years old. So I got just a little bit of experience in this crap. And if I want to promote something, trust me, I've spent. I sat with a company one time that was promoting myself, and
Now, this is the kind of liars that Bromance and Eric Spitfires hangs around with. This is Mark Connors. This is another dojo diddling ditty. See, it's like all these pedophiles that likes touching little boys, they get into teaching martial arts and stuff where they can touch little boys that work on their form. It's awful funny how they want to do that. And then they get exposed, and then they have to give up their businesses, and their real name gets put out there, and it's like, oh, don't expose me. But yeah, they get exposed. How come the dojo diddling ditty isn't teaching boys how to do karate anymore? Oh, that's right, because he's a dojo diddling ditty. Yeah.
partly my company actually, and we sat there and went, how are we going to blow $2 million? I figured out ways. It took about 4 days to figure out how to blow $2 million. Now, some people would think, well, why the hell would you want to blow $2 million? Because when you're making $20 million off of something, and the government gives you the opportunity to write some of that shit off on expenses, you'll find a way to blow $2 million fucking easy.
Bullshit. Bullshit. I can guarantee you it's not going to be a dumb fuck like him. It's going to be one of the movie producers or directors. They're going to be going on a cruise with a new yacht that's owned by the studio. And yeah, that's how it's done. This baby raper, he's not going to be allowed to go piss away $2 million. Yeah, that's not how it works. I just figured I'd go on and let you all know, because you give a mic or the power of a platform to a douchebag like him or a douchebag like Predward, and they're going to sit there and try to manipulate someone that really doesn't know any better. You know, I've been around the entertainment business, and I'm going to tell you, they don't like leeches like that around. They'll allow someone like that around just so they can, maybe let them get them recreational material like drugs or something, stuff like that. But other than that, they're just not gonna do it.
Your own words. I guess that would
think you talk about people's families.
Shut up, Scotty. No one gives a fuck about you.
You have
Ain't got nothing to do with you. So shut up.
Lying, it's another lie.
Try to talk to you actually.
Lying OJM. Another lie. Lying OJM. Lies.
You got Scotty. It probably makes me start going off on Renee.
I'm the most fucking transparent on here, motherfucker.
Name the lies. Name the fucking lies. Name the lies. Name the lies. Name the lies.
I just told you. You said you brought up the actor's family and you could act like you don't bring up family. You bring up the kids, you try to say you don't bring up family. You fucking do.
No, they're Hungarian, boy. You guys brought up my kids.
End of story. You can try to lie,
your list
everybody
is
knows.
disgusting. Your
fucking
game list is just make me want to puke.
Okay, come find out, bro. Come find out.
Oh, come find out, dude. Scotty, you can't fight for shit, dude.
You need money, dude. You need money.
You can't fight for shit.
Let's find out.
How old are you? You're 39 years old, still in amateur fights, getting your ass kicked. Ooh, we're so scared, Scotty.
Yeah, I went pro before. I never fought amateur, you dumb fuck.
What's your record again? Hey, what's your record again?
What's up, Shizzle?
How many knockouts?
Yeah. How many?
Then you want to turn this on to you when I haven't gone after you at all.
Do this, dude. I can pass the fucking. I will pass medical if your fat ass probably couldn't.
Bullshit, I pass medicals each
let's
year.
Be honest. If I will go past medicals, and I know you fucking can't. Let's be honest. Let's go do this. Let's do this.
Scotty, no one cares about your
yeah. You have to doctor. Second of all,
hey, look, verbally you suck with your list and like that primitive. You look very primitive.
I never fought anything. That was the whole thing.
Scotty, you're like an ape. You're very primitive. Scotty, don't make me start on you. Scotty, don't make me start on you.
Don't get a pro win.
Now, just to put this out there, now that you've kind of listened to a little bit of Brokeback Bromage here, I know a lot of you have heard how he likes to talk about people and talk about people's kids. There's this thing called karma. You know, when you make fun of people's kids and stuff like that, what do you think's going to happen when you decide to have kids? And guess what? He's getting ready to have a kid. Yeah, you're right, Shizzle. But he calls them, and I don't like using this word because, you know, like I said, I have an aunt that's special needs. You know, she's mentally challenged, but and you know, it's not polite to use the R word, but he loves throwing it around. So, and that's the only thing he understands. He calls people retarded. He calls their kids retarded. So guess what? Dojo diddling diddy. Either one of your children are going to be retarded or one of your grandchildren are going to end up being retarded, because that's how God pays you back. That's how God pays you back for that kind of meanness. You are a filthy pig. You know, there's no excuse for the shit that you do. I don't give a fuck if you are, you know, working for the network or whatever. You should never pull people's kids into it. Oh yeah, you're right, Shizzle. He is. He's gonna fuck with the wrong one, and they're gonna hurt him. You know, me, I just want to clown him. That's all I want to do to him is clown him, because I know he's a farce. I know he's an imbecile. I know he's a glass jaw Joe.
You had 0 pro wins, I got 3. As little as most, I could still fight again. You've got 0 wins, bro.
Zero. No one cares. Anyway, Ashley, where were we?
So I got 3, yeah. So
Oh
they
my
get fucking
God.
medicalized.
3 out of how much?
And then we'll talk.
Scotty, I've seen your fights.
A lot.
And you're the guy that they put in to get their asses kicked so that the other ones can advance. We all know that. Now, shut up.
I'm the gatekeeper.
Right, you're the one that people knock the fuck out to advance. It's pathetic.
You probably can't even fucking touch the toes, guy.
Okay.
He's the Glass Jaw Joe. You know, I know that there's enough of you guys around that played, Nintendo Mike Tyson's Punch Out. Glass Jaw Joe was that first motherfucker you had to box. Okay, that's Scotty Cuckarati, Brokeback Bromance, the Dojo Diddling Ditty. That's Glass Jaw Joe. That's who he is. I mean, you go and it's like, boom, you pad your win-loss ratio by going and seeing him. Boom, it's an instant victory.
270? I'll take my fucking I'll take my fucking chances. You couldn't do 100 jumping jacks or do 10 pull-ups. Go fuck yourself, dude.
I can still whoop the fuck out of you.
And Domingo, times 3.
Scotty, we have... Scotty, you can't fight. They use you to get your ass kicked to advance other fighters. Are you proud of that?
The little friends you have.
Scotty, you're almost 40 years old, and you're using amateur fights for younger kids to advance. You're pathetic.
And you're not fucking degenerate. You have nothing.
Oh, I'm a degenerate, okay.
And your YouTube friends who are few, and you try Scotty. Yeah, probably more friends than you.
Scotty, you can't even talk without stuttering.
I've got fucking people in my life.
Seriously. Scotty, it's pathetic.
Nice fucking try.
Trust me, if you think, Scotty, if you really want me to go into you, I will. So I would be careful. I would tread lightly here.
Your number, bro.
Seriously, I would tread lightly there, 8.
And Domingos and all the rest.
Scotty,
line them up.
Does your face look so primitive from getting punched in so many times? Is that why your face looks so primitive? Is that why you have that ape look to you? Because you look very primitive, looking like caveman-like.
I look very primitive.
You do. You sound it very too.
And the thing about it is, he's sitting there still talking shit on YouTube. He's just gotten married and he's bringing his new wife into this shit. And she's pregnant. And it's like, dumbass, why are you doing this? You're a coward, for one. And then you're bringing your newlywed into this. And she's pregnant with possibly your child. It's possibly Dojo Diddler's child. Because he likes being drilled in the ass. He's got this incestuous fantasy shit. He's made up all this shit about prison sex fantasy. So maybe he should go to prison for a while and, we'll send in some cash apps and arrange for some shower rape scenes for him to happen. Since that's what he seems to like. And let's see what else. Let's see, while he's gone, we can arrange for his wife to live in a bad neighborhood, and some of the neighborhood men volunteer to go over and service her needs, since that's the sick shit that he always wants to talk about. And let's see, maybe we can sit there and talk about how his wife being fucked by her dad since he wants to make up that kind of shit about my mother and I. Let's talk about how his wife gets fucked by her dad.
You sounded too. Dude, you sound like a bag too when you're like,
Maybe his child is also going to be his brother-in-law or sister-in-law. You think? I mean, why not turn the tables on that dojo diddling ditty? I mean, he didn't tell the truth about my emotion of discovery. He only told the parts of it that fit his narrative. Yeah.
why do you sound like so much of a fag?
Yeah, I know. Sound like a fag. Anybody around here sounds like a fag if you fucking up, bro.
No, Charlie, you sound like one of those 55-year-old gay men, like those old,
no, you don't sound like a fag with a dude
both of you do.
What did you say? You ain't getting nowhere in this pocket unless you kiss Dave's ass.
No, I said people like Brad or you guys were kissing the Nigo's ass.
Well, sounds about right. I mean, I'm sure that's probably what goes on. His wife puts the strap-on and has the clip vibrator on there, and she gets the sensation while she's drilling the dojo diddler ditty in his ass. Yeah, that would cure his fellow fraud femdom separation anxiety.
You fucking obsessed fuck.
Can we do one at a time or no?
Look, Domingo is kissing ass. Hold on. You hated Domingo. He shocked you.
Hey, at least I didn't have to kiss his ass like the pimple cult did. All you pimples had to kiss his ass. Trying to turn him against Bellman tonight. And it didn't work. He ended up ruining you.
You're either a fucking
Johnny, I'd love to live it. Piss out of you. You're pathetic.
At best, bro.
You have nothing, Scotty.
Fucking nothing.
And Renee doesn't give a fuck about you, dude. She wants me, and you know it. I'm probably got a small dick, too.
Now, is his wife named Tiffany or is his wife named Nicole? I mean, I keep getting two different names here, but I'm sure she'd rather have a real man holder, because you got the dojo diddling ditty that's a chomosexual, he likes to have sex with kids, and she'd rather have a real man holder, a stoic. Yeah, she'd rather have a stoic instead of a idiot that can't even fight his way out of a wet paper bag.
You can have Renee. Do you want to come
Small dick, Scotty.
Do you want to come on, Renee? This is hilarious.
Why do those small, like shriveled up dick that doesn't work for all your supplements? Primitive ape boy. You probably fuck like a caveman.
I fuck like a 12-year-old boy, but apparently the same thing.
Say that again, Scotty. What'd you just say?
But I fuck like a 12-year-old boy.
Hey, what'd you just say?
But I fuck like a 12-year-old boy.
Yeah. Yeah, so what does that say about him? What does that say about him? Kind of lets you know that maybe he's still thinking about 12-year-old boys, that he's still hanging around 12-year-old boys. Yeah. Oh, dojo diddling ditty ain't quite right in the head. And Nicole or Tiffany, whatever her name is, she might have the wrong equipment for him, and maybe that baby isn't the dojo diddlers.
Yeah, you're gonna spin it and twist it no matter what.
What did you say, Scotty?
But I fuck like a 12-year-old boy.
Why don't you say that again?
But I fuck like a 12-year-old boy.
He said he fucks like a young man.
No. You said like a 12-year-old. You fuck like a 12-year-old boy. You sick.
12-year-old boy.
You sick, disgusting fucking ape.
Like when
That's so fucked. Why'd you just say that?
Disgusting shit is what ran through your mind.
Am I the one? No. Scotty's the one that said that. Scotty, repeat that comment on a 12-year-old.
I fuck like a 12-year-old boy. And through your mind when he said that, man.
You sick
all in your
fucks.
mind.
You
Where's your mind go when he said
sick
that?
fucks.
Anyway, you're the one that went.
I only came in here to talk the accent. I can argue with you fucks all night long. You know it. Yeah, say it again, you sick fuck. Say it again, you piece of shit. Say
I fuck like a 12-year-old boy.
your disgusting comment again. Say that disgusting comment again.
I know you are.
Now, does Tiffany or Nicole or whatever her name is, does she know about this? Does she know about this right here? Has she been told about this? Has the network brought her in, sat her down, and advised her of Brokeback Bromwich, the Dojo Diddling Ditty fascination with 12-year-old boys? I don't know. I think she probably doesn't know. I think she probably doesn't know. I think a lot of people doesn't know. I bet you Southwest Jeff doesn't know. And Southwest Jeff gave him a platform. Jeff gave him a platform. Yeah. I tried to tell Jeff, but Jeff thinks he's cool. Let me rewind this a little bit. Jeff, do you think this is cool?
Like when
that's so fucked. Why'd you just say that?
Disgusting shit is what ran through your mind.
Am I the one? No. Scotty's the one that said that. Scotty, repeat that comment on a 12-year-old.
I fuck like a 12-year-old boy. And through your
Do you think that's cool, Jeff? Do you think that's cool, Jeff? You think Scott Bromwich is a real cool dude? You like him? He's made all these comments, comments of incest about different people, and then he's made this comment right here. And I'm gonna play it for you again, Jeff. You made all those shitty ass comments about Shizzle, Jeff, and you platformed him for it. But I gotta ask you, Jeff, what do you think about him after this? Listen, Jeff.
You sick fucks. Anyway,
you're the one that went.
I only came in here to talk the accent. I can argue with you fucks all night long. You know it. Yeah, say it again, you sick fuck. Say it again, you piece of shit. Say
I fuck like a 12-year-old boy.
You're disgusting comment again.
And this is
say that.
This is Snotty Scotty Karate, Jeff.
I said,
say it again, Scotty.
I fuck like a 12-year-old boy, and I'm still better than you.
You fuck like a how old?
But I fuck like a 12-year-old boy.
Megan?
And you, Jeff, you gotta make a decision here. You gotta make a decision. I mean, that sick fuck has made all those incestuous remarks because he's got a sick mind pertaining to my mother and myself. Old lion crying wine Ryan made that lying remark about my daughter and I as to why I went to prison. And when he apologizes to me, then I'll forgive him. I don't want an apology from Brokeback Bromwich, the Dojo Diddling Ditty, because he's a fucking child molester. There's been too many other people that said he liked being a Dojo Diddling Ditty too motherfucking much because he was able to put his hands on little boys. And you're hearing this right here, Jeff. Let me play it again.
Yeah, you're gonna spin it and twist it no matter what he says. Scotty? But I fuck like a 12-year-old boy. Why'd you say that again? But I fuck like a 12-year-old boy. He said he fucks like a young man. No, he said like a 12-year-old. You fuck like a 12-year-old boy. You fuck like a 12-year-old boy. You sick, disgusting fucking hate. You know, like when so fucking. Why'd you just say that? Disgusting shit is what ran through your mind. No. Scotty's the one that said that. Scotty, repeat that comment on a 12-year-old. I fuck like a 12-year-old boy. And through your mind.
So I have to ask you, Jeff, and at this point, clown, I'm going to have to ask you, Clown Force. Why the fuck are you giving that nasty fucker any oxygen? Clown Force. I mean, we know why Victoria, not so secretive, is giving him oxygen because Rodney Lemur Bowwoman, he's a pedophile too. So he likes hanging out with his pedophile friends, or he's a pedo simp. But he's probably a pedophile because he jumped out of the tree on them little boys and put his hands on one. But, Clown, if you're upholding this and not listening to Shizzle, you're platforming Scott Bromage, then I have to question you too. Because this ain't right. This ain't right at all.
He said that, man. That's all in your mind. Where does your mind go when you said that? Yeah, you're the one that went straight to homo.
I can argue with you fuck all night long. You know what, bitch? Yeah, say it again, you sick fuck. Say it again, you piece of shit.
Repeat it? Say it. I fuck like a 12-year-old boy.
You're disgusting comment again. Say that disgusting comedy.
I know you are. I said.
Say it again, Scotty.
I fuck like a fuck.
All right, now hold on a second. All right, listen carefully. Listen carefully, y'all.
Your boy. I'm so better than you.
You fuck like a howl.
But I fuck like a 12-year-old boy.
Say it again?
Like someone that doesn't know what they're doing.
Oh, you can't repeat what you just said, you sick, disgusting ape.
I just said it. I said I fucking 12-year-old boy so better than you.
You disgusting
fuck, man.
You make me want.
Oh yeah, I'm the firm. I've got it too.
Seriously, Scotty, you are sick, demented fuck.
Spot. And then it's good.
Anyway, let me know when you get tuckered out.
But I fuck like a 12-year-old boy.
Yeah, that's what you heard. So I have to ask you, Jeff, Clown Force,
You know.
why are you letting that fucker have oxygen? Why are you giving him a fucking platform? Holy shit. Why are you allowing that to happen? You're letting a motherfucker that fantasizes about women having sex with their sons and someone that looks like a 12-year-old boy. That's what he just said. Yeah. And he sat there and made up all these lies about Shizzle. Shizzle ain't about all that bullshit. He's trying to derail Shizzle, deplatform Shizzle, because Shizzle, he ain't about the bullshit on either side of it. He just goes straight down the middle. He calls out the bullshit. If I was telling bullshit, he'd come after me. All you did, Jeff, was put yourself under the Hubble telescope. And all you did, clown, was put yourself under the Hubble telescope by putting the dojo diddling Diddy up there and platforming him.
I probably got a small dick too. Fine. You can have Renee. Do you want to come small dick, Scotty? Do you want to come on, Renee? You two is hilarious. I do a little small, like shriveled up dick that doesn't work with all your supplements. Primitive ape boy. You probably fuck like a caveman. How are you? I fuck like a 12-year-old boy. But apparently the same.
Yeah, that's exactly what Scott Bromage said. That's exactly what Bromage said. You got to remember, Bromage is Predward's friend. He's still talking to that nasty fuck in the back channels. He's still friends with Angry G. They talk in the back channels. Looney Junie and Chomophile Bot. Don't get sucked back into the bullshit after you climbed out of the shithole. They're all one and the same. He platformed Rodney, Lemur, Bowwoman, the same one that's harassing everybody. He's friends with that bitch. And he's friends with Chomophile, Peg Leg Poop Bag. I mean, you can listen and understand or learn the hard way. That's on you.
Say that again, Scotty? What did you just say? That I fuck like a 12-year-old boy. Hey, what did you just say? That I fuck like a 12-year-old boy. Man, you're gonna spin it and twist it no matter what you say, Scotty? That I fuck like a 12-year-old boy. Why don't you say that again? That I fuck like a 12-year-old boy. I said he said he fucked like a young man. No, he said like a 12-year-old. You fuck like a 12-year-old boy. You fuck like a 12-year-old boy. You sick, disgusting fucking ape. You know, like when it's so fuck. Why did you say that? Disgusting shit is what ran through your mind. No. Scotty's the one that said that. Scotty, repeat that comment on a 12-year-old. I fuck like a 12-year-old boy. Ran through your mind when he said that, man. You sick fucking your mind. You sick mind go when he said that. Yeah, you're the one that went. I only came in here to talk the ass. I can argue with you fucks all night long. You know what, bitch? Yeah, say it again, you sick fuck. Say it again. You want me to fucking repeat it? Say But I fuck like a 12-year-old boy.
You're disgusting comment again. Say that disgusting comment again.
I know you are. I said,
say it again, Scotty.
But I fuck like a 12-year-old boy, and I'm still better than you.
You fuck like a how old?
But I fuck like a 12-year-old boy.
Say again?
Like someone that doesn't know what they're doing.
Oh, you can't repeat what you just said, you sick, disgusting ape.
I just said it. I said I fuck like a 12-year-old boy, and still better than you.
You disgusting.
I just said I fuck 12-year-old boy.
You make me want.
Oh yeah, I'm a pervert. I got it too.
Seriously, Scotty, dude, you are a sick, demented fuck.
Slanderous fuck. And then, let's go.
Anyway, let me know when you get tuckered out.
But I fuck like a 12-year-old boy.
You're right up to your pastor. Right.
Yeah. You know, I figured that you all should hear that, but especially Jeff, Southwest Jeff, and Clown Force. Because they gave Scott Bromwich a platform and allowed him to try to make Shizzle look like the bad guy. And I'm going to tell you something. Shizzle is not the bad guy. Because you got to remember, it goes back to the fact that Fredward said that Scotty's his friend. I mean, we can pull it out of the archives. It's in the archives. We can pull it out, and play it for you and everything. But enough of you all should already remember that. The latest dumbass puppet is this dumb fuck right there on the screen now. And Suckenhoff, jack off all day, and thanks for us having a national holiday today, bitch. You know, I'll go on and say it. You know, hey, somebody had to lose. Good that it was you. But that there was the fool that you all platformed, Jeff and Clown. Don't be suspicious of the way that Shizzle questions things. Everybody has the right to question things. I mean, if you want to listen to Vic's bullshit reasoning, he has the right to stick his head in your bedroom window and ask you why you are doing various things as you're making love to your significant other, because he's a pervert like that. You know, Shizzle just wants to know, so he asks questions. He doesn't make up shit like Scott Bromwich, Angry G, Fellow Fraud, and the rest of those dildos
do. You know, you want to try to put a bad label on Shizzle when all he's doing is asking questions and trying to find out. You know, it's just like a lot of you all put a bad label on me that wasn't deserved. But Brokeback Bromance, Scott Bromage, oh yeah. You heard it right out of his fucking mouth. You can't give an individual like that any kind of oxygen in your community. And it's like, why is he here? Why is Angry G here? Oh, that's right. They're trying to stop Alex from catching. They're trying to change the perception of catching. But you know, that karma has its way of coming back and doing bad things to you and your family. Maybe not now, but a generation or two later. You know, Bromage, it may not be you or your child. It could be your grandchild that karma comes and visits when they have no idea of the bullshit that you did, the underhanded shit that you've done to innocent people just because you were told by someone to do it. Just because you think there should be no more free thinkers. Fuck you, Bromage. Leave kids alone, get kids out of your mind, and stop thinking about incestuous sex. You are a sexual deviant. You have platformed a deviant, a sexual deviant named Rodney Lamar Bowman that is terrorizing single mothers, children, and women that have their parents living with them now. And you're in that group too, Angry G. You're taunting those people and going after them too. And karma may come and visit you. It may come and visit your daughter. It may come and visit your grandson or his kids because of your shit that you've done. It's all about God's way of balancing the books for the evil shit you do. And on that note, have a great early morning and let's get this 4th of July rocking and rolling.
don't hold me back. Every week something next. Oh, trying to do me wrong. So I just got to speak up for myself. It's gone on far too long. Oh. Don't want any confusion. So I'll help you to see. There's no illusion. I said the truth will set you free. Oh, you know that truth will set you free. Ooh. You know I know things ain't easy. And I know you know I keep on saying that people can only take so much. Oh, yeah. So I just got to speak on my behalf, you know. Yeah, let my talk be tough. Oh, I'm saying, you know, don't want any confusion. So I'll help you to see. Oh, there's no illusion. I said the truth will set you free. Well, the truth is sets me free. Ooh, oh. Set me free. Set me free. Free. Oh, set me free. Set me free. Set me free. Ooh, set me free. Set me free. Can't stand all these people running around to tell lies. See, all this talking just useless. Ooh, you just play yourself. So I just got to deliver some truth by now and try to give the people all some help. Oh, check told me go at the door when I say, don't let it be confusion. I want you to see. Oh, there's no illusion. I said the truth will set you free. Oh, the truth will set us free. Oh, set me free. The girl needs to the only one I want. 10 long years spent trying to give, but I couldn't give it all at once. And I could beat it away from me. There's nothing I could do, no, take it back where it used to be. Something you got gets me, hit me from the start. Now I know, baby, this for sure. You done stole my heart, just like that. You're up and going, gone like yesterday. It's just like that. You're out the door, gone like yesterday. Just like that. You're gone like yesterday. Just like that.
not begging no feelings, lost this name fun. Gave him my heart, hope it couldn't be true. But I still got that good thing, that good old thing to you. Hooked on your love and bound to your heart. Just can't get away now, boy, and I don't know where to start. Now that it's over, nothing will be the same. Except the pain I feel now, boy, when you call my name, just like that. You're not the door, gone like yesterday. It's like that. Not the door. Oh, she gone, gone, where's she gone? Why she gone, 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 no one knows. Oh, she gone, 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 ain't no fun. Oh, Lord, she gone, 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 where's she gone? Hey, I got to tell you now, just like that. Oh, she's gone like yesterday. Just like that, there be no more like yesterday.